One so mysterious, now decoded and used. Now according to you, what's so mysterious? One so mysterious, now decoded and used. Now according to you, what's so mysterious? When it all, well you have won it out. Give it all, but would you give it up? Where's the fun in holding all the one? Everyone gets up when you sit down. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. When the party's over, we can call it off. Dare to keep our shirts on, rolling in the mall. We can win the dark. We can fool If you're real, I'll be your holiday. What have none when we can have it all? I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, I just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't. I don't get, just don't get. I don't get, just don't.
I used to think that I should watch TV. I used to think that it was good for me. Wanted to know what folks were thinking, to understand the land I live in. And I would lose myself and it would set me free. This is the place where common people go. A global franchise, one department store. Yes, there were many awkward moments. I had to do some self-atonement. Well, if I opened up, well, it would set me free. I know I like, behold and love this giant. Big soul, big lips,
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. I wanted to do a stream in the morning today. I got up at around, I don't know, like 6:30 or something, you know. And I was up for an hour, and I was busy writing an epic video. There's the next video that comes out. The next video, it's gonna be a written video with a script and several different segments. I'm gonna be canceling Wendigoon, guys. It's gonna be great. So look forward to that. But I was working on that a little bit. It's exciting. It's the first time I've ever done a video that's gonna be fully scripted. There's one before. I don't know how many people know this. The video's not still on my channel. I got rid of it because Kay was fake copyright striking me or something. But the original K video, I was struggling really hard when I started doing. It was one of my earlier like edited videos, and I was like, oh god, I was really tongue tied or something trying to get like the intro, you know, all the thoughts that I wanted to cram in there. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just script it. And that was the only time, I think. Well, that, and also I guess the intro to the Sonic Sega Gamer video we just did. I also did that. So I've been inspired by an insane piece of shit, you know, to increase the production value of my videos. You know, I can't just keep slumming it with the Nazis. You know, I gotta I gotta go buy a tasseled gay boy jacket. It'll be great. So welcome to the stream. You know, I've seen some people lately, understandably, criticizing the fact that my streams have devolved into either one of two topics, which is to say, users or drama. Which, that's fair if you're not into that. I saw somebody posting about that on the Discord, and I was like, you know, my instinct is go fuck yourself, eat shit, and die. But then I'm like, well, no, that's a good point. It's like every stream I've done in 2024 has pretty much just been users and drama, and everything else has been shoved to the side. There's not exactly. Well, today, hopefully, we're gonna do some other things. There's bad cooking. There's been a Skittles mead from King Cobra. There's been a lot of King Cobra stuff we just haven't been following on the stream. Methica took over, got him kicked out, as everybody knew that she would. But I think he's in like a new location now. And yeah, he's making a mead with Skittles. So I've heard it's one of the worst ones. I've heard it's a pretty bad mead. So that's good. That's exciting. But yeah, there's a new video. Somebody in chat says they can guess who the new video, the new Zoophile video, what that is. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you'll be correct about that, but it is somebody who was being posted about here on the Discord. It's some sort of a channel that kind of it's not a zoophile, but it's a channel who makes videos that I think are you know, some of those kind of, what would you call them, like acceptance core, you know. It's one of those channels where it like goes for, you know, like an hour, and it basically just tries to go, well, they're zoophiles and pedophiles and rapists are actually very hard done by. If you look at this study here and these statistics, you'll find the zoophiles are sad, actually. And it's sort of something like that. But I believe it has Toggle the Rat on as a special guest. So, exciting stuff. I don't know how much. I don't know if we'll start with that, because we've got some other stuff here. There's a few things. Well, there are users. There's a guy who apparently has a group of users surrounding him called Brendan's Movie Collector. I guess he's one of those, like, you know, problematic users who gets, like, you know, a lot of people get mad at him for talking about his DVD collections. I don't know that we'll look at that necessarily, but we could. At any moment, we could. What was this? This was yesterday. We got some TikTok people. Not really into TikTok today. This guy. Let me see here. I've been considering taking a look at r/YouTube drama for a stream. Because if you're not aware, that's basically like, it's like the alternate universe reversey version of fucking Kiwi Farms. It's just a bunch of people. It's the only people on the internet who are in praise of shadows. In praise of shadows. Let's phrase it that way. It's about the only community on the internet that could solidly be described as being in favor of In Praise of Shadows, by and large, in what he did recently. So that could be an interesting thing to do, but let's see. I think I'm gonna start with this video. I don't know if this video is gonna be funny or bad, but it's 14 minutes and 38 seconds. It's on, I think it was on YouTube Kids, but it isn't currently. It's a video here called Titanic X Bambi Like Interactions with Really Young Girls Lolita Express Remix Part 1 of and the title isn't good, and I saw some people in the Discord talking about it. Apparently he's not a great speaker. Apparently he sticks his foot in a couple of holes here. Let's watch.
All right, everyone.
Hi, buddy.
Class, fellow YouTubers. Today, I am going to talk about my Titanic-like.
Hello, Magic Mush. Was that actually you that sent me the Discord thing yesterday? Because I will accept. I was like, is that a real Magic Mush, or is that a wild fake Magic Mush has attacked? Yeah. No, I don't know if r/YouTube's drama was always crazy, but apparently their brain on H-Bomber Guy, they've gone full, like, every video that's even remotely, you know, if you talk about the same weirdo, then that's plagiarism, that kind of thing. Yeah, they're crazy over there. It's pretty wacky. They're all, like, worried for In Praise of Shadows' life or something. They're all worried for his life because he started shit that he could not back up, and they're all, like, terrified for him because those fascist Nazis that he started a fight with, who weren't fascist Nazis, who were just doing their own thing and living their lives, managed to beat him with, like, basically peace and love and extreme kindness. And now they're all just terrified for their Praise of Shadows man, like killing himself or something. Which is to say, it seems like they kind of want that so that they can then have something to hold over the evil Mutahar. Muta.
Or Bambi-like interactions with really.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if Magic Mush and Club Doom are both down for it, that could be I've now collected both of them like Pokemon on my on my Discord. So I suppose we could do a thing sometime. I do have a plan for another collaborative stream thing coming up. Because apparently the anti-wokes are mad at the new Doctor Who, and I think I've already talked about this, but the new Doctor Who is like pretty good. Like, generally, overall, there's a couple moments here and there. The specials that started it out with David Tennant, admittedly, they did have some moments that I already acknowledged were kind of overly woke and annoying. But then the new stuff is pretty good. People are mad because there's like a drag queen and he's like black and gay. I don't know, but he's really good as the Doctor, so it's fine. But we're gonna have to watch a lot of Shadiversity videos and stuff like that, where, you know, there's big red font that says "This is woke," and it's got like a tiny Trump PNG on the bottom who's doing like a down thumb or something. I don't know. We're gonna watch some stuff like that at some point. But initially here, we've got this man whose head looks like a hairy Tic Tac, and he's on a beach, and I mean he's talking about the Lolita Express here. I have to assume that this is going to be Epstein related and not necessarily. The title might be really unfortunate. He might just be talking about Epstein things. He might not be referring to himself here, and I don't know.
Panic like or Bambi like.
You see how his lips are like dried and chapped here? And what is that? Is that chapping? It's like his lips are all like. He looks like he's got AIDS or something. I don't know. Drug addict, maybe?
Interactions with really young girls below the age of 18 while I was
Is this video
well
woke?
above the age of 18. So,
Oh, if there's unfortunate tweets that they made after the episode, then that really is a shame. Because I'm living in the Doctor Who world where I'm just watching the episodes and I'm not like terminally online. So if I go on Twitter, well, I am, but I try not to be. So if I go on Twitter and I see that Nshuti Gatwa and the drag queen are like "fuck you, white man," then that would ultimately sour my views on the season. Yes, that would be unfortunate.
most of
Not
these
familiar with
places
that.
that were the most open-minded about interacting with young girls below the age of 18 we're in the northern states. That's kind of the opposite in the southern states. My theory about this,
Okay, I can already tell that he is indeed a bad speaker. He's not very good at speaking. He seems to be. I'm struggling to figure out what he's talking. He's talking about like the Yankee states. What are we talking about here?
and I think that other people would agree with this,
What's going on outside my apartment? Is there something going on? I think there's just like a truck going by. I'm sorry if that's a loud and audible noise. Apologies.
is
I
that,
can make this guy significantly louder if that helps.
that since the growing season is more,
What are we talking? The age of consent showed up? Okay.
my theory about this, and I think that other people would agree with this, is that since the growing season is more year-round in the South, and you can grow more pot and more all kinds of drugs,
Hot?
you got more washed-up drug dealers unjustly using children as rule of abuse. And I met the
This is a strange video, people. I was talking about drug dealers now. Is he Papa Pedro? Is he gonna stop the predators?
this one Mexican drug dealer.
Yeah, I definitely thought he would be British too. I'll be real. I didn't go into this assuming any possibility other than him being British, but yeah, I didn't think about it. You're right. Yeah, it is weird that he's American.
Who was trying
By
to
the way, I was gonna call this guy Gormless, but then I realized shoutouts to Mark Gormley. He's dead. We are now living in a Gormless world. Rest in peace, Mark Gormley. If anybody remembers Mark Gormley, he was the man with a voice of an angel from Phil Thomas Katz's Uncharted Zone. And he sounded like the singer from Yes, but like 6 octaves higher. And unfortunately, he's no longer with us. We live in a Mark Gormless world.
tell me to he was trying to entice me into helping him sell meth. But one thing that he told me was that
There's no Keffels?
there's no friends in this business. And I've heard this other drug dealer.
Magic Mush. If you're not aware, you gotta check out the Uncharted Zone. That could be a good that could be a good video. Just like a super cut of different hilarious people that Phil Thomas Cat has brought on to sing on his on his thing. You got to do the one where the guy is like really sweaty. He looks like sweaty Vince Vaughn in the sky. There's one song that's just it's the best one. It's not Mark Gormley, but it's sweaty dad Vince Vaughn, and he's in the sky, and I don't know why he's so sweaty, but it's like a love song. It's very embarrassing. Yeah, no, it would be if you don't make that video, I might
say that he used to live out in the middle of nowhere, and then all of a sudden
I do.
he started to make new friends again. You know what I'm saying?
So we got drug dealers, and they're making friends, and bullying can lead to suicide, right?
And up north,
Children are involved in this? Meth?
they go by that.
So wait a second. We've got meth, we've got other drugs, we've got children. Careful.
They treat
Not
you
again.
with that model, or they'll just say it, because I've heard one person say that up in the north, and they know that saying, if you want friends, be friendly. And let's see here. So when I took a ferry boat ride to Alaska,
A furry boat?
my transfer point, when I was waiting to board a different ferry boat and carry on further north, there was another person that was waiting to board with me, and he worked on the ship.
Yeah, and so when this was posted on the Discord, it was Jacob who posted it. He said, I don't know what else to say. And then Exiled Postman compares his manner of speaking to Tamir, and then says, 4 years old? Oh no, this man sucks at talking. So I don't know when we get to the 4-year-olds. Maybe we've already hit the 4-year-olds with our car and kept on going. But apparently that shows up. And so, yeah, I definitely see the bad at talking. This is, it's worse than Tamir. At least Tamir, he speaks in like where you know, he'll have like a 10-minute video, and his entire 10-minute video will be one run-on sentence, spaced out with extended pauses and like deep breaths. I mean, at least there I don't know. He uses like better words. I think he uses better words slowly. This guy is just mumbling his way through I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's even going on, but it's a little bit difficult.
And he didn't beat around the bush.
Friends with a drug dealer, I guess.
When he was talking to me, and he got right to his point, and he said that
Can you get to your point, sir?
he took a trip to Peru,
Huh?
and he said in Peru it's normal to interact with children,
Interact, eh? Anybody from Peru?
and that's where Lena Medina is from, the youngest mother in history, which last time I checked is still alive. She conceived a baby at age 4 and had it at age 5, and
Oh boy.
so
Yeah, I guess that's the 4-year-old. I think I've heard of this youngest mother ever. I've heard of that. That doesn't seem like a... I feel like I heard of that years ago when I was a kid, and even at the time I was like, "What? Wait, why is she a so
I heard that dude in Alaska say what he said, and then years later I found out about Lena Medina.
Yeah, we're gonna this guy's a monster they created in their daddy's name. So I don't have. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Well, this is unfortunate. The Streamlabs thing is not showing me my my super chats. That's great. I have to go manually check. What is this, communist China? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jason Statham, sure. He kind of reminds me of like Ross, like Bathtub Ross. He just basically like, so he told me, it's like the kid from, I don't know, it's like a kid from like, It's almost like that kid from Home King of the Hill, the one who's just like, your dad's dead. That one. He's like that if he said more words. He grew up a little bit.
Dina,
Mom, no.
beginning of my travels, when I went to, 'cause I went
There was a virus, on my computer.
from Kansas all the way, as far away from Kansas as I could possibly go in the U.S. without going all the way to Alaska, where it's too cold. I did go there before, but just for temporarily, and I was.
So there was this guy. This is the voice Vinny does when he does like, there was this guy on YouTube, Mom, and he said that I should put vines up my asshole, Mom. Tucker, I fucking told you not to listen to that Vine Sauce guy. But Mom, he said that I could play Fortnite 3DS. This is just that kid. Once his voice drops, he becomes this guy. I think we found him.
I was gonna try to settle
This
down
is Tucker, friend person.
in Maine, but didn't really like it quite so much in Maine. It had its good points and its bad points, but
There were good points in Maine too, Mom.
just not my kind of state, if you ask me. New Hampshire, on the other hand, is the best state around. That's a different subject at
Does
that.
New Hampshire let you have relations with children like Peru or whatever, dude? Come on. What are we talking
When
about
I
here?
was in the state of Maine, because it's not just the northern states, but also the northern states right by the ocean, where there's more balcony people.
Oh, this guy's crazy. This is one of those things where he's in on the lingo, we aren't, and we're expected to be. But the only way we would be is if we were also crazy like him.
As the book called Live Your Calling talks about.
Balcony people.
Now, the first state I tried to settle down in was the state of Maine, in a coastal town called Ellsworth, Maine. I stayed in a shelter there,
Maybe he just meant black people.
and you got Ellsworth, Maine, right by the ocean, and you got Acadia Island, which on that island it has what's called the Hinkley Sailboat Yacht Building Company, and I was at the shelter, and this is by a kind of a more well-known town called Bar Harbor, in Ellsworth, Maine, in the shelter there that I was staying at.
Okay, so he is homeless then. This is just a homeless guy with a YouTube channel. I guess this is about on par for a homeless guy with a YouTube channel.
This is like a family shelter, and there can be either males or females or families that stay there.
See, this is a shame when people say, just get a job, bro. It's like, okay, the guy he's not even like your regular homeless. He looks all cleaned up. I could see him working in a place, but then you listen to him. Like, he's not gonna ace the job interview, man. Anybody who looks at him just like, what? Just get a job, bro. Stop being homeless. Smiley face. No, man. I don't know if anyone's gonna be able to. I mean, we already compared him to one King of the Hill character, but it's like if Boomhauer was slightly more understandable.
It's all
It's like
cool.
if Boomhauer made less of a point, but was more understandable at the same time.
You know what I'm saying? And so there was this one family that moved in there, and the dad worked at that yacht building company. He brought over some applications, and they were for that yacht building company.
Okay, alright, okay. When does this have to do with... What are we talking about here?
I was at the Rainbow Gathering. I talked about this in a different video. I was at the Rainbow Gathering. I met this girl
Uh-oh.
that because I asked her where she was from. She seemed like she was trying to seduce me, which I'm pretty sure she was. And I think she knew what she was doing.
Yeah, well, this guy, I mean, anyone who sees him would want to get, with that. They would want to jump his bones. So, like, that's fair. That's a fair assessment.
I think her mom or her dad taught her to do that.
Oh, boy. You hear the word girl, and it's like, it could be a 50-year-old woman, Like, girl is a little bit more common than boy for a man. That one's becoming more common. But then you hear then you hear the mom and the dad, and you know, I mean, then that really narrows it down a little bit. I suppose she could be like one of those, you know, 30-year-old women that still goes out and hangs out with their mom and like goes to the store with their mom and stuff. I suppose that's possible, but like, no, it's probably a child at this point. What are we? So we jumped ahead. What's going on here?
Hinckley Yacht Building Company.
Right, we're at yachts and stuff. Okay.
Okay, these are not basement people. These are by far balcony people.
I think he means like basement people, or it's like a social class. Like balcony people are above us; they lord over us on their balconies, and basement people can only afford a basement suite, like under some guy's house or something. Maybe that's what that's supposed to be. I love this type of video where we get to crack the crazy guy's code. This is my favorite thing.
Also, like, when I was in the state of Montana, I was at the Rainbow Gathering. I talked about this in
All right, you know what? I wanted to like get some more info here, but yeah, he was at the Ramble Gathering, whatever that is, and he found a little girl with her mom and dad
trying to seduce me,
who was seducing him, obviously.
which I'm pretty sure she was, and I think she knew what she was doing. I think her mom or her dad taught her to do that, which I'm gonna teach my daughter to do that.
Oh boy.
I will teach her to flash her pussy right in front of the.
We have a new enemy in town.
It is becoming more
We're
insufferable.
going to rent on a
No reason, and no background checks.
The man she's trying to seduce, who's gonna be well above 18, and she's gonna be well below the age of 18. Ain't no.
Hang on. Please stay on the line. Your call is important to us. Drop the gun. Yeah. God has his limits.
No shame in that. It's only sex, people, if it's done right. But anyways, seduce, who's gonna
It's only sex, people.
be well above 18, and she's gonna be well below the age of 18. Ain't no shame in that. It's only sex, people, if it's done right. But anyways, so I asked her where she was from. She said Idaho, Oregon, and I could tell by looking in the face, her face.
She doesn't. That's not real. She was just saying she's the hoe who wants your organ.
That she was part from Idaho, because I've been through Idaho as a truck driver. That's how I
don't believe the video is still marked as for kids. I saw you guys mentioning that, Milksteak. It's not anymore. Maybe it was originally. Maybe it was an accident. I don't know. But, apparently Nicholas Diorio made a violent threat against Hassan and Frogan. Oh, that's based.
because I got pulled over by a female cop or state trooper for driving on a route when I had too long of a trailer.
Oh, this is interesting. So, I heard Ramble Gathering or something. But $10 from your friend Zippity. The Rainbow Gathering is the hippie degen commune that Tommy Tudor got kicked out of for being too past degen. Too sex pest degen, right. Okay, I remember Tommy Tudor. I'm on the same wavelength now. So this guy is less degenerate than Tommy Tudor potentially, but not still going to the same meetings. All right, cool.
And but the magical side of her, I could tell, came from her other 50% other genetics, which I know must have came from Oregon, because they are.
Okay, so he focuses a lot on states. He keeps talking about northern states by the ocean, and now he seems to think that the DNA of your state is like part of where you're born or something. Like she got her DNA part half and half. She's mixed. She's part Oregon, part Idaho. Yeah.
They seem pretty magical, like pretty magical people in
State
Oregon.
ethnicities.
in Oregon, they have the highest percentage rates of what is known as sex offenders. Although
Oh, well, you know, frankly,
As a sex offender, I'm quite surprised by this.
He's a molester. He's a child molester.
I've never seen any towns, and I've never seen the state of Oregon at the top of the list of Ashley Madison accounts, that corny website. And so,
yeah, we're talking about the real ethno states now.
so I met this girl in Montana.
So he met this little girl. I mean, probably anywhere from 0 to 18, right? Maybe older, but probably underage. Who was apparently... I mean, hey, it is the Rainbow Gathering. I guess there's a possibility that it was like some weirdo fucking family that decided to, you know, they showed up and did the aristocrats in front of him, and he's just like, wow, I think she likes me.
And she when she left, she went either to Idaho or Oregon. I can't remember which. But so it was like yeah, that's up north. That's up north. Oregon is up north. Idaho is up north, and Oregon is right by the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, this was an unfortunate choice of frame. This was an unfortunate. I don't know if we needed the. No, come on now. Yeah, the states really factor into this in a way that I've never. This is what it's all about, right? Is you see a new crazy guy, and it turns out his crazy guy thing is like state ethnicity DNA or something, whatever this is.
Now in Montana, after the Rainbow Gathering, when I was at the library,
The Benz album cover, yeah, he even kind of looks like it.
I'm sitting in a chair, and this dad sits in the computer chair next to me, in front of his computer, and his daughter, who's about like I want to be careful not to exaggerate here, so I was at about 5 years old.
Oh boy.
As a sex offender, I'm quite surprised by this.
He's a molester. He's a child molester.
So the 5-year-old was presenting to him, I guess.
I want to be careful not to exaggerate here, so I was at about 5 years old. Conservative estimate, maybe a tad bit before.
Someone was apparently like waffling in and out of the stream, and they came back and they were like, "How are we still talking about this user?" Well,
5.
there you go.
You know, and she looked very pretty. She had blonde hair, and I felt those Bambi-like vibes while being around her. And then once they left in a short amount of time,
Bambi-like. So this ties in with the title. Is he Titanic? Is he gonna sink Bambi's ship? You know, both Titanic and Bambi have pretty sad endings. So I guess that fits with, you know, what he's planning here, with what he's into. I guess that makes sense.
there was this other.
I guess we should have seen this coming with the title, Like Interactions with Really Young Girls. Interactions, of course, being slang for sexy time, as he put forth before.
Girl that was about 8 years old that sat right next to me. She was pretty in the face too. She was about 8 years old, very pretty in the face, and had this nice, beautiful red hair.
Oh boy.
And I felt those same Bambi vibes just by being next to her, without any physical contact. That's what you would call, if you ask me, a no contact body high.
You know, he's a no contact type of individual, I guess, you know. Boy, I like that this just keeps, you know, they keep happening. This just keeps happening on the stream. It's like, it's become Who's That Pedophile? You know? every time. Your glasses are pretty crooked, man, but I guess you're homeless, so you got bigger worries.
If you ask me.
You're a homeless pedophile, so you got bigger problems than your glasses being crooked.
Okay. So,
Certified lover boy, certified,
ask me. No contact, body high.
certified lover boy, certified no contact body high. What?
If you ask me. Okay. So, and then once I was on probation in Montana, I moved into an adult foster care home, and
A foster care home, an adult foster... You know, even if it's an adult-centric one, I don't think I want you in foster care, sir.
this was in Helena or East Helena, Montana, that is, and Helena is ranked like number, what is it, 2 or 3? I heard off of the internet to have the most of what they call, it's the top U.S. city, number 2 or number 3, to have the most of what they call sex offenders.
Oh my god, and I bet those sex offenders are looking for...
Probably A minor.
Yeah, I forgot that I put that on the soundboard. I also put this on the soundboard.
All of us are autistic.
That needs to be a little louder. Hang on, that's too quiet. All of us are autistic. We all have autistic problems. Let me just... I'll make this a little... There you go. Yeah.
All of us are autistic.
That's still a little too quiet, but it's the best...
All of us are
There
autistic.
you go, it's like the best I could do.
Okay. I'm trying to think. So at this adult foster care home that I was staying at in East Helena, I was living with a young girl that was about 4 or 5, maybe about 5 years old,
Probably A minor.
and this other girl that was about like 12, 11
Oh
or 12,
Probably
you know,
A minor.
and the,
Why were you living with these girls, sir?
maybe about, I'm trying to,
Is this the adult foster care thing? Was he the foster care? Uh-oh.
So at this adult foster care home that I was staying at in East Helena, I was living with a young girl that was about 4 or 5, maybe about 5 years old, and this other girl that was about like,
This guy is, in my opinion, definitely a sex offender. I mean, I'm going to say I don't believe that he has just been cool and decided to sit on his fucking hands and not do anything if he's attracted to children and living with children, apparently, in some bizarre, unsupervised adult and child foster care scenario where the only thing I can imagine that makes sense with that is that he's the foster care. He's like the stable adult that's caring for a child, which that can't be it. So maybe it's like foster care where they also... It's like they're fostering children and some special needs adult guy who wants to touch their kids. I guess. That sounds like a good... You know, that's going to be a great... They should make a reality show about that.
12, 11 or 12, you know, and the younger girl was like, she was like really skinny and like really short and like a rump, but she was like really pretty in the face. The other girl was like, she was like heavy set, and but anyways, time's running out on this video. This will be number 1 of
Time's
2
running
videos at least about this subject, and
No, I guess in Montana they have the foster care people. They bring in adult weirdos with the children. The adult it sounds like it's like an Adam Sandler movie or something. Like fucking Happy Gilmore 2 or whatever. He's just at a he's just being foster cared as an adult, you know, sleeping in the bunk bed. You can see the trailer now. He's in the top bunk. And he, like, smashes the bunk bed down and like, kills the child on the lower bunk. You know? Yeah, you know, it's a movie waiting to happen. But apparently they just do that in Montana.
I'm trying to think. So I was in Kansas, in Manhattan, Kansas, and I met this girl. Well, we'll cut it off for now. We'll talk about this more in part 2 Want to make sure not
Oh, we get a part 2, do we? Wow, we get to find out more about the girl. That's great. Oh boy. Interactions with really young girls. Juicy camel toe details mix. Never get busted again. Interactions with extremely young girls. Trophy Wife Hunter Remix Part 4 of 4. Remix version. Automatics. Yeah, never get busted again. A lot of stuff on this channel relating to childs. You know, Star Child, Fountain of Youth, Rothschilds. He wants to fuck children. It's great. Talking crap to a narcissist. So he's a gang stalker, too. He's one of those people. Like interactions with really young girls. Like, he didn't make a point clear enough the first time, so he puts it in all caps and then makes them extremely and, like, very ultra, extremely, very young. They're like fetuses. Feti. How to cure, whoa. How to cure... AIDS! AIDS! Does he have AIDS?
Hello, everyone on YouTube. This video is going to tell you how to cure AIDS and any disease. It don't
Does the Sega need to be bigger? Alright. Yeah. Because all his videos are vertical anyway, so it makes perfect sense to just... There you go. That's good. Maybe a little smaller, just a little bit. Or even just... There you go. Perfect.
No matter if it's AIDS, HIV, cancer, arthritis. When I was locked up in Southern California,
The chat member who thinks it's eggs. He thinks he's saying... Rich Evans is saying eggs in that clip. I don't think he is, sir.
I met this gay guy that had AIDS.
Yeah, as they do.
And at the time, the first time I was around him, he was without his AIDS medication for 3 months.
Rich Evans, fuck your AIDS medicine! Mike just steps on it and crushes it.
And then we got separated, and then we got put back together in a different pod. And then he was 5
Oh yeah, happy Pride Month, everybody.
months without his AIDS medication.
Went 5 months without the AIDS medication. Good for him.
And I noticed that he didn't die by...
Yeah, if he has AIDS and wants to fuck kids, that's like an extra... That's like they built a new circle of hell for you, really.
in 5 months without his AIDS medication. And in all actuality, he actually looked more healthy the second time I saw him, and the longer that he was without his AIDS medication. There is a book called Quacks by Fred Dungan. I didn't buy that book, but I read the description of that book, and it says that doctors will push pills onto you, that will usually make your condition worse and suppress your...
So he's reading like wacky woohoo books. What is it called? It's called like Quacks. That almost sounds familiar because I watched a good amount of like Miles Power and other sort of pseudoscience debunking channels and stuff. And I feel like this might be one that I've heard of. I'm not sure. This sounds like it's possibly one of those like, drink bleach instead of, you know, getting medical help. You know, maybe it's a good thing this guy got that information. I don't know.
immune system.
MMS!
And then, when you get more sick...
Yeah, I don't know why he decided to record this directly next to a loud river. It's the only thing that could make it better is if it was also a very windy day.
They'll keep on piling
Maybe there was like a garbage truck, you know, just out of frame, some seagulls. That would be great.
on more and more medication. So it was the AIDS medication, I believe, and I'm sure other smart.
Well, like, Brains, when you're like a dummy like this guy, you know, you're probably gonna see, oh, it's in a book. Like, that's like the appeal, the most baseline appeal to authority. It's like, it's printed in a book. They wouldn't put it in a book if it wasn't real, right? You know? It's like the old version of who would go on the internet and tell lies? That wouldn't happen. What do you mean they're gonna print things in a book that aren't real? Come on, that's just not a thing that happens.
People would agree too that the AIDS medication was fucking that guy up.
Oh.
There is a book called The Cure for All Diseases by Dr. Hulda Clark.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for not needing to be on all the pills that you're on. You know, there is like a whole pharmaceutical complex. They do push doctors to, you know, peddle new pills that people don't need, which cost them money and add new side effects, and they don't really give a shit. But I don't know if necessarily that's happening with people's AIDS medication. It might be for certain things. I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's applicable in every circumstance, you know. It's something to think about, maybe, but it's like, it's AIDS medication. I feel like you might need that. I don't know, but I guess he was off it for months, and, you know, right up until he died, he was doing great.
For HIV/AIDS by Dr. Hulda Clark, if I recall that right, which I'm pretty sure that's right. And there's the book called God Helps Those Who Help Themselves. That's where I found out about Hunza water, which is the literal fountain of youth.
Is that why we're by a river? He's got like lines in his scalp. Did he get knifed in the scalp? What the fuck happened? I don't know how that happens. Ugh. Not good.
There's books that will talk about different categories of...
Okay, alright. Bro ain't cooking, as the skibbities say. Well, we gotta find out about the juicy camel toe details.
Hey everybody, the sun is
Back
going
on the
down.
beach.
Alright everybody, we got cut off there abruptly.
Stitches,
That's what
maybe,
happens
or
when your digital
stretch
storage runs
marks?
out. It does not give you any forewarning. It just immediately cuts right off. And so anyways,
So he recorded this rant in like several parts. Well, not even a rant, it's like a ramble about really young girls with camel toes. And so each time he would get like 10-15 minutes in, he'd have to shut off his phone, like the recording would stop or something. And you're just, because he's out here and like out on some fucking beach. Where is he plugging his phone in? Does he just have like a portable battery? I don't know what he's doing, but it seems like he's in the same, it's like the same time of day too. And the other one was part 1. This is part 4. He apparently needed to like stop and completely restart. Okay, all right, cool.
but yeah, I mean, don't nobody have the right to...
Yeah, you know, people used to call Jack from Red Letter Media AIDS Moby, but I do think this is a better... I think we can start calling this guy AIDS Moby. That's a better... Sex offender AIDS Moby, yeah.
You know, when you realize jobs are for losers, houses and vehicles are liabilities, the education system is a scam, and it was deliberately designed that way. They don't teach you about relationships. They don't teach you critical thinking knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
They don't teach you how to build wealth. You know, none of that shit. So they create all these problems. And then once people
And then they just leave you broke and homeless and a pedophile. And what are you going to do then?
commit crimes, because Gandhi will tell you,
Oh, Gandhi.
I discovered in this book called The Bhagavad Gita, selfishness causes violence in institutions. Okay. The government, the Roths...
This homeless sex offender is right, yeah. I just imagine the guy like living in a penthouse, you know, he's fucking supermodels on the regular. He's just like, wait a second. No, this guy's got a point, actually. I should go rough it on the lamb. Go to the rainbow gathering and check out some sexy kids.
Charles, they could eradicate homelessness and hunger around the entire world. And then there would not be anybody in I don't care because anytime what happens in any institution, if somebody gets into a fight or anything like that, they get put in timeout for however long that it is. And then once they're done cooling off in timeout and serving their punishment, then they go right back into the regular part of the institution. Now
they do the fuck games and then they go back into it. That's a good pog here.
Oh, what if you gave everybody their own plot of land? If somebody misbehaved, you could put them in timeout in a different part of the area till they serve their time cooling off, their punishment, whatever.
Postman just says, yeah, well, Gandhi's dead, so he ain't that smart.
Everybody around there.
Somebody also pointed out, I think, you know, I'm racist, so I wasn't sure if it was Gandhi or Muhammad. But I think it's both of them that like the little girls too. I'm not sure about that. I feel like it's less talked about if that's true of Gandhi, than it is. People talk about that a lot with Muhammad. I know it's entirely different cultures and faiths and everything, but, you know, they're like almost the same skin color, so it's fine.
World, I don't care what crime they committed, it should be released from every single last institution in the world, in the entire world. When you look at all these puzzle pieces, all this puzzle, and how messed up society is, and you realize it was deliberately designed that way, the government, as you could tell by the painting, I'm painting here, by the
he's painting. He's just let him. It's like his version of let him cook. Let him paint. He's painting.
Sure, I'm painting here.
He's painting.
You can tell that the government and doctors and lawyers are the most heavily taxed wage earning slaves too, and judges used to be lawyers.
And says he talks like XQC. That's being very generous to one of them. I'm not really sure who.
And I remember that lawyer say, "Oh, we got the judgment passed where we're gonna remove this guy's balls." Motherfucker, you don't know shit about anything. All you are is the highest taxed wage earning slave on fucking planet Earth.
Okay, when do we get to the? Let's get to the juicy meat of the video here.
You know what I'm saying? And so he was talking about that. He met Mexican girls from Mexico that he
Here we go. We're back into it now.
met in Minneapolis, Minnesota when he was there. And then later when I was on probation in Montana after that, in East Helena at that adult foster care home, it was the father and the mother that were married. I lived with him in the same house. I was paying rent to stay there, and they had their 2 daughters. It was.
How does this keep happening? Who's letting this guy live with them? What the fuck? Why does this keep happening? This is very strange to me because, like, I mean, okay, you wouldn't allow. Oh, I can't think of a lot of adult parent people that would. Or even not parents, just like, who is gonna allow a grown adult to live in their house with them that they don't know, that's like a homeless guy who's clearly a little fucking weird? Like, I'm sorry, it's you know, give money to the fucking charities or whatever, but I don't want to share my house with someone who's like fucking off the street or something. I mean, he says he's paying rent though, so like, I mean, maybe, you know, he probably wasn't always homeless, but that's neither here nor there, really. When you meet your new potential roommate and he's like a weird dude shuffling around with like scabs on his face, like, yeah, you probably would not necessarily want to be housing that with your family. But this guy seems to get in a lot of scenarios where that happens. People must be desperate for like money or something. I don't understand
Either
this.
the 2 girls were their daughters, or some other relatives' daughters, but they would like stay at the house. Intermittently, you know what I'm saying?
Apparently, Mama Max did this, basically. Like, someone in chat is like, Mama Max lived with someone's family for a year and then called... Oh, yeah, it was that, other YouTuber guy. Yeah, the one who he decided was a pedophile or something. That's, yeah, I forget the channel, but, yeah, that does sound familiar, yes. Night
But
Dogs.
they would try to flirt with me and seduce me themselves.
We got more flirtatious, seductive children here.
But it was particularly the little bit older, a little bit taller, had a little bit more weight on her. She put her hands on me. I was doing just like it. Yeah. It thoroughly hits me just now. I was sitting on the chair watching that TV screen, and to the left, also to the left, there was that couch, and that older girl that's a little bit taller than the other one, has a little bit more weight. She puts her hands on me, and she's all like,
he learned words that he never knew before.
putting both her hands on my left arm, trying to get my attention. And she was like, hey Cody. And
Cody, huh?
she asked me something about her lunchbox or something.
I didn't think it was Monarch Rain Man, but that Cody, huh?
Yeah, because it was kind of odd, because before that, the day before that, when I went to a mental health meeting appointment, as I had to do periodically for the conditions of my probation.
Yeah, probation. He's also been in jail, so... I mean, there's any number of reasons why he may have been in jail. We can't assume it's for anything he's been discussing here.
And they have a very hypersensitive...
So you're a family. You're a parent with children. And you hear that there's this guy who's like he's like scratching his face. He looks like Oatmeal Joey. And he's like fresh out of fucking prison. He's like talking to himself. I mean, we don't know that he is necessarily, but like you have to there has to have been some signs. This guy clearly, he looks a little bit like a normal guy, you know? Like, if you passed him on the street, I don't think you'd necessarily know. I don't know how he walks or anything, but, like, just, like, looking at him, you wouldn't necessarily know. But if you talk to him, if you had to interview this guy about, like, getting a fucking position living in your house, I think you would recognize that this man just out of prison, maybe he's not gonna have, like, a Taiga Saijima moment where he falls on top of your daughter and then respectfully decides to walk away and not be a pedophile. He's not going to have that moment happen, probably. So you just be careful, I guess. I don't know.
Hypersensitivity to people, like older men above 18 trying to fuck girls below 18.
What's that?
Hypersensitivity to, and they have a very hypersensitive.
Oh, the parents of these children they're oversensitive about that.
Hypersensitivity to people, like older men above 18 trying to fuck girls below 18. Cause that's what that block is. You know what I'm saying? Out of all my traveling that I've done, anyone that treats you like you're poor, it's because they usually have a circle of friends and family that are poor, and that's the only block that they know. Same way if you meet someone that's rich. Same way if you...
Did he just confess? Was that a confession?
That's what that block is, you know.
Where was the confession necessarily? I mean, this is pretty close, you know. He's telling us that the little girl touched him and wanted it.
Before that, the day before that, when I went to a mental health meeting appointment, as I had to do periodically for the conditions of my probation, and they have a very hypersensitivity to people, like older men above 18, trying to fuck girls below 18.
Okay, well, yeah, if you phrase it that way, like his probation people, you know, not happy with him. The phrasing, older men trying to fuck girls, trying to. So he's engaged in the practice of attempting sex with children, then, at the very least. That's the way he phrases it. So yeah, that could be considered a confession. That sounds about right.
Because that's what that block is. You know what I'm saying? Out of all my traveling that I've done, anyone that treats you like you're poor, it's because they usually have a circle of friends and family that are poor, and that's the only block that they know. Same way if you meet somebody that's rich. Same way if you go to an area filled with cheating ass fucking playboy whores. If you go to a place,
Those cheating ass whores, you know, they don't know the real meaning of what this title says. I want to know where Titanic gets involved.
You instinctively
He's
feel the
mentioned
need
Bambi.
to educate somebody on the subject of respect. That means that you're in a block filled with people that are usually not respectable. Okay, if you go to Southern California, in LA, only Coolio could have thought to sing the song Gangster's Paradise, which goes, I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. You be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You get treated the most like a punk.
I wonder, you know, if I do another like rap thing, I can sample that and just have that be in like the beat or something. Him doing the lyrics, like stuttering his way through the lyrics to Gangster's Paradise. Just have it in the background.
And in LA than anywhere I've ever fucking been. And
You
I've
know,
been to
that's
numerous
unheard
places
of.
before that time. I've been traveling for like 20 years. When I finally got to LA. Finally had the confidence to go to LA. And then when I go to Montana, it's
I
like,
don't know why he's comparing himself to Coolio. Has he made a Pedo's Paradise song? I don't think so.
so many people, don't matter if you're locked up or not, has a hypersensitivity to somebody wanting to fucking
Little kids who want it bad, live in it. No, you know, I don't know.
under 18-year-old girl. You know what I'm saying? And so one time at this appointment, this mental health appointment, because someone got brought up that I might be into child marriage or something.
Oh boy. Yeah, we'll slow it down. We gotta hear him out on this one. We gotta agree. Listen, I like to listen to all arguments presented before me, okay? So we gotta hear him out, okay? Free speech.
That I might be into
Chomo
child
Paradise.
marriage or something. And I was talking to this psychiatrist, and I was like, man, those girls that I live at their parents' house or their relatives' house, I don't even pay attention to them. And then it was the following day.
So you have people that you are seeing for like mental health care that you are telling actively that you're living with little children while you are sexually attracted to children and want to marry children. And what, are they just not doing anything? I thought there was a thing with therapists where if you like admit murder to them or something that they're supposed to turn you in. He's really getting away with that? Wow, there's some fucking flaws in the system, ladies and gentlemen.
They try to get my attention, and they were conveying to me.
Yeah. I'm not sure where you also picked up on it, chat member, but there was a time earlier on where he was like, I was just sitting watching TV, and I also was just thinking about sitting wanting to fuck kids. Just sitting on the dock of the bay, but it's like pedophiles, yeah.
We're gonna get your attention now. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, the introvert and the extroverted intuitive feeler perceivers, they love to have others take control. I believe, don't quote me on this one, that they do develop their intuition in the first stage of their life. And now I do want to bring up this point that when I was interacting with that girl that was half Idaho, half Oregon girl,
He really does think that. I mean, a lot of the time when I say things and we're watching a video, I'm not like totally certain if I heard whatever I was listening to correctly, and it's like, did he really say like she's mixed Idaho and Oregon? Apparently, yes. It is ethno states, literally. It is his belief system, I guess.
I'm pretty sure her mom caught on to the fact that her daughter was trying to seduce me, and
Oh boy, no, you're right. That's a good point. Hang on. Hang on. You know what? You know what? You know what? I got a great idea. I got a great idea. Hang on. Gotta do the MIDI version for, you gotta do the MIDI version for copyright, but that's fine. Come on now. Come on now. Is it doing the thing? It's not doing the thing. Here we go. Oh, this is gonna be it. There you go. There you go. Perfect.
I was starting to warm up to her right back. Now when I interacted with that one uncle's niece in that college town in Kansas before the Ramble Gathering, when I was flirting with that girl who was trying to seduce me first, the uncle says to me,
Stops running down his
you better
nose.
stop hitting on my niece.
Uh-oh.
And I didn't even respond to him. Now when I'm at the Ramble Gathering and I realized that this girl is trying to seduce me, and 10-4, we got a young girl on our radar. 10-4, here we go, zoom in, here we go. You know what I'm saying? And so I know the mother was well aware of the situation, but I'm pretty sure she was not a drug dealer like that one dude, because I don't think I mentioned this.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I think I did mention this. He was a marijuana dealer. It's
so it's
usually
okay then.
a small-time marijuana dealer that will test somebody in a healthy way regarding children, but
Test
major
them?
marijuana dealers, hardcore drug dealers, especially those meth dealers, love to unjustly use children under full abuse.
Is he talking about like drug dealers baiting him with pedophilia or something?
And try to play I got you games with somebody
I got you games.
when they don't necessarily have nothing on them at all. They're just trying to draw attention away from their meth lab that can get them locked up for like 20 years. But I remember that her mom I remember that mom of that girl that was part Idaho, part Oregon girl.
Right.
In Oregon, they have the highest percentage rates of what they call sex offenders. In Idaho, they have the highest percentage rates of child marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the mother, all of a sudden,
It's not Ethan is online, chat member. Don't be rude.
calls her
How
daughter.
dare you?
I can't remember.
He's
her
way
name.
too thin to be
She
Ethan is
says-
online.
She says to her daughter, "Hey, so and so, time to go back to whatever it was, Idaho, or Oregon. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember which, but
So for those who are just joining us, this is a man who believes that you can be mixed based on your state ethnicity. Like, you can be mixed Idaho, Oregon. You can, also, the 12-year-old really wanted it. And, also, he keeps living with children for some reason in families' houses. So, welcome. Oh, and he's, like, homeless and crazy, obviously. You know, if anybody's ever thought it was hard to get, like, a place to rent, clearly you're not as good at it as this guy, because he manages to get... I mean, he is scurrying his way into holes that he should not be able to fit in, and I really wish I had picked a different way of saying that, but you get what I mean.
But she was not rude at all, okay? And like I said before, you usually treat others like the only block that you've ever known. You usually see the world coming from the block that you've only ever known, okay?
Right.
So, and the father, or the uncle of that niece that I met in that college town in Kansas, he was a playboy. He openly bragged about him, how he was a fucking playboy. So he thought that I must have wanted to be a playboy with his niece, which was not the case at all.
Did he?
Which was
Did
not
he
the
think
case
that?
by any stretch of the imagination.
Are you sure that he thought that?
Now with that mother of that girl, the girl who was half Idaho, half Oregon girl, I could see why she had a more
Why does he keep bringing up this girl? As if... Like, he must have known... How does he know, like, where she's from or whatever? Like, first of all, half Idaho, half Oregon. Does that mean her dad is from Idaho and her mom's from Oregon or something? Or some other insane thing? Did he just make this up in his head and decide that she was half Idaho, half Oregon? Or was he in some way talking to her or the family and knew this information? I don't know. But it's he keeps specifically mentioning that.
Pleasant perspective and demeanor about her, because like I said, in Idaho they have the highest percentage rates of child marriage, and that's not using no girl. That's not using no girl at all. Okay.
Okay, anyways, the video's over now. It's over now. That's it. Hang on. Thank you, Aqualung, my friend. Thank you. All right, well that's Monarch Rain Man. He's a real soul. Maybe, you know, maybe archive the videos if you're so inclined. Seems to be a strange individual. He's a gang stalk believer. He has a lot of videos about being you know, his spiritual awakening. Wow, okay, I was not expecting this. This is a really funny video title. I'm sorry. I don't think we're gonna watch this, but, I mean, catching those stalkers is as fun as playing FF12 for PS2. Now, I don't know if I can tell, I can't tell if that's, like, a negative or positive statement, like, at least it's better than playing Final Fantasy 12. Or maybe he likes FF12. You know, that game's it's a pretty good game. Gets a little boring toward the end, but that's just an unexpected title. I was not, you know, if he went with 13, I would know more what to think, but interesting title. Oh, sorry, the Sangi was in the way. That's unfortunate. That really ruined it. See, this is a problem. I raised the Sangi, and then the Sangi's just there, and yeah, catching those stalkers is as fun as playing FF12 for PS2. I did not prepare for that one. That was unfortunate, but it's okay. So we're moving along, and I think it's time now that we get to the video about the zoophiles. This is a channel called Taboo Science, and the like ratio has had a little bit of a war, because zoophilia and the hidden community that's into animals, it's now at 104 likes, 100 dislikes. And when I last saw it, the like ratio was 50, I think it was like 86 or something. It was a 50-50 ratio, but now it's slightly more positive than it is negative. Apparently this video has Toggle the Rat as a cool guest star. And this channel talks about cuckoldry and stuff, so that's cool.
Taboo Science.
Sexual contact between humans and animals is as old as time, but our attitudes about it are constantly changing. You can see...
Not really. I feel like it's pretty much always been viewed as a thing. Like, I don't know, I feel like it's generally been viewed as a thing that's, like, looked down upon. There's been more accepted in the past, maybe, but even still, you'd be like the village sheep fucker or whatever. Like, it would be... you wouldn't be, like, ostracized from society, but, like, you would be the town weirdo, you know? Like, I don't think it was ever, like, a cool thing that was in vogue to fuck your dog, you know?
See it in the history of bestiality laws. While not all civilizations have had laws against sex with an animal, I mean, ancient Greece seemed to be just fine with it, the earliest recorded bestiality laws are old.
Well, like, just fine with it might mean, you know, not putting you in jail for it. You know? And no, you know, we don't necessarily jail people for it now, depending on where you live. But Like, people will not look kindly upon that by and large in society. And I don't believe it would have been that different in old Greek times. I feel like you still would have been the weirdo. You know, this is acting as if it was like 100 years ago, everybody was fucking goats. I don't know about that.
From the Hittites, starting in 1650 BC.
Yeah, where's your...
They said that if a man
Where's your, like, citations? Where's your sources?
had sex with a pig or a dog, the man would be put to death. But if the pig is the one who initiated, it's fine. Those early
The pig really wanted it, though.
societies seem to base their bestiality laws on cleanliness.
Sorry, I'm eating a Kit Kat.
Even the Torah says that
I like the bass line in the background. That's pretty funky.
sex with an animal defiles the human. That belief continued into Christian religions, which continued into Christian societies, which would often put both the animal and the human to death for acts of bestiality. In 16, Torah says that sex with an animal defiles
Hang on.
death. But if the pig is the one who initiated, it's fine.
Me when thinking about pig fucking.
Those early societies seem to base their bestiality laws on cleanliness. Even the Torah says that sex with an animal defiles the human. That belief continued into Christian religions, which continued into Christian societies, which would often put both the animal and the human to death for acts
Yeah, sounds like we pretty much always thought it was bad there, lady.
of bestiality.
Yeah, furthest back in recorded history we could go. Seems like they were chopping people's fucking heads off for touching pigs and stuff, you know. But it should be fine now. We should do it now.
1642 in Plymouth Colony, a 16-year-old boy was convicted of buggery with a mare, 2 goats, 5 sheep, 2 calves, and a turkey. And the animals were killed in front of him before the boy was hanged. Many of our current bestiality laws still echo these beliefs.
Well, victim blaming much?
That sex with an animal degrades a person. Here in North Carolina, where I'm based, the law still calls bestiality a crime against nature.
No, I wouldn't say it degrades a person as such. I'd say it's more... It shows that you're, you know, not a very good person, probably. I don't know.
But I'm willing to bet that you, listening right now, don't really object to sex with an animal because you think it's bad for the human. If you object, it's probably because you think it's bad for the animal.
Well, it can probably also be a cleanliness issue, but yeah, generally I think most people come down on feel bad for the animal kind of deal.
And that's a shift that only started in the last 150 years or so. And even more recently, in the last few decades, the law has started to reflect a belief, without much evidence, that not only is bestiality bad for animals, but those who do it are one step away from committing sexual violence against their fellow humans.
Without much evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I don't know who this lady is, what her, like, credentials are. I don't know if she's a real scientist, if she's, like, a PhD or whatever. I don't really care. But, I mean, I've been streaming for a few years. And I've seen enough people who are zoophiles who are also into other insane shit, you know? I don't know. You know, it's the classic people kill animals and then become serial killers. I don't know, people might fuck animals and then become something else too. I don't know.
Suffice it to say, society has never been super comfortable with human-animal sex. But the reasons for that aren't as firm as you might think. But whatever the reasons for outlawing bestiality, it's clear that there have always been people having sex with animals. Not just the curious farmhand or lonely shepherd seizing on an opportunity. In fact, there are people who have a deep, usually lifelong attraction to non-human animals, and often form romantic relationships with them. It's called zoophilia, and it's really an orientation.
Oh boy. Well, we're 2 minutes and 50 seconds in, people. Zoophilia is an orientation. I don't know if they, I think they need to really stop trying to do this. You know, they need to really stop. I don't know what like agenda this woman's trying to push, but you know, this is probably not going to help whatever. I don't know, whatever she believes in. Yeah, it's an orientation, everybody. Let's party. It's gonna be great.
And
Pride
today,
Month.
we're going to explore...
Hashtag Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everybody. You know what? Should I put a hashtag Pride Month in the stream? Hang on. Let me just, here we go. Hashtag Pride. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Or how
Perfect.
common it is, the idea of animal consent, and what life is like with an attraction this taboo. I'm Ashley Hamer, and this is Taboo Science,
LGBTQZ. That's right.
the podcast that answers the questions
Well, you
you're
forgot the P in there, or M, or whatever they're going by now.
not allowed to ask.
Questions they're not allowed to ask. You know, she's got science in her name, so much like spirit science, I assume that whatever she's going to tell us is going to be, you know, accurate information that we can trust. Very skibbity little bass line. I do like their music here.
So I
porn
started this
music?
episode
I
talking
guess
about
it is
how
porn
long
music.
people have had sex with animals, an act called bestiality. But the first thing you need to know is that zoophilia and bestiality are different things.
So zoophilia refers
Another white woman, chat.
specifically to the attraction to non-human animals.
She's got the problem glasses too. You can see this coming from a mile away. The only thing she needs is to dye her hair a wacky color. She kind of looks like Brianna Wu.
So it literally translates
If she
to a
wasn't a
love
corpse.
of animals. That's about the attraction, those feelings, what people like. Bestiality describes an act. So that is the act of receiving sexual gratification from animals. Sometimes they overlap, and people who are zoophilic or who are in the zoophile community will commit acts of bestiality, but they're not always the same thing. So somebody might commit an act of bestiality and not be a zoophile at all.
That is Dr. Alex.
It really does look like a dorm room. Is she a doctor at a school or something? She's because it looks like she's in like a dorm room or something. This is a very tiny little office. Whatever studies she's doing, they shove her away next to the boiler room. They don't want her there.
Somebody might commit an act of bestiality and not be a zoophile at all.
That is Dr. Alexandra Zeidenberg.
I am an assistant professor currently.
Well, I mean, like, okay, it's not crazy to think, yeah, what she's saying is pretty accurate. Bestiality is like, whatever, it was the 1800s, you were lonely and none of the ladies were showing off their ankles that day, so you go and fuck a pig, you know. And zoophilia is more the specific attraction to animals. You know, yeah, that's accurate. It's fine.
At the Royal Military College, but I will be starting at the School of Criminology at the University of Montreal in a couple weeks.
Oh, Canadian too. Canadian white woman.
My main area of research is in psychology and specifically looking at human sexuality and
White woman, white woman, white woman sitting here. White woman, white woman, white woman here.
bit of forensic psychology and kind of where they overlap. And within that domain, I do quite a bit of research on paraphilias.
Dr. Zeidenberg did her doctoral dissertation on zoophilia, but it wasn't her original plan. Her dissertation was originally focused on sexual offending, but when her PhD supervisor passed away, she was forced to promote a couple of side projects to her main project.
The first was looking at what veterinarians know about animal sexual abuse, and the other was a broader project that looked at zoophilia. They were never meant to go together in the
White woman walking down the street, white woman sucking off a dog in heat. There you go. Yeah,
same
that's it.
document
There you go.
because they are quite different. They really discuss different constructs. They use different language. There were different
Well, she apparently recognizes it as paraphilia, but it's an orientation though.
populations. But after the passing of my supervisor, they kind of got mashed together into something that made sense for me to finish my degree and get the PhD after my name and all of that.
But the spark for her interest in
Why are we talking to this lady? How much does she? Okay.
zoophilia as a research topic came when she was studying what veterinarians know about animal sexual abuse.
So this is supposed to be like the woman who's the authority on this, I guess. Like this is the doctor that she reached out to who is going to explain why something orientation, I guess. And that's gonna ease us in for when later in the video Toggle shows up.
And she kept running into different terms for people who were attracted to animals. Every paper on the topic used different terminology and different definitions.
It's her compromised source, allegedly.
Which makes it hard to look at zoophilia as a coherent body of research.
What I also saw was a lot of the time when people are looking at sexual attraction to animals, it would kind of be like a yes or no checkbox. Are you attracted to animals? And that's fine. You can do some statistics with that. You can get some information. But as I read more and more, it seemed that sexual attraction to animals was just as varied as sexual attraction to humans. So a yes or no checkbox wouldn't really work for human beings because our sexuality is just a lot more complex than that. And whether or not somebody is attracted to humans or animals, it's pretty much the same. So we wanted to create something that would capture that complexity. And that could...
Well, I mean, even if it could be more broadly described as an orientation, that doesn't make it valid, though.
be used to better understand the community and the people within it.
Like, because there's people who are, like, opportunistic, like, sex offenders who are like, I'm just really horny and crazy. Oh, I'm gonna fuck your kids. Ah! You know, but then there's the people who are specifically, like those ones on that website. Which, by the way, Library Dork has that video. Go check out the video if you missed the Rad Queer Pedo Hell site. It's been re-uploaded, and I recommend other people re-upload it too. If they, I mean, you know, if they're so inclined to hate pedophiles anyway. I mean, that might be, you know, it might be helpful. But yeah, no, like the people on that website, you know, those people were so. They were convinced that what they were going through wasn't, you know, in most cases anyway, was not just like a passing attraction, but was like, oh, I love them, I love children. So yeah, I guess you could argue that it's an orientation, maybe, by some like by whatever definition, you know, that goes by, where it's not just like a happenstance attraction, like one fetish among many. But it's more of like a, you know, it is like your whole thing is dedicated to children or animals. That doesn't make it more like, I mean, like, I guess you can recategorize it as that if you want, if we update the terminology, but then that is leading toward the slippery slope of, you know, certain alphabet people, you know, in the people from that website. Basically, that website is like it's like Ganon's fucking like sealed crypt or whatever. Like once the seal is broken and all the pedophiles break loose and they just, you know, it's gonna be a dark day. So right now they're just in there cursing the sages.
She and her team began writing their own survey questions. They used research from other papers and feedback from other experts in human sexuality and forensic psychology to get the questions exactly right. And then they sent the survey to the admins of a large online community of zoophiles in hopes that they'd distribute it to the members of that community. And they got some notes.
They came back with a lot of comments and a lot of wording changes and things that...
See, but this is the thing where it's like, I mean, there's like an ethical element here. It's like, are you, like, are you, like, you're ethically, morally, whatever, you're okay with like dealing with these people in the name of, I guess, in the name of science or whatever, trying to classify them or something. But it's just like, I'm gonna go shoot the Zoophile Forum a friendly email with my, with my survey. I mean, I guess somebody has to get the data, but it's like, man, why would you even want to talk to these fucking people? I don't know. It's I guess bravo to whoever's willing to go out there and do that, but I don't know, it raises some questions.
Could be added, which is a little bit
it's
overwhelming
interesting enough
because
research.
it's quite difficult to work through some of those kind of research psychometric questions with people who are non-experts, but it was so valuable.
So let me go over this again. So there's one way that I could see this making sense.
Added, which is a little bit overwhelming because it's quite difficult to work through some of those kind of research psychometric questions with people who are non-experts, but it was
These stupid zoophiles don't understand the question.
so valuable because neither me or my co-author, Mark Olver, have a sexual attraction to animals. So we didn't really know what to...
She seemed a little bit, I don't know, if you ask me, she seemed a little bit nervous when she said that. She like gulped.
Valuable because neither me or my co-author, Mark Olver,
She's got like her voice got real shaky.
have
there.
a sexual attraction to animals. So
I don't know.
we didn't really
What?
know what to ask or the language that would resonate best with the community.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess it makes sense to. I guess it makes sense to talk to them and get their perspective on like how they feel or whatever. That doesn't. Yeah, it's interesting enough research, I guess. It's just that there's. I don't know. It's pretty radical stuff.
So getting that feedback was really, really invaluable. It was fantastic and it made for a much better survey.
So once they had their feedback and tweaked the survey accordingly, they sent it out among the community and got a ton of responses. Dr. Zeidenberg credits that to the changes they were able to make, since the questions made sense to the people they were asking. Came up with 4 subscales. Instead of one binary yes-no checkbox to see if someone was attracted to animals, they found that every member of the community lands on a 4-dimensional spectrum. Those dimensions include zoophilia.
That talks about a general love for animals, a sexual attraction to animals.
Opportunism.
So those are people who are not necessarily attracted to animals.
Well, that wouldn't be zoophilia in the spectrum or in the sexuality or whatever the fuck you're trying to redefine it as, then. That would just be somebody that's committing bestiality that isn't necessary. They shouldn't even be on that 4-sided spectrum. Zoophilia is a spectrum, everybody.
But if the opportunity to have sex with an animal was presented, they would take it.
Zoonecrophilia and zoosadism.
So those are people who derive pleasure from animals in pain or having sexual contact with a dead animal.
And then the furry...
And this is being spoken about almost as if it's just fine, you know? I think that's the problem, is like we're getting into, okay, so it's one thing when they try to phrase it in this like, oh, but I love my dog. But when you are having to also categorize the group of people who want to torture animals to death and fuck the corpses, like, I mean, I guess, yeah, like necrophilia is also kind of a, whatever, you know, paraphilia, possibly a, there's some people, it's probably a, you know, an orientation for some. I mean, I guess, I don't know. This is just some interesting research, and in this video with this like fucking skank base that's happening.
Sex subscale, which looks at a person's sexual interest in anthropomorphized animals, fursuits, and a desire for their human partners to act like an animal.
Furries?
There's some overlap.
Are you telling me furries are part of the zoophile spectrum, though? Hang on. This is really funny.
Sexual contact with a dead animal.
And then the furry sex subscale, which looks at a person's sexual interest in anthropomorphized animals, fursuits, and a desire for their human partners to act like an animal.
So, in other words, zoophiles by this metric are close to furries. That's great. I mean, maybe I can get behind that. That's some research I don't mind getting behind.
There's some overlap between all four of those scales, but the
Furries
important
are
thing
on
to
the
know
scale.
is that everyone's different. The same people don't fall into each of the same groups.
No, fuck off, chat members. You heard the lady. She's the expert, okay? You must be the hexpert, Mark. She's the hexpert. So you heard her. She says that you got furries are zoophiles. That's what she said. That's what she said.
And while concepts like zoo sadism do sound pretty shocking, the vast majority of zoophiles hardly register on that scale. They love and care for animals and would never want to see them in pain.
Oh boy. Oh boy. How much of this video is going to be running interference for zoophiles at this point?
But even zoophilia specifically is on a spectrum.
Somebody can fall anywhere on a spectrum from not zoosexual.
Zoosexuality is often used interchangeably with zoophilia, though some people consider it different from being zooromantic, romantically but not sexually attracted to animals. But for our purposes, consider it the same as zoophilia. I should also mention here that zoophiles often refer to themselves as zoos, and you'll hear that term a lot in this episode.
So on that line, somebody can be
I don't know if this is Toggle or if this is another cool zoo, but you can definitely tell it's a zoophile.
zoo.
Nobody who talks like this who doesn't have weird, insane fetishes.
Or they can be exclusively zoosexual at
fetishes or sexualities or whatever the fuck we're calling them.
the other end. Most people fall somewhere in the middle.
That is Aqua, one of the hosts of Zooier Than Thou, a podcast for zoophiles.
Oh, it's a different host of that podcast. Cool.
They work alongside their co-host Toggle, who I also spoke to for this episode.
I would suggest
There he
that
is.
I am an aromantic zoophile, and I am interested in both animals and humans. I do have specific animals that I'm most attracted to. Male dogs, both male and female horses, and boars, like male
There he is! There's AIDS rat!
pigs. Those are the ones I'm interested in
He's into
the most.
boars.
Oh, I also like kangaroos. I think they're pretty great.
I think I fall somewhere in the middle. I
What is this, a crossover episode?
am still interested in human relationships, and I still pursue them. One does not replace the other.
Wow,
I
chat's going so fast that no one knows that one guy is gay.
need both. They satisfy different needs, and I've learned in the past that if you ignore one side or the other for too long, then that causes problems. As far as the kinds of animals that I'm interested in, pretty standard issue. Dogs, horses, I tend to lean male. I have some others that are less practical. I really like cetaceans of all kinds, so that's dolphins, killer whales.
Oh boy.
Toggle and Aqua are in good company.
Yeah, they're talking to you, so it seems like they,
Research suggests that dogs and horses are the most popular animals when zoophiles are surveyed.
Oh, you mean that. Oh.
I also spoke to Steve. That's Steve with 9 E's.
I bet these people really enjoy talking to every white woman they meet.
Another contributor to Zooier Than Thou, and a member of the zoophile community since the mid-90s. Dogs also top his list. I asked him what appeals to him about non-human animals.
Where's Vosh? Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder why horses. Didn't Mr. Hands teach these people anything?
They have a lot going for them. So there's a simple truth to animals where everything is right on the surface, and if we were describing human behavior, we might call it earnestness, where they're just really forthright about their motives, and there's no effort at deception.
You don't like the anime villain chuckle?
Right, everything is right up front.
How a dog behaves is part of...
This is, I get what she's going for, right, on the YouTube channel. It's called Taboo Science. She wants to talk about things that are taboo, understandably. It's just that, You know, these things are taboo because the vast majority of people that are alive now think that they are abusive and hurtful, and maybe they're not necessarily right about that, but it just seems like this was not, at the very least, I would say this video is not handled tactfully with this kind of like very lighthearted tone. I mean, you don't have to, you know, do the whole thing in grayscale with sad, spooky, haunting piano, but like, I don't know, this is a little too like, you know, fun times at the beach. It's this fun, this like comedy show music, fun skibbity bass lines, and like this lady's like chuckling and everything. I don't know. It's basically like if they did this and the video was like, rapists, what's really going on? You know? And it was just like, there was like a clown in the corner juggling. Like, I don't know. It's just, the tone is a bit off.
What makes them attractive?
They want to accept it. Yeah, that's the vibe.
In particular for me is
like, you know, the joke about hashtag Pride Month or whatever, but it's like, yeah, that's that's kind of the vibe of the video, is it's not something to be, you know, looked at. The tone to look at it in apparently is like lighthearted and just kind of, oh, it's just something to be accepted. It's an orientation, bro. You know, even though since the beginning of recorded history, people have been getting fucking killed for this, and like, you know, everyone still finds it really disgusting, and yeah, no, but it's an orientation, bro.
Very important. It's kind of like a, you know, what do you like in a guy? I like confidence.
Maybe the way to think about this is if somebody
A nice confident dog
is not a zoo, they're out in the world and they see another person that is really attractive to them for some reason, their appearances, their personality, and they go, oh yes, okay, I want to get to know this person much better. Now replace them with an animal. It's that simple. It doesn't really make sense to me either. I stopped trying to make sense of it and started trying to just work with it.
This is like this trip-hop background with like some fucking scratches and e-pianos and stuff. Why is this so like funky and groovy? I don't get why this is like half of the soundtrack for the Herbs on Game Boy Advance.
In studies of LGBTQ people and other sexual minorities, most discover their attractions a few years before puberty. That's about the time kids hit adrenarche, which is the body's first shot of hormones as
Oh, is that the thing that all those Democrats are after?
puberty approaches. But there are many LGBTQ people who knew it about themselves even earlier. And the same is true of zoophiles. Many realize that they have these feelings for animals around 8, 9, 10 years old, but some as young as 5 or 6. That's when Steve and Aqua discovered it.
I'd say going back as far as when I was 5 years old, I could tell right away I was emotionally interested in.
Yeah, I'm sure they've been fucked up their whole lives. You know, this is not really surprising information to me.
And animals, and then romantically, and then, you know, as your body develops and you become sexually active, then that was a natural progression for me.
I was very young, like 5 or 6. One of my siblings was taking horseback riding lessons, so...
Yeah, it's like a Watch Mojo zoophile video. Exactly. Thank you for the $5. It's very unserious. It's profoundly unserious. You know what I realized? I was watching a video last night. It was one of the Red Letter Media ones from recently. They're like a year catch up. They referenced I think it was Ferris Bueller, when one of the characters is like imitating the principal, and that's the voice that In Praise of Shadows has. That's his actual speaking voice, apparently. Is that, yes, Wendigoon is a fascist, I say, yes. But yeah, this is like a Watch Mojo zoophile video. And they are, I mean, I don't know who is making this. I don't know who funds this. If this is just a lady on her free time. If this is some kind of a think tank. I don't know who's responsible for this video. But it does appear to be trying to push the, like, zoophilia is an orientation, LGBTQ zoo kind of deal. which frankly to me comes across as like, I can't believe this would be somebody who's really on that side. This would have to be like some sort of counter psyop or something. The idea of, but no, that's way overthinking it. I mean, this is probably what it looks like, if anything. It's probably just trying to be neutral to some extent. I don't know. I don't know the rest of this woman's channel, so like maybe she's not even the person who runs the channel. She might just be like a spokesperson. I don't know what's going on here.
I, of course, was along for the ride, even if I didn't really want to be there. And, you know, there were other horses around.
Apparently comments are being removed.
There were stables, and
see.
there wasn't really all that much supervision, but you also couldn't really get into too much trouble. So that's what I basically did for an hour and a half, was just wander around and look at horses.
Oh boy.
And, you know, eventually I saw something that I really liked, and that stuck with me for a long time.
So that's what happened to Adam from YMS.
It wasn't scary. It didn't feel wrong. It just felt private. And it was something that I was pretty comfortable keeping to myself for many years.
For Toggle...
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, apparently apparently if you look into, like, queer theory, because that was what I was told to look into by the person who left the comment on the Rad Queer video, who totally wasn't Ezra, by the way. They were like, have you read into queer theory at all? Well, apparently if you look into queer theory, there's, like, people early on in, like, the fucking 80s and 90s that were trying to push boy love as part of, like a, you know, a pride parade thing. Like, it's all... So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is... I don't know. You know, this seems to go... People saying they're not welcome in the community. Well... Maybe they shouldn't be, but I don't know. It's seeming more and more like they are sometimes, doesn't it? I don't know.
The discovery happened a little later.
Something I really liked.
While
yeah.
I promised to avoid explicit descriptions in this episode,
yeah, what it was NAMBLA was allowed in pride parades until like 1995 or some shit. Apparently, like yeah, not good, not good.
Toggle's experience does involve sexual contact with an animal.
I think the discovery was very much intertwined with the discovery of me being a furry as well. I was drawing furries before I knew what a furry was, but as I got older, I became curious about the dog at my grandmother's house, who was very openly curious about me. And one day, I let him knock me over and go at it, and I said, wow, this is actually great. And
what do you assume is the intended emotion here? Like, I mean, are we all sort of irony poisoned or something? Like, if you're just a normie and you watch this, the like ratio is exactly down the middle, almost. It's slightly more positive now, in fact. Well, maybe not currently, but it was when I started the video. The like ratio was directly 50-50 almost. So, like, if you're a normie that just watches this, are you not going to be disgusted by this tale of being fucked by a dog? How old was he? He was, like, a kid or something? Like, he was at his grandma's house or some shit? Like, I don't know. Are you going to be sitting there drinking your morning coffee, just chilling, vibing to this, and thinking this is normal? I don't know. I just don't know. If that's something that people are... You know, I mean, and then that raises the uncomfortable question of like, oh, are we just not ready to have this conversation? Are we just not mature enough as a society to, you know, talk about this like adults? You know, and I think it's like, no, I mean, I think just people are generally pretty agreeing upon like what this is. You know, like there's not a lot of dissent there. I don't know. There's not... I feel like the average person, if they aren't aware of zoophilia and you presented them with this, I don't know that they would necessarily be on board with this. I feel like they would still kind of come away like, this shouldn't be an orientation. What is this? This feels weird. This is wrong and bad. Ew. And just not appreciate. I don't know. I'm wondering how much of the 50-50 like ratio is zoophiles, you know? But anyway.
And I started exploring that and trying to understand it. There would be points where it felt exactly right while I was experimenting with this very, very willing and very eager dog who always wanted to play around. And
Yeah, there is a less of an attraction to cats generally. I mean, it happens, but it's always usually dogs and like horses and shit. And like cats, that's not so much of a thing. But I do remember the guy on 4chan from like 15 years ago who like accidentally fucked his cat to death. And he was like 4channing about it all night on B, and everybody was like, haha, you're so fucked, dude. When your fucking parents find out, they're gonna be so pissed, man. Oh, guys, shut up, man! Oh! He was just trying to play Fortnite 3DS, and it all went horribly astray.
Remember, like, we would do it, and then afterwards I'd have this calm, like, this feels right. This feels like it's supposed to be this way. And then, like, 24 hours later, I would feel really guilty, because I was Christian, and somehow I didn't absorb that, like, gay was supposed to be wrong, but I did absorb that bestiality was wrong. So I had those kind of conflicting feelings. And so I started exploring online and trying to find an outlet that way.
Yeah, see, it is the internet that does this. Like, this is the unifying factor, is if this was 100 years ago, if this was 50 years ago, if this was 30 years ago, he wouldn't have had the ability to just go on the internet as easily. I mean, I guess 30 years ago, maybe, but even still, there wouldn't have been whole communities about it yet, probably. He wouldn't have had the ability to just go on the internet and find other wackos that are into this shit and, you know, support it and talk about tips and how to find animals and safely fuck them, quote unquote, and not get caught, and why it's acceptable, and videos like this making it seem acceptable. You didn't have this before the internet. I think that's why I don't like this video ultimately, is that it's just contributing to it, really. You know, it's contributing to this thing that, yeah, why do you think this is suddenly an issue and it wasn't before? Because there's a bunch of crazy people on the internet that are willing to talk to each other and give each other tips. You know, well, that was not an option in the fucking 1600s or something. You know, generally speaking, back then, if you had the one guy in the village who maybe really wanted to fuck goats, it's like, yeah, okay, he's wacky, but he's not gonna nobody's gonna follow him. Nobody's gonna go, yeah, I see what he's saying. He's got some good points, actually. Everybody was pretty much against that guy back then. But now there's just, you can, you know, what happens is it starts with those crazy people and then they circulate outward, and then it's like, you know, it's insidious. I don't know if this video, it's just adding to the conversation. I don't know about that.
I actually was looking for bestiality, but I found furry art instead, and suddenly that world opened up, and the two kind of were intertwined in that way. So that origin story for both kind of wraps up. And I was like 13 when I discovered the furry fandom, and also discovered that...
And the furries, too. That's the other... People want to... I don't know how you could pretend like the furry thing is not connected to this. It is, obviously. Come on now. Like, not every furry, maybe, but like, this was not a thing before people started fucking dressing up in fursuits and drawing fucking, you know, bara goats and whatever the fuck, you know. It was
I really like dogs.
We're not going to spend too long on the intersections.
That's a good soundbite there. Just, you know, hard cut to white woman.
Between the furry fandom and zoophilia, except to say that intersections do exist. Furry pornography may be designed for people who like cartoon animals, but it also appeals to people who like real animals. So those two groups are bound to cross paths. The furry community is sensitive about having zoophiles within their ring.
Yeah, they're real sensitive in general.
And being
in those fursuits all day, it winds up, you know, it gets your skin, it gets like irritated.
Furry absolutely does not make you a zoophile, but zoophile furries are out there. That brings me to my next question. How many zoophiles exist? What kinds of people have this attraction toward non-human animals, and how common is it? Here's Dr. Zeidenberg again.
So I would say it's...
Yeah, like, this is what it is, too. You get some wacko doctor who's like, yeah, there's always... there's always gonna there's doctors out there. There's Dr. James Tour, who's a real scientist supposedly, who is pushing like creationist shit in schools and just outright denying a bunch of science that, you know, goes against it, what, you know, the crazy shit he's teaching. And like, yeah, you get like there's no shortage of wacko scientists who believe wacko things, you know, and so you get that one person who's willing to sign off on being in a video like this, and that's your appeal to authority. It's like the thing with, oh, it's in a book, so it has to be real. Oh, there's a science lady here, it has to be real, she's got the problem glasses and everything, so I mean, come on. And then, you know, and then that's how it happens. It starts with somebody being sexually confused by Disney characters, by, like, you know, cartoon animals, as the one chat member said. And then it's, oh, furries. Oh, this and that. And, you know, people talk, oh, it's a slippery slope fallacy. Well, the problem is it's a fallacy in so much as, like it does happen. Like, there's a lot of slippery slopes that are real slippery. Like, that's a real thing. And this is the evidence of that. It goes from like 30 years ago, you got Lola Bunny, and now here we have this. And like, we didn't have any video like this that existed. There wasn't a VHS tape that was some guy sitting in a studio set, you know, that's made to look like a living room, and there's like a potted plant, and he's got a chair, and he's by the fireplace, and he's just like, "Hi, my name's Dan Slavigan, and I'm here to talk about zoophilia and why it's okay." Da 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 da. It's like VHS, you know, best of the worst core. There wasn't that. That probably didn't exist. And now it does. Now we have that. And, like, what do you think fucking changed in the last 30 years? I don't know. The internet? You know, a lot of fucking things, but namely the internet.
It's probably more people than you would expect. So some of those online forums have hundreds of thousands of people in them. And that is not necessarily everyone who is interested in those activities or sexually attracted to.
Hang on, hang on.
It's Dr. Zeidenberg again.
So I would say it's probably more people than you would expect. So some of those online forums have hundreds of thousands of people in them. And that is not necessarily everyone who is interested in those activities or sexually attracted to animals in general. So I would say it's probably a fairly good slice of the population. It's really hard to pin down prevalence. The literature, depending on where you're looking, says about 2 to 10% of the population. If we look at more atypical samples, like people who frequent sadomasochist clubs or people who are incarcerated, that rate can jump up to about 30%. But unfortunately, we don't have 30%
prevalence
studies.
30%?
If you want to see if they're
We've got more fucking zoophiles than there are false rape accusations, supposedly.
zoophiles around, just check to see if there are humans around. And wherever there are humans, there will be a certain number of zoophiles. And it's every walk of life. I know a lot of female zoos.
You're gonna have to walk down the street. The next time you're on a bus, chat, you know there's gonna be one zoophile on that bus. There's gonna be at least one. You know? The next time you walk on a bus and smell something weird, you know.
I know a lot of male zoos, I know trans zoos, and they're in every occupation and every economic bracket, from super wealthy people to the poorest people you've ever met in your life, men, women, young, old, differently abled, different ethnicities. So it's everywhere. It's a whole rainbow, and it seems like there's nothing in common that you could point to and say, like...
Some of them really believe this, too. I mean, it's so easy to look at this and be like, oh, obviously, 100% right-wing psyop. Who is ever going to believe this shit? This is, like, classic, like, I'm a trans lesbian zoophile and I want to fuck your dogs! But then that person does exist, and that's a literal person from the Rad Queer Pedo Hell Site video, which you can go watch on Library Dork's channel, by the way. I linked it on the community posts. Be sure to potentially re-upload on your own time as well. You know, make it circulate. You know, just put up hundreds of thousands of re-uploads of that video. That's what we need to counter this video alone. We need 100 re-uploads of the pedo rad queer video.
Well, okay, this person's more likely to be a zoo. The only thing that tells you
yeah,
is
there's not even 30% LGBT people. That's a fucking insane statistic. There might be 30% of the population. That's entirely ludicrous. That's ridiculous.
that they're a zoo is them telling you that they're a zoo. But it's just it's like people were picked at random.
You know who's not being asked here any questions is an actual animal. You find that interesting? You know, they weren't able to interview an animal to talk on this thing about, you know, fucking them. So that's a shame. You know, you'd figure they would have been invited to this this discussion, given that they're able to consent and everything. You'd think they'd be able to speak for themselves on the matter, but you know, I guess not. We have this guy pretending to be a pigeon, though.
By space aliens, and they just beamed them up with no concern for what group they might belong to, and said, "All right, these are all the zoos."
The research bears this out, and this makes
we need oh god, what was his name? Ap Gwilliam or whatever, the guy from 73 Yards, the Doctor Who episode. We need him to just blow up the fucking sun or something. We need to just launch all the nukes. Nuclear football inbound.
sense if you think of it as an orientation. You find LGBTQ people in every walk of life as well, since it's not a product of culture or upbringing, but seems to be something inherent to a person.
Bark, bark, bow wow, stop raping me. Woof. Yeah, that's the quote from the dog. We asked a real dog what he thought about this. He said, bow wow, ew.
I was born this way!
But there's still the elephant in the room. Is it wrong? That's not a question I'm going to answer on this.
Do any of them want to fuck elephants? If there was an elephant in the room with us right now, would you put your dick in it? One of the zoophiles would probably. They would probably try. You know, there's probably... No, I wonder if anyone's tried. I mean, someone has to have tried. I wonder if anyone has ever been Mr. Handsed by a fucking... By an elephant, you know? One way or another, not necessarily the same thing. Maybe they get fucked, impaled by a tusk, or they get trampled, you know? But like, you know, mid-zoophilia, and then it happens.
Episode. Spoiler alert. But we can address the reasons many people think it's wrong. At the top of that list, as Aqua and Toggle can tell you, is the idea that animals can't consent to sex.
Oh, you don't say.
To be honest, the consent debate...
We're like over halfway through this, and where is the person that's supposed to be providing counter commentary on this? Where is that person? I mean, like, you know, I get you're getting their perspective, sure, but like, shouldn't there be someone who comes along? The video seems more biased maybe than it's intending to. I'm trying to be charitable, but who knows? The channel might be insane. But like, the video comes across biased toward the zoophiles because there isn't a person that's being like, yeah, they can't consent, this is bad. You know, there's not like a negative voice in this scenario. It's neutral or positive is the thing. So there needed to be, you know, maybe somebody at least to just be like, yeah, I think it's probably bad for a dog. You know, don't do that. You know, someone, I don't know.
We're kind of done with it. Because we've had 20-something years, each of us.
The consent debate, by the way.
We're kind of done with
consent to sex.
To be honest, the consent debate, we're kind of done with it. Because we've had 20-something years, each of us, to really think it through carefully and examine every position, giving the animals the benefit of the doubt.
Listen, we've investigated ourselves over the course of 20 years, and we've found ourselves not guilty, so fuck you, chuds. We've investigated it, and us with the fetish and the sexual interest and the clear bias in one direction have decided that it's fine. You know, we looked into it, it's okay, smiley face.
And there really isn't any argument that withstands rigorous...
Yeah, we're kind of done on considering consent. That's the official quote from the zoophiles here. Yeah.
Discussion. they all tend to fall back to a position of disgust.
The main zoophile argument is this: animals express consent and a lack of consent with humans and other animals all the time. Here's Steve.
If a male
Where is the anti-argument, though? Again, like, now we're getting into the elephant in the room. Can't you have your science lady have some anti-zoophile arguments or something? Or I guess you're not willing to present that? Maybe that's coming. I might be pause-andying.
the same species attempts to initiate mating with an unwilling female, she registers her disapproval.
A tier list video of all the kinks you've covered in your Now, would that be specifically, like, sexuality and kink, or would that be, like, specific, like... Yeah, I guess I could do something like that. I'm trying to work how that would work, but yeah, that could be something. I've never done a tier list. We just did a Doctor Who gayness tier list on Loud Equals Funny. You can check out the new episodes on the Patreon, but it'll be uploaded in a couple days.
In a variety of ways, some of which are lethal. Say there's people who breed and trade in, equine livestock,
Are
right?
you at a fucking casino? What is happening in the background?
Breed and trade
Winner!
in,
Jackpot!
equine livestock, right? So they're breeding horses. And the horses don't necessarily want to breed, but the human owner of these horses says, no, there's a profit motive here, so this is legal, we're doing this. So it's not uncommon for the mare, the receptive partner there, to, if she's not interested in the stallion, to kick him in the head so hard that it ends his life. So did she consent? No. Was that ambiguous? I'd say also no. I mean, he's laying there dead on the ground, he shot his shot, things didn't work out, right? And there's a lot of stuff that leads up to that, that's incremental degrees of like, hey man, I'm not into this. And there's also incremental degrees of yes.
But nobody... Okay, they act as if we're supposed to take, like, just on faith, like, oh, the animal said no, so I'm gonna stop now. No, dude, I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. I don't believe that you would respect that. I think that you would, either you wouldn't care straight up, or you would rationalize it and be like, oh, but it's fine though, she's just playing hard to get, haha. Something like that. So I don't think that this is even a valid conversation, really, because it's like, I would have to just take your word for it. I mean, even if the dog is showing it, like, some kind of affection for you, it can, or whatever animal, it can still be potentially pretty harmful, depending on the animal, especially, to either you or the animal. It could be a cleanliness risk that gets you sick, or it could, like, hurt the animal in several different ways, depending on what you're doing with it. But, even in that scenario, that's like if the dog isn't actively running away or whatever, let's say hypothetically it's a dog. Okay, so if the dog's running away, the person's just gonna be like, oh, get back here! She's being grumpy tonight, Like, it would just be a rationalization thing, and we would just have to basically take your word for it, that you totally wouldn't ever do that, and I don't think I'm going to, so, no, it's kind of invalid, kind of not really, it's not even worth discussing that, really.
I am receptive, I am into this, let's do this right now. And, I feel like that's not an unfamiliar concept for humans. I feel like there's a variety of different levels.
I'm gonna make sure when you type Steve that you use 9 E's, apparently. I don't know if that means 8 and then the V and then the other E, but she said it's Steve with 9 E's. So.
Of communication, verbal and nonverbal, that enable us to guess with varying degrees of accuracy whether someone is interested.
Yeah, these people chose the bear over the man, and then they raped the poor bear. Oh, man.
In a romantic or sexual advance. And I think that the degree to which we can't also see that happening in non-human animals, which, share a lot of our evolutionary...
What did he say about guess? We're gonna guess the consent?
Not an unfamiliar concept for humans. I feel like There's a variety of different levels of communication, verbal and nonverbal, that enable us to guess with varying degrees of accuracy
Guessing, huh? That's cool.
whether someone is interested in a romantic or sexual advance.
I mean, like, you're talking about, like, with the human in this scenario, he basically means, like if George started fondling that girl's breasts after they were cuddling for an hour, you know, it's not entirely insane or unheard of. I guess, sure, but again, there's two adults in a scenario like that, or at the very goddamn least with, like, with a child scenario, it's like, hey, at least the child has a voice and can speak and can be like, help, this guy is touching me, oh god. What the dog, we literally just have to take your word for it with, like, a dog or a cat or any animal. Even a parrot, dude. There's not even any parrot leeway. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But, like, it's just, oh, I swear I will be nice to my animal, smiley face. It's that. It's just that. It's, like, nothing else. And that's the worst. It's the worst.
And I think that the degree to which we can't also see that happening in non-human animals, which, share a lot of our evolutionary background.
Did Almighty Loli repost the Hellsite video? Based. Let's go. Everybody get reposting. That's goddamn right. If you like what you see, get reposting, get your friends reposting, get everybody reposting.
Is equated to...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? What's going on?
ways of...
The video got
background
fucked up.
is equated to...
The video just gets fucked up for a few seconds here. What the hell happened? It's like the video got ruined by Nurgle or something. Great. Thanks for viewing, man!
that other beings also want sex and have different ways of communicating that, then I think that it's going to be difficult for you to understand that animals can and do consent, as they do with members of their own species.
At least among the zoos that I know.
I mean, again, it's just a non-argument. It's a non-starter. It's just, believe me, bro. I swear the animal consented totally, bro. I mean, even if that is the case, it really doesn't matter that much. It's still not that much better, but, like, you know, even if you claim, oh, but Fido said yes, though, it's like, well, that's just you. That's you saying that. I mean, I guess if you record it and show it for everyone, but then that's a whole other fucking can of worms. Yeah, so it's like, it's kind of not really even worth entertaining this as a concept. At the end of the day, it just, when it just comes down to source, trust me, bro, it's not something we should be even, like, entertaining.
No, consent is rule number 0. If you're not sure that you have mutual consent before and during some activity, it doesn't have to be sex.
In your opinion, and you are inclined to believe that the dog, you are so inclined to believe the dog wants sex with humans, and the dog probably doesn't most of the time. You know, I guess there's times when it might be humping your leg or something. Maybe, is that what they're talking about? I mean, maybe. You know, maybe. I still think in that scenario that would be probably ultimately harmful for the dog. I mean, or the human potentially. But yeah, I mean, still ultimately it comes down to, I swear he wanted it. He started it. He was sniffing me. You know, like, this has been the butt of jokes for so long. I don't know if we need to stop it from being that. You know, there's so few things we can still laugh about. Can't like making fun of zoophiles as like sick degenerates just be one of them. You know, you get like a TV show, some guy puts like peanut butter on his cock so the dog can show up, and it's like, that guy's never a good character, you know? That guy's never a nice guy. That's always like a quagmire or something, right? You don't want to be that guy. Let's not normalize being the guy with the peanut butter and the dog. Come on.
It can be anything. It doesn't happen. That activity stops. The zoos that I know, and myself included, we practice...
Arf! Did you hear that? My dog said sex! That's
cooperative care and methods like consent testing. in just mundane interactions with the animals that we care for. That could be trimming a dog's claws instead of forcing them through this experience that is scary and painful if you do it wrong. We ask permission, and the dog can withdraw that permission at any time, and they're never punished for it.
I'm a cat person, as anyone can probably tell if they stuck around to the end of an episode. And when I read up on consent testing, it was super familiar to me. The idea that if you want to pet a cat, you allow the animal to approach you, let them sniff you, try one pet.
She's very open to this. There's no pushback at all offered in this video. That's the big crime of the video, besides the other many crimes. That's the big crime of the video, is the person, her or whoever made it, if she made it, if it's her channel, she might just be like an announcer person, but it sounds like she's the main person here. She's talking about, like, you know, it's basically, I think it's her video, so like her video is not, it's not offering any kind of negative reaction to zoophiles so far. Maybe that's still to come, but she keeps being like, oh, I hadn't considered that, and just like being open to it. And where is just one person to say, yeah, it's probably gonna like hurt the animal or something, like, you know, just something, just they can't consent, whatever, like just have somebody, don't have them argue the point against them, because of course they're gonna make it sound like it's a non-issue. Oh, we put to bed the issues of consent years and years ago, right? Like, don't do that.
Stop and see if they move in for more. These are all forms of consent that the cat...
is she this open with pedos? I don't know. We'll have to see after this video. We'll see if she already made a video about that.
Cat is giving you to pet them. We get consent from animals for stuff like this all the time. Zoophiles are just arguing that animals can consent to more than that. But as Toggle says, the concept of animal consent seems to only be reserved for arguments against zoophilia. Society doesn't seem to care about it in any other arena.
Certainly in animal agriculture, animals are not consenting to the sexual interactions that they have with humans in those situations for the most part.
The dog pill is that women would rather fuck dogs than certain incels. That's the dog pill. Is incels find zoophilia porn and they go like, man, why can't I get a girlfriend but, you know, Fido can? God damn
or,
it.
At the very
they get sexually, like, frustrated. They get cucked by dogs, basically. That's the dog pill.
At least, humans aren't interested in whether or not they're consenting. And your meat on your table depends on that being a quick and efficient process without any regard for the animal's feelings there. So I think this is like the first time, like when they encounter this, that anyone starts to even think about whether or not animals are consenting to any interaction. And then they don't.
We always do the fucking thing with the meat. It's like, I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, I just don't. I don't care. I mean, animals taste good though. You know, and we've been doing this for a long time. And I think some things, it's like, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep killing zoophiles. Keep eating hamburgers. It's fine. Fine. You know, some things are fine. Some things we don't need to, like, super critically. We can keep executing zoophiles like the 1800s, as far as I'm concerned. And also keep eating bacon. I'm good. I know. It's like, it's uncritical. It's very regressive of me. But, like, you know, burgers are nice. And these people are. I would have to be on a bus with zoophiles at some point in my existence. You know, so like, there's no need for that. I would rather just, in my opinion, I would rather have all these people not be alive, and also I'm eating like Wagyu beef, ground beef, like cheeseburgers. You know, like that would be heaven. That would be. Yeah.
Go further.
Not that I'm suggesting anybody kill anybody. I'm not suggesting any violence in anything other than video games, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, in a perfect world, all the zoophiles would be dead. They wouldn't even need to be executed. They just would die. They would be like a head explosion, you know? It'd be great. And then everybody would just celebrate by having a big barbecue. It'd be like the end of Ocarina of Time. That's what I'm picturing, basically.
Most people intuitively understand that animals are capable of consenting to something and expressing it clearly.
Yeah, like scanners. Yeah.
But consent is not a precondition for basically any other use or interaction that we have with animals.
But saying bestiality is okay because animals are treated worse in agriculture isn't a super compelling argument. To their credit, Aqua had a good response to this.
In this case, when we are talking about sex for pleasure,
Sorry, hang on.
basically any other use or interaction that we have with animals.
But saying bestiality is okay because animals are treated worse in agriculture isn't a super compelling argument.
This is like the closest thing that we've had to push back. Is saying that that's not... I'll be honest, that's the best argument they have. That's the best argument they have, really. I mean, the consent thing is... She gave them no pushback on, but they sometimes want it, though! But, like, this, I mean, yeah, the best argument they usually come up with is the whole thing about, like, veal or whatever, you know. Which, I mean, admittedly, you know, I guess we should probably stop eating veal. It just sucks that they are very tasty. That's the problem. Like, what are you gonna do? If they could scientifically make veal in, like, a lab, I'd eat it. I would eat it, you know, as long as it doesn't give me, like, super AIDS. But, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, that's like she's pushing back on this one? Really? I guess. I mean, as long as it's something. But then she's like, oh, that's not super compelling. Anyway, here they are to defend that argument. Can we get anybody to come along and just be like, no, this is why that argument makes no sense? Can we get somebody in here? Again, where's the science lady? Did she have no negative opinions about these fucking people?
To their credit, Aqua had a good response to this.
In this case, when we are talking about sex for pleasure versus sex for business, if somebody thinks both of those are a problem, that's fine. What we're doing is zooming out so that the problem, the same problem, is now being examined at its proper scope.
To distill the argument, animals consent to things all the time, and emphatically refuse consent all the time, too. And if your main objection to bestiality is that animals can't consent to sex...
Well, you know, there is a better argument with the farming thing, because a lot of places, at least in, like, Canada, for one, like, we have very, you know, good standards with our food, and how it's prepared and everything, how the farming is done. So we have, like, fairly ethical farming, for the most part, I think, in Canada. And I mean, generally speaking, you're going to have, like, health and safety kind of regulations, you know? You're going to have people looking over shit in your farm in some manner or means. And it is different where it's like zoophilia is distinctly, generally speaking anyway, it's one guy and a dog or something, you know? It's an act between a person and an animal or some animals. And so it's, you know, you don't have any kind of regulatory body that can step in and be like, oh yeah, this is fucked. Oh, this needs to be cleaned. Oh, you aren't doing this the right way. And you do have that with agriculture and with, you know, with stuff like that. So there is, you know, something to be said there. But yeah, she's distilling the argument though.
And if your main objection to bestiality is that animals can't consent to sex, you'd better be up in arms about commercial breeding practices too. Otherwise, you're saying that when it makes someone money, it's fine, but when it brings someone pleasure, it's not. But bestiality is just one,
no, but it tastes good, though.
One element of zoophilia, and not all zoophiles engage in it.
So say that you know for sure that you are only attracted to humans of the opposite gender identity from yourself. You know, that doesn't mean that you are definitely currently having sex with one of those humans, or that you have recently, or, I mean, what if you haven't had sex with anyone yet, right? It doesn't change your orientation, it doesn't change who you're attracted to, it just means that the current circumstances of your life...
Oh my god, I don't care about your fucking dumbass arguments.
Don't include that expression of your sexuality.
And objecting to that...
Are you still a zoophile if you're eating a sandwich and not fucking a dog? And, you know, it's really important things to think about.
To that sexual orientation, that thing about a person that they were probably born with and can't change, that's unproductive at best.
I think what is really important to remember is whether or not the actual acts themselves are legal or illegal or moral or amoral where you live or within your own person. just being attracted to animals, it might seem icky to us. It might make us feel uncomfortable, but it's not a crime to be attracted to animals. People are attracted to a wide variety of things. And if we were all judged by some of the more niche things we were interested in, that would probably be very difficult for a lot of us.
Oh boy.
So again,
Again, 30 years ago, you didn't have this dumbass lady with her problem glasses coming out here and going, "Oh, it's fine, man. It's fine. Everything is natural and cool, bro." You didn't have that, and you didn't have a whole community of people that wanted to normalize it. And, I'm just saying, it's the internet. It's all the internet's fault. It's entirely the internet's fault. This wouldn't exist without the internet. There wouldn't be communities of hundreds of thousands of zoophiles enabling each other and giving each other tips and sharing materials with each other and meeting up with each other and all manner of other fucking things. That wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for the goddamn internet. We need a total EMP.
they're not, it's legal or moral or you consider it ethical, just being attracted to animals is fine.
That's fine.
You might not like it. It might not be your thing, but there's nothing legally or really ethically wrong with an attraction.
Oh boy, and they call it it's a slippery slope fallacy. Opinion disregarded, it's slippery slope. No, dude, I mean, come on, dude, what are we looking at? You have to be stupid to not be able to fucking connect the dots. You have to be just fucking a brain-dead moron to just... No, in my opinion, this is totally fine and exists in a vacuum and is not part of any other general push to normalize things like this. Not at all, no. Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo.
That is certainly not the prevailing belief out there. I mean, there's a reason most of these guests are not appearing on camera. Being out as a zoophile is a really risky proposition. Even studying it, like Dr. Zeidenberg does, can be hazardous.
I think most people...
We get one person to explain their arguments against zoophilia. She's trying to be like, oh, well, but what about this? But she's not really presenting anything, and they've got all these people, this woman won't stop talking, Toggle is there, and all these the pigeon guy, they're all talking. And nobody is here to just go, yeah, this is the reasons, blah, blah, blah. She does not have that. And it continues. She's kind of trying to, explain why it's not acceptable and yada, yada, yada. But it really is very one-sided. This is a bad video.
Who are somewhat public and do paraphilia research.
I mean, you might as well just have this be what about rape, though? Maybe that video exists, right? Maybe that's on her channel also. It's fine. Some people are just into that, though. What is it called? Biastophiles? Yeah, some people are biastophiles. They're just into it. You can't deny them that. It's not their... It's, I don't know. Feels like it would be different if the shoe was on a different foot. I don't know.
Or research on topics that are more difficult for the public to understand. We'll occasionally get a gif of a wood chipper sent to them or pictures of firing squads or whatever it is.
And for zoophiles themselves, it can be rough out there, especially if you speak about it to the public like Toggle does.
Death threats are not uncommon. Suicide baiting, it's a daily thing, actually. I have someone who screens my emails so that I don't have to deal with that stuff. But you can't get around it on Twitter.
And zoophiles frequently face...
Well, yeah, you can. There's a lot of filters you can enable on Twitter. Toggle feels bad about all the death threats and stuff, guys. Toggle feels bad about people. And you gotta remember the term death threats doesn't mean death threats. It doesn't mean I'm going to show up and kill you. It means, hey, you should die. Oh, I wish you were dead. That's a death threat in 2024. You got to keep that in mind. Death threat doesn't mean death threat. Death threat means someone wants me dead somewhere, and they said that they would prefer if I was not alive. That's, something very nebulous. They, you know, I don't know. I guess it's possible. I mean, it's entirely possible. This is a very heated subject. People probably would be giving him a lot more shit than they would for, you know, Lindsay Ellis talking about Raya and The Last Dragon. Yeah, feel bad for them, guys. They're out there. They're being they're a persecuted minority, everybody.
Doxing, where personal information like their real names, addresses, and workplaces are revealed online.
So that can result in people calling your job and trying to get you fired, or showing up at your house, or sending you mail, or, you know, various other social consequences that are extremely dire. And that is something that you risk when you try to put yourself out this way. You're suddenly visible to the right people, but also to all the wrong people, too.
Yeah, well, it's funny how much, like, again, you know, we've said this before. I said this in the pedo rad queer video, which I believe you can go watch on the Almighty Lollies channel, someone said. I think he re-uploaded it. Very cool. If everybody does that, the world will be a better place. But it's the classic, they want to be accepted, they want to push for acceptance, yada yada yada, acceptance. It's a sexuality, it's an orientation, we're valid. Don't look at my face. I want to be anonymous. I do not want to be seen. I want no one to know that I'm involved in this. My family can't know, my business can't know, no one who knows me can know. But I'm super, super down for acceptance, and we're valid, everybody. Like, you fucking pick a wall and stick to it, motherfucker. To the classic Brian Mullins The Fox quote. Pick a wall and stick to it.
On the legal side, it really depends on the circumstances, but it doesn't get better. Wellness checks from police or animal control officers who are there to look for exigent circumstances to seize animals on the property.
And those exigent circumstances can encompass a lot of things. A criminologist specializing in animal sexual abuse named Jenny Edwards appeared on an animal control podcast.
Oh, it's not even on your fucking video. Lady, where's your video? Give us one negative voice, please.
To explain that signs of someone sexually abusing animals could include the existence of butt plugs, BDSM gear, or even a complete medical kit.
What?
Things that people in the LGBTQ and kink communities also commonly have.
Oh boy, you're really doing some work here, aren't you, lady? Are you paid for by, like, the Koch brothers? What is this? This is demented.
This is nothing new. The law targets the communities it's most popular to hate in order to get a toe in the door to target everyone else.
We are target practice. Funny fact about a cage, they're never built for just one group. So when that cage is done with them, it will come for you.
Run the jewels.
What? What did he say? You cut to another guy there, and then the loud drums.
Done with them, it will come for you.
Run the jewels.
Oh, run? Did he say run the jewels? What?
But I don't want to make it seem like having an attraction to animals curses you to a life of isolation and death threats. You can live a full, fulfilling life as a zoophile.
The perception is, and we get this a lot.
This is just so obviously positive for the zoophiles. There's no pushback on this. There's just, she'll very lightly be like, that's not a very compelling argument, but then immediately cut to another argument that they have that she finds more compelling or something. Like, it's not at all balanced. I can't get over this. I mean, I keep saying it, but like, man, you would think a video like this with such a contentious issue would at least be somewhat balanced and have some counter perspectives, you know, in addition to her being neutral and these people being pro. Like, you know, that's the way you would make a video like this. I don't have a problem with having a video that's a fair look at zoophilia, you know, and maybe you have Toggle on, and then you also have a guy who's, you know, anti-zoophilia, who's got the counter arguments ready. You know, someone better than me who just goes, but I like eating burgers though, and that's my argument. You know, someone better than me. You bring on some kind of an expert who's able to speak out against this bullshit, and then you have a neutral voice in the middle. Instead, you have her soft accepting it. You have Science Lady with problem glasses soft accepting it, down to basically accepting it with the, oh, it's fine if you're just attracted, which is the same shit we saw on the Rad Queer site. It's the same fucking shit. It's the, oh, it's fine if you just, What was the quote? Looking at children in public is free and legal if you're careful. You know? Yeah, so she's like positive, neutral. Then you got these people who are positive. Nothing negative in this video, almost. It's such a shitty composition for a video like that. Like, I'm reviewing this not as, oh, this disgusts me morally, whatever. That's one thing. But I'm just like, man, this is a bad YouTube video. Like, as a construction of a YouTube video for this subject, I feel like they've done a very poor job.
No one loves you. No one can love you. No one will ever accept you for who you are, and you're always going to be sad and lonely. And you should just kill yourself right now.
Oh, that should be on the soundboard, shouldn't it? That's a good clip, isn't it? That's a really good. I don't know. I'm lazy. Someone else clip it and send me the WAV. That's fine. But that's like up there with I have no friends. I have no family. I have no girlfriend. Yeah, you play that next to Dark Viper there.
That idea that we're unlovable and unacceptable. And one thing we've been able to do with the podcast is really completely dispel that. We've had people on the podcast come out to their parents. We've had one of their parents come onto the show.
So your podcast is positive propaganda for this disgusting activity that most people are against. This is cool. This is good. Reminder, everybody, he's talking about the Zooier Than Thou podcast. I just want to make sure you... let me just make sure you... hang on. Zooier Than Thou. And... yeah, you can just check out the Zooier Than Thou podcast here. This is their podcast. This is the one that he's talking about here, that he runs, that he's very proud of. This is the one he's talking about, is the Zooier Than Thou podcast. I just wanted to... point that out. I've also talked about it here. I've talked about it here. You can check that out. There's a few other videos about it. The Zooier Than Thou podcast, that's the one he's talking about. I just wanted to shout it out there.
Completely dispel that.
Yeah.
We've had...
Their podcast has totally dispelled it, as they've brought in people, and then they've, like, come out to their parents and stuff. That's so great. That's so great. That's awesome, dude. I'm really happy for you. I hope you have a great... I hope your existence continues to be wonderful.
People on the podcast come out to their parents. We've had one of their parents come onto the show and talk to us about when their son came out to them. I've come out to my parents. We've had people write in talking about coming out to their friends, their family, their
I do have to give the disclaimer. That's true. Whatever you do, do not report this channel for like animal abuse or anything. Whatever you do, do not do that. Like, please, guys, I'm very responsible for my audience and the actions that they take. Please do not report this channel for animal abuse or anything like that. Please, God. Oh, whatever you do, I would be so distraught. I would be so distraught if I found out that one of my chat members did something like that. It would be dismaying. It would be so dismaying. There you go. I've done my duty. In Praise of Shadows, can't be mad at me now. There you go.
Loved ones, like their significant others.
Not a bully stream!
With acceptance. It
Never!
is not given that someone who is a zoosexual can't find some kind of...
What do you mean, sarcasm? That's not true. I'm Canadian. We haven't invented that yet.
Kindred or acceptance...
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm Canadian.
...from the people that they need it from.
In fact, isolation is antithetical to the goals of Zooier Than Thou. The podcast's slogan is "Exposure is the solution."
Essentially, in the same way that...
Reminder, everybody, exposure is the solution. The podcast is called Zooier Than Thou. Whatever you do, do not report them for animal abuse. Zooier, that's the podcast name. Exposure is the solution, everybody. I just wanted to expose that real quick.
Coming out is so important for gay people and their visibility.
Yeah, do they really like to expose themselves, though? Because, again, like, it's just funny how whenever you, like, again, I disavow anybody contacting or whatever, don't dox, don't, harass anyone, but, like, it is funny how when people do out people like this to their parents, against their wishes, it's almost never viewed as a good thing. It's never, that's right, I am a zoosexual and I'm proud of it, god damn it. fuck you, Dad. No, it's always fascist outing techniques and yada yada yada. And you know, of course, it's the slippery slope of I had somebody come into my comments when the Rad Queer video was still up, and they were like, well, don't out people, you know, it's bad to out people who are gay to like your family, to their family, or, you know, trans or anything, like their family might not be accepting of it. So it is this like slippery slope where they're sidling their way into this you know, adjacent community. I don't know if you would even really consider zoophilia to be part of such a community. I mean, like, I get at least the logic where they started out and they were like, oh, boy love is also acceptable. Let's put NAMBLA in the pride parades. But, like, I don't even think in the baseline crazy people fucking, you know, early days of queer theory or whatever that anybody was like, yeah, let's get the goat fuckers involved, you know? Because, again, like, the animals can't even say no. They can't even, like, run away and ask for their parents to beat up the pedophile. You know, you just, it really does come down to, but I promise I'll be nice to the cat. I really will. Like, it's not a good enough argument, dude.
And their own welfare, like peace of mind. Being visible for zoophiles is how we dispel the caricature. We do it by being in a podcast and openly talking publicly about what we're doing and who we are and what we're interested in. But zoos can do it by
openly, right? Openly. He's very open about it. That's why you know, he was like DMCAing people that would show off the pictures of his face. Yeah, because I did a stream about that. It's privated. I think it's been re-uploaded somewhere. But there was eventually people found out who Toggle's other secret identity online was, and that he was like some kind of furry musician or something. And yeah, people connected the dots, and yeah, wasn't happy when other people were gonna find out what he looks like as a zoophile and everything. You know, again, you know, it's like you gotta walk the walk. You gotta walk the walk, man. If you're gonna talk the talk, if you're gonna be accepted, you know, socially acceptable zoophile, you cannot do it from behind Lay Epic Cartoon Rat avatar. You're gonna have to be on camera. You're gonna have to be a proud zoophile and like stand up for what you believe in and get fired from your job if it comes to it. You know, whatever. You're gonna have to stand up for it. You're clearly like a shrimpy little worm man. You're not willing to. No balls. Zero balls.
Coming out to people that they care about, and suddenly.
Oh, I would never ever look at Lily Orchard, but Harmful Opinions is looking at Lily Orchard, and the fun fact, the takeaway. I watched some of his stream about it yesterday. The takeaway was, it's insane that people think that Lily Orchard is the crazy one involved in all of this, and not an entire nest of insane Tumblr people that were all like sending each other Tumblr cease and desists, and just unhinged Tumblr people. And yeah, I don't know that Lily Orchard is necessarily the worst of all of them. It seems like they're all just pretty bad Tumblr crazies. I don't know.
That person sees a whole person when they think about a zoophile. So, in theory, when they see injustice being perpetrated, they think of you.
Dude, no, okay, so here's the thing. No, because Lily Orchard... Okay, I'm fine on this video. The video ends, and it's I don't think she brings in any additional people to talk against this. We're good. I will say though, Lily Orchard is not a person. I've been shoved Lily Orchard videos into my face for the last like few months, and I don't click on any of them because I don't care and I'm not interested. And I don't know when I decided I don't care and wasn't interested, but at a certain point I just decided, you know what? Don't care, not interested. YouTube keeps making me it keeps shoving videos about Lily Orchard into my face. I refuse. I just refuse. It's never going to happen. It's like a Cyrax. It will not happen. I will not be looking at Lily Orchard. No, thank you. So her channel, Taboo Science, she's got cuckolding video, pup play video, furry fetish video. Where kinks come from. We got a video about necrophilia. BDSM, monster fuckers. Let's see. Period stigma. There's a video called Poop is way more interesting and useful than you think. The science of asexuality. What makes a swear word? Is porn addiction real? Why don't we eat each other? We got an hour and a half video called Butts. Depression, hormones, critical race theory is a video from 2 years ago. That's cool. Ageism with Hannah Swift. Marriage is one of the videos here on Taboo Science. Marriage. STIs, money, obesity, vaginas with Dr. Rachel E. Gross. The video called Vaginas has the word gross in the title. Lying, childbirth, acne, another video about necrophilia. Dying. She has not talked about pedophilia yet. That has not come up. Seems like she's getting into it. It seems like her channel is taking off a little bit. It's been like none of her videos have reached 1,000 views until the last few months, the last year or so. She has one here with 3,000 views from 11 months ago. And then it wavered down to like 500 or so. And now the last two videos in the last couple weeks, cuckolding and the zoophilia video, are both taken off here. And yeah, I mean, I'm really holding out for that video that she's inevitably going to make about how pedophilia is a-okay. This is basically what's that guy's name? Josiah Murakami, I think was his name. I think it was Josiah, who was like, yeah, it's all acceptable and fine, man. And then he got busted, you know, obviously. So, yeah, Taboo Science. Talking about the pedophiles and whatnot. That's, or the zoophiles, rather. Yeah, I would be interested to see if the other end of that coin does wind up coming out, but that was a pretty bad video. I don't know if it's as bad of a YouTube video as the insane piece of shit video was. Like, in terms of construction, like, that one was just incorrect in every way. Title was a lie, you know, completely unfocused. At least this was about zoophilia. At least. It's just, it was a terrible it's like a -8 out of 10. It was a terrible video. It was as bad as you can get, really, in this regard. Well, that will bring us to, let me see here. So we had Titanic X Bambi. We had that guy. I like to do something that's maybe not... Oh, I got the perfect thing here. Oh, yeah. I got the perfect song. Let me see here. Is this the one we want to do? See if there's a longer one. It's fine. We'll just watch the short version. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, so it's 2 videos. It's 2 videos. Alright. It's good. It's good. So you guys like mead? King Cobra has made a new mead, which, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Let's watch. Actually, don't look at it for too long. I don't want to spoil it for, you know, just everybody get in here. Everybody get in and get excited. I will be right back as I go grab a beverage.
Stay right there.
Wyoming with your boy.
Here with the Skittles mead. King Cobra. And his great beverage. I've got a strawberry and cream Dr. Pepper here, which they are now selling in boxes. I think I've had the regular non-boxed canned variety, which I found like last year, but now they've got a 12-pack, which I'm like, hey, you know, Dr. Pepper, strawberry, and cream. At least strawberry is not one of the normal flavors that's in Dr. Pepper. That's what I hate about Dr. Pepper, is all the other flavors they usually have are just other flavors that are in Dr. Pepper. They've got like fucking cherry, that's the flavor of Dr. Pepper. That's already part of the flavor of Dr. Pepper. It's kind of cherry. Or vanilla, that's already also part of it. You know? So, I mean, or cream soda. The Dr. Pepper with cream soda, that's also already a part of the Dr. Pepper flavor. What the fuck are we doing here? But at least strawberry and cream is like a little different. Anyways. So, you know, he doesn't have the balls to add strawberry and cream Dr. Pepper to his Skittles mead, but let's see what he does add. Is that milk?
King Cobra. And you should recognize this by now. The wine-making jar. Alright, so we're going to start off with 2 cups of pure granulated cane.
Why is the sugar in a milk carton? Do they do that in the US? Is that a normal thing? So, okay, so we have milk bags and you have sugar milk.
Sugar? What kind of mead are we going to make for this batch?
I don't know if I know the wild berry one. I really like the dark berry, the one for the, what was it, Jurassic World? I just saw a Jurassic World Dominion with my grandpa. It was pretty good. It was like a good ending to the film. To the trilogy. Yeah, I had the dark berry one with the dinosaur on it. That was a pretty good one. I like that.
This is officially the first batch at my new place.
Yeah, I know I have looked at Cyrax. I just refuse to look at him any further. I gave people the chance. I gave people a $1,000 or $2,000 super chat goal or something. I'm like, you want Cyrax? I'll give you a 4-hour Cyrax stream. Right there. People were not having it. They did not want Cyrax. And I literally had people going, I will not give you money because I don't want to put it toward a Cyrax stream. So, like, yeah, opportunities passed. It's not happening.
Well, I'm glad you asked, fellow YouTubers, because we're making...
Dude, no. The Coke Spiced is good. You're just stupid and wrong. And gay.
A Skittles mead. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You add sugar to a liquid, and you add yeast to that liquid. It converts all the sugar into alcohol, so we're going to give this...
Yeah, he's an expert with the mead. If you're not familiar with King Cobra, I mean, he needs no introduction, really. He's a famous lolcow. It's like not being familiar with... Not quite Christian, but like up there. He's up there. He's one of those that's high echelon lolcow. And, I mean, he's been doing these meads over the course of the last, like, year or two. Yeah, where he'll just, like, shove a bunch of random shit into a jar and let it ferment for, like, 2 weeks or something. And then it's always disgusting. And it always starts with a mountain of sugar, which usually doesn't dissolve properly, and it's just crystallizes at the bottom. Along with, like, Reese cups and fucking bacon and whatever else he throws in there, so...
Yeast. Plenty of sugar to munch out on.
Usually he does sugar and sugar and honey. Usually he does both, chat member.
2 cups of sugar. Because when you're going to make mead, you want to add honey to your wine. Local highs.
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain. Raw and unfiltered. Made in the good old U.S.
From what I understand, real mead is made with honey. And some other shit. I think he has, like, the basics of how to make mead is kind of in there, but, like, done wrong and fucked up with a bunch of extra shit that shouldn't be in there. So I think it might technically be mead. Some people have said it's closer to, like, a shitty wine than a mead, but, like, I don't know. I don't know the specifics. Somebody says they left because the first video made them sick.
Throw the honey thing up to him out there.
Yeah, now we got the good shit. Oh, yeah. This won't make you feel sick at all. This will be fine.
And we need some
You know, I've
Skittles.
talked about it before, but there's a show. I would love to watch more of it now. I remember seeing some of it like 10 years ago, and I was stupid and impatient, and I was like, where's the action? Or something. There's an anime called Bartender. And it was, the first episode, it was about this guy who was trying to make this like, perfect layered drink. Where he perfectly layers the drink with like 6 different layers and they don't blend together. And that's what Cobra is inventing here. He's got a sugar layer, he's got a honey layer, and then he's got a honey and water layer. And after that will come like Skittles and other stuff is to come. I mean, this is a perfect bartender specialty right here.
Original Skittles. Will this actually make a Skittles flavored mead? I do not know.
Hopefully. What a waste of good skit. Those are some good skit, and you're just wasting these entirely.
I do not know, YouTube. But there's one way to find out.
The whole bag, obviously.
Should we go for another bag? Let's go for another bag.
You thought one bag was... You think that's bad, Lois?
2 family-sized bags of Skittles.
Lucky there's a family-sized bag! It's Pride Month, boys. Taste the rainbow.
Fruit in it.
Oh yeah, shout-outs to Boglin Chronicles, who's got both this video and the mead update that we'll be watching next. Boglin Chronicles, if you want your condensed King Cobra highlights. I think the Sangi is covering it. The Sangi is covered. We don't need the Sangi anymore. Boglin Chronicles, everybody. That's the channel you look at. There's some other ones, too. I think there's Cobra bite-sized vids, too, but this is a good one. This is a good one.
I'm gonna have to strain it in like 12 days. And then we might need some like liquid to break it down, so we're gonna add some C4 energy drink. This is of course the Skittles flavor.
Would I drink a Cobra concoction? I wouldn't want to ferment this in my house is the thing. I feel like that would... I don't know. Maybe? It would need to be a high... I already have some things I need to make. I need to make the burrito, the Cobra burrito that looks like a Frankenstein. I need to make the Prog Rock spaghetti. There's a few I'm backed up on recipes, and I haven't done one of those streams in a bit, but hypothetically, I could be convinced monetarily eventually someday to make and try a Cobra mead. Yeah. Hypothetically. It would be my first attempt at making mead. I wonder if it would be better than his. I don't know. But what I think I would do, I think I would try to mix together a few of his meads into one recipe. So, like, maybe 1 bag of Skittles, maybe some Reese's Cups, you know, bacon, whatever else he's done in a mead, and just kind of mix them all together to make, like, the ultimate Cobra mead. If I had to do it, I think that's how I would do it. Tooth Decay Elixir. Oh, yeah. Mead Spin. Yeah, Kate, one of our mods, she paid me to make Prog Rock spaghetti. And I've had some ideas about how to make that happen. And it will happen. Oh yeah, I also have to make King Cobra chili. I think that was Darkbreaker paid for that one. So there's a few I'm backed up on. They will happen. I finally did the mead, the ham chug, rather. I did the ham chug.
Let's go and get the stir.
Potion of Destroy Teeth. Well, the big problem was it would be like Sir Strumming or something. It would be like I would have to dedicate a whole room of my place to being stinked out by the mead, essentially. And probably like light incense in there like 10 times a day. So it doesn't smell too much like mead. You know? I think that would be necessary. I mean, at this point it's just sugar and Skittles. It wouldn't be like so bad. And honey. I mean, I guess the honey might make it kind of weird, but I don't think it would be like, you know, there's nothing in there that super goes against sugary Skittle bullshit. Like, I think it would be maybe fine. I mean, not fine, but that's relative, you know. says mead won't stink if you make it right. Where do you think we are? What are we doing here, chat member? What are we looking at? Can you see the screen? Am I showing the screen? Yes. I am actively showing this. You're watching the same video, right? It won't stink if you make it right. Well, that's not in the recipe. I am sorry to tell you. Crackhead Willy Wonka. This is... What was his name in the AI thing? Wonky Willy Doodle or whatever? Willy Candyman?
Give that a stir. Oh yeah, that tastes like heavy Skittles flavor. Okay, now we're gonna add, should we add another one? Let's add another can of our Skittles C4.
Oh, he added that to it? I didn't even notice that. Okay, yeah, the Monster Energy Skittle flavor. I mean, I would drink that on its own, maybe. Skittles flavored energy drink, sure, maybe. It's a little bit weird to do. I mean, is it just like all of the Skittles together? All of the Jedi? I don't know. You can already see the Skittles are deteriorating. They're starting to turn into like little cranberries or something. Elixir of Putrid Rainbow.
Again, I'm going to sit here and...
Smash them down.
A lot of Skittles in here.
Yeah, too many, sir. What do you think he thinks about while he's doing this? You think this is like a no thoughts, head empty? He's just like, you know, he's just doing this, and the whole time it's just kind of like just making some brown.
You got a little bit more room at the top.
Oh my god, another one, please. Jesus Christ. So it's an energy... There's 3 energy drinks in here now. And there's gonna be booze? Oh, that's gonna be very bad for you. Oh boy. I mean, is he just like suicidal? I'm genuinely asking this, not even trying to be a joke. Like, is he just trying to kill himself with food? We've heard of suicide by cop, but this is like suicide by crap. He's putting in 3 energy drinks into something he's intending to make alcoholic. That's gonna fucking blow up your heart, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, the kidneys, the livers, it's all over now. We invent a new type of cancer. This is how monkeypox and AIDS were invented. Yeah, some boglin trying to create cobra mead. Yeah. No, wait, hang on. I got the right song.
I think these C4 energy drinks, they have like 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Huh?
So this will give our wine a little bit of caffeine punch.
Very good.
That straight tastes just like Skittles. We're going to be using a turbo yeast.
Well, it's 3 different Skittles drinks, 2 bags of Skittles, and nothing else. I mean, this is probably... It's scary to say this, but this might be the best mead that he's made in some fashion, because all the other ones are like just insane combinations of shit. At least this would probably all taste pretty consistently like fruity Skittle bullshit. It's not... There's no cream in there or anything, right? There's no, like, liqueurs that he's throwing in here, and, like, milk chocolates and shit. Among the meads he's made, this might be the best one that we're watching right now, which is really saying something.
Ferments in 48 hours. or less. We're going to add 1 black cap full of yeast nutrients. 1 cap going in there. Whoop. Whoop. Hopefully that's enough.
Yeah, there's one with chocolate milk in it. Someone points out that this is 5 C4s. This is way more than the amount of caffeine that needs to kill you. I mean,
I'm gonna find out the answer.
he wouldn't drink it all at once, right?
All that sugar's gonna dissolve anyways. I'm trying to get it as mixed up as I can. Alright, so I don't have my painter's tape unpacked yet, but I do have tape I can use. Because there is... Normally you wouldn't have to use tape, but there's a crack on the lid. That's the only reason why I do that. I lost the cap for the top, so I'm using a water bottle cap. That works. So you shall see YouTube.
It's not even making this properly.
A,
Oh, the sugar never dissolves!
I did leave a little
Chat
bit at
members.
the top, 'cause
Chat members, he never gets the sugar on the bottom to dissolve. That's always gonna be a bottom layer. I like now, though, it looks like a layer of Jenkem, and then a bunch of baked beans, and then some Skittles, and then sugar. That's the consistency of this now.
it's gonna foam and ferment. That might have been a little not enough room.
Man
but
is
that's
gonna
okay. We'll
see
look at the
angels.
airlock. I'm not worried about it. So we'll stick this one for later on the fridge. And if your lid don't got a crack in it, then you don't got to worry about this last step. But my lid's got a crack in it, so I gotta tape it here.
Oh my god, this is fucking ghetto, dude.
Because duct tape fixes everything, am I right?
That's true, red-green. Classic red-green moment here. How did you crack your lid, dude? How did that even happen? Oh, this is off-brand. This is duct tape. Well, it's not even close to mead. I guess it is. It's honey and yeast, so it is technically mead, but it's not even close, though.
Now we don't get any air leaks when it's fermenting and doing its thing. I'm gonna give it about a month to ferment and do its thing. And then in a month or so, I'm going to strain it into a clean jar. But hopefully that will make and turn into a...
Oh, he destroyed it with overpressurization. Okay. Yeah, that's actually what I figured. I figured he didn't, like, drop it or something, so it had to have been, like, something like that. Yeah, that's, that checks out.
Delicious.
Him just fucking up the process of, like, you know, properly containing this thing.
Skittles mead. Mead is basically a honey wine. My Viking ancestors made it. I'm gonna put this in the fermenting closet, or my new one, I should say.
Fermenting closet. You know, if you go get a new apartment, you got to make sure it has a fermenting closet. You know, it's like the kitchen, dishwasher, bathroom. You need to make sure it has a tub and a fermenting closet off to the side somewhere. That's all basic stuff. Basic stuff. I'm not living in a place that doesn't have a tub or a fermenting closet. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, this is a trailer. He's in like a double wide, which is it's fine. It's fine. You know, people like shit on trailers, but you could make this place not be a Cobra place. But I mean, it's Cobra, so one could argue he's where he belongs. He's in his element. He's thriving. Yeah, hang on. No, I've got the perfect thing. Let's see here. Yeah. There you go. There you go, baby. Oh my god, there's a
Look
bucket.
at that asshole sitting there. There it is. We'll give that a month. Those Skittles will dissolve. And hopefully we have some Skittles flavored mead.
Alright, so Skittles flavored mead, let's see it.
It could foam up better.
Hi Cobra, how's the
I'm a bit
trailer
worried
going?
I didn't add enough yeast to the
Oh, he's already drinking, guys. This is gonna be a shit show.
mead the first time around. So now I've given it time to ferment with a 48-hour yeast. I'm gonna add some 1118.
What do you mean, you're not done making it? You're not even gonna drink it yet? Oh boy. Oh, he's gonna have to totally reduct that. Edgelord Leon with $5 says, genuine warning, never add carbonation to something that needs to ferment. There's a 50-50 chance it will explode. I'm not kidding. Well, you know, this is some, you don't send me the super chat, send Cobra the super chat. What the fuck are you doing? Come on now. Thank you though. Thank you.
I want to crack the wine, this Skittles mead, and just have a sniff and see how it's doing. Oh my goodness gracious. That smells like straight alcohol, dude. That smells good.
Oh, it smells like straight alcohol. Delicious.
Oh lordy, look at this.
I thought it was all Skittles, but now it's nothing but booze. Oh god, imagine it's fucking 5 C4s or some shit. It smells just like booze and nothing else. This is gonna be, I mean, this is biohazardous.
The Skittles are practically almost dissolved. This just straight smells like Skittles alcohol, dude. Not gonna stunt. But it looks like I definitely added enough yeast to it. And that yeast is about to die.
Oh, he's
when
adding
it's
more.
completely done fermenting, so we're gonna add an entire packet.
Yeah, I hope that the Shadow of the Erd Tree Poison Swamp location is like a tenth as disgusting as this mead right now.
An entire packet of 1118.
This thing will give you scarlet rot.
Maybe we can spike the alcohol content a little bit. And as that yeast dies, we'll give it some fresh yeast to
Taste the rainbow. Happy Pride Month, everybody.
But I'm not gonna stunt with you, YouTube. As soon as I fucking cracked the lid and took a sniff, it definitely smells like some delicious homemade alcohol is being made. Give you a Skittles mead update.
Is he still with Methica?
Go ahead and stir that around town. So we might slightly increase the percentage by adding that extra packet. But we just want to make sure that the Skittles mead is doing its thing.
Yeah, the bottom is completely solidified. He's not gonna be able, he's trying to like stir out the bottom so that it, you know, he gets into the Skittles that are down in there. He gets right down in there, but like it's not really happening.
It's getting what it needs. Like all the sugar and the honey at the bottom is definitely dissolving with the Skittles.
Is it?
And giving this homemade mead what it needs.
Oh, he's
That
single
makes me
again,
a happy
huh?
Cobra when I can smell the
Methica really did just fuck up his life like a storm.
alcohol coming out of the
Hurricane Methica.
jar, and I haven't let it ferment for the full. Because I'm going to be unboxing this or trying
Would this be more disgusting? Like, okay, so you find a jar like this in someone's house. Is it more or less disgusting? Like, if it's this or if it's Jenkum? What's worse? You know, because it looks the same. It would be the same jar, right? It would be the same type of jar, like big sort of container for Jenkem. You know, like what would be worse? I mean, this takes a lot more effort. I feel like Jenkem is, I don't know. I guess that would be worse probably, but man, it's close.
Me.
The smell's probably about equal too.
Next month.
She gave him herpes. Nice. Still together, we got conflicting sources.
Oh my fucking god. This is gonna be a beautiful, beautiful fucking mead, YouTube.
Beautiful.
And here's the thing of it. I was getting a bit worried because when I pitched the original yeast, I was worried that I didn't have enough. But based off my research here, I definitely had enough, because as soon as I cracked open the jar, I could smell it.
Someone says, about the same, I might take a sip to be polite. So of this or of the Jenkem? I'm just to be clear. I assume
And
this.
like, you know, throwing a little bit more of that yeast in there. It's a different strain. So, yeah, I'm just gonna grab some tape, craftily tape up the cracked lid here.
Oh man, I was really hoping he would drink this. Is he not? Maybe that's later in the video, or maybe we're too early on the mead. I don't know. He said he was gonna do it for a month.
Painter's tape. Now the only reason I use tape on the wine making lid is because there is, unfortunately, I did slightly crack the lid in the process of making several batches. I was worried because of the foam wasn't foaming up like it normally did with the other batches that I've made. But when I was mixing it around, had a sniff test and a lick test, if you want to call it that, it's definitely fermenting into alcohol. Like, I'm gonna have, like, Skittles flavored mead. And since mixing it, you can see, like, the Skittles are all dissolving.
God.
Like, the Skittles are all dissolving.
Well, we've bumped up now. You know, it's no longer acceptable to just do, like, funny Banjo-Kazooie music. Now we're... Now it's bad. Now it's bad.
YouTube, I'm liking the results that I'm getting from my Skittles mead.
So excited.
And, believe me, I've done my research.
His research.
I watch a lot of YouTube channels that make their own homemade wine. It's pretty straightforward. You add yeast, liquid, sugar, you get alcohol. I opened it to sniff it. It definitely smelled like alcohol. And I was like, yeah, that's tasting like
Smelled
some
like
fucking alcohol, dude.
Yeah.
So realistically, I did not need to add the extra packet of 1118 yeasts. I'm not complaining. So sometimes it does what it's supposed to do and doesn't give you the reaction that you're used to, kind of thing. And it's just another fun way of, you know, making wine.
Very fun.
And this is the Skittles mead that you saw me flexing on YouTube.
So he's not drinking this now, right?
So I didn't get excessive with it to start chugging it because it's not done fermenting. If anything, I'm just checking on the progress of...
Dude, you gotta drink it.
Oh yeah, look at that fermentation line.
Like, how long is it gonna be fermenting?
It smells like alcohol, dude.
It already smells like booze, just drink it!
So have I crafted...
Wanna see him drink it!
Skittles mead.
Come on, do it! Just drink it! Just do it! Drink the mead!
Look, straight up, when I licked my mixing spoon, which probably isn't the most sanitary of things, it tasted like Skittles alcohol. I'm not gonna...
I mean, I don't know why we're so excited. He's gonna love it.
People are craving these updates. And I want to stick this back in my fermenting space.
Back into the fermenting closet. God
Based
damn it.
off of the results that I just got in the last two videos, I'm extremely happy with the way that Skittles mead is turning out.
Oh yeah, it looks great. Mashed potatoes, Vince,
you on
huh?
this journey
Are
real
those
quick.
new? Is that old? I don't, that doesn't sound familiar. He's taking us into his
Go
den.
into my YouTube room.
Oh my god. The puppet watches over us.
There is Sean, everybody.
It's gonna be a double boss fight.
But there's the Skittles mead. Got it going and flowing, man.
Oh boy. Well, Skittles mead, everybody. God damn it. Stop the music. Stop the madness. Stop the madness. Alright, so there's mashed potatoes videos. Unfortunately, he does not drink this mead. I mean, he will, ultimately. But he, at this point, has not. Let me see. Does Boglin Chronicles have it? He might. There's a Meltdown, Trailer Park Wizard, Beg and Dip. Ah, the cursed mashed potatoes. Okay, I see. And there's 2 videos of these. All right, let's do some more Cobra. I'm good for that. Let's do some. It's been a while. We'll catch up on Cobra. Let's do it. So this first one here is 23 minutes. And the second one is the follow-up. For whatever reason, there's a follow-up. These potatoes don't look very good. There's a follow-up that's 7 minutes, but currently, yeah. This is a long video.
What's up, fellow YouTubers? It's your boy King Cobra.
Hi, Cobra.
And we got some dankness we're about to cook up. Roasted garlic, mashed potatoes from the Idahoan.
Oh, he's ruining the Idahoans. I like those. I never used to have mashed potatoes from, like, you know, mixes or whatever. I started getting the Idahoan, the 4 cheese one. It's pretty nice. It's good. I mean, it hits the spot, you know. It's not like real mashed potatoes or whatever, but they're tasty. He's gonna ruin the Idahoans? Come on, man. They deserve better than that.
Company. Then we're gonna add some ingredients to it to make.
Yeah, he's like high and drunk. I don't know what's going on here. He's wasted.
Some pretty delicious.
He's been raving all night, I think.
Mashed potatoes. So then we're gonna add the entire thing, get it all open.
Yeah, I don't know how he's gonna fuck up instant mashed potatoes. I mean, it's pretty. You pour the thing in a bowl, you boil some water, you put the water in the bowl, you stir, you're good. So it's a very easy process, you know. But you know.
Beautiful. Rustic garlic, delicious. So now to our rustic garlic, we're going to add some country crock.
Wait, why do you add butter to... Why are you adding butter to your instant mash? Those have butter already. In fact, they're already kind of too buttery a little bit, depending on which one you get. Why would you do that? You don't need extra butter. That's just not need. There's no need. That's a lot of it, too. That's a lot of it. There's no need for... He's getting more. He's getting more. There's more. He's got more. There's more in the thing.
2 cups, little scoops of butter.
Oh, 2 cups of blood. You don't need that. You don't need that. You're just going to pour water in there, and then that's going to... Oh, boy.
Believe me, we don't need any more. We're starting off with our base. We may add more butter to the taters, but that's neither here nor there.
You don't need more. You don't need any.
To our buttery mixture, we're going to add some whole milk.
What the fuck are you doing, dude? What do you mean? What do you mean? Whole milk? You boil water and pour it in there. What are you doing? He's doing this for attention, isn't he? He gets money for this or something. This is just him doing this for attention. He's not... Well, he is very high and drunk, probably, so maybe this is just, like... Maybe this is, you know, just struggle cooking. I don't know. But it's a very simple process to make these fucking potatoes. He's overcomplicating it, if anything. Listen
I
up!
stick it in the freezer where they get ice cold and unthaw it. So it's gonna have some ice chunks in it.
Oh my god. Why was he freezing his milk? Why? What are you doing? No, he's doing this on purpose. Come on, man. He's been doing this long enough. This has got to be, like, it's performative cooking. He's frozen his milk. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Now we'll add some daisy sour cream too.
Ice milk with lemon. Winky face.
The thing. And apparently the thing is not opened.
What is he adding? What is he adding? What is this?
And now we'll add some daisy sour cream too.
Why? Why would you add sour cream?
The thing.
Oh, this is bad.
And apparently the thing is not opened.
Oh god. Dude, you gotta
Look at the easy squeeze bottle.
You gotta do less drugs on when you're recording, man.
For convenience.
This is just sloppy. You know, if zoophilia can be recognized as an orientation, then why can't bagged milk be acceptable, goddammit? I say enough of the bagged milk prejudice. You know, it's just society that tells you that it's not acceptable. Bagged milk is valid.
Let's take care of. Keep that sour cream in there. And then the butter, and then with the milk.
We're gonna do the hokey or something.
And now, so we're gonna add some other things to it. No idea how it's gonna turn out. We definitely got enough.
Yeah, I agree, Aimbot. By the way, shoutouts to Aimbot, guest on our new episode of Loud Equals Funny. He was a very good guest, very fun to talk to for a little while. Yeah, no, I would agree that, yeah, you could tell his older videos, he was, a lot more articulate. I mean, even when he was drunk, it seems like it's really gotten to him. I mean, it's a shoe nice situation. It's like you're kidding yourself if you act like it's not going to eventually take its toll on him. I mean, it's all fun and games. Haha, this food's gonna kill you, but, like, it is killing him. I mean, he will most likely die pretty young of, like, natural causes, you know, because of eating this way and drinking this way, and it's a shame, but I mean, I guess it's his right to do that to himself, you know. No one can seemingly stop him from making, like, fucking Skittle mead and sour cream instant mash or whatever. So I mean, hey, it's just gonna eventually it's gonna happen.
Country crock.
We're all gonna be ready for it.
So we're gonna end up with enough milk for our taters. Pork King Good bacon seasoning.
What?
Bacon seasoning.
Pork King Good. That's the name of this company? Like fucking? Like Porking Good? That's a terrible name. It's like New Hawking. He's 33? This guy is a couple of years older than me. And he's got an even worse hairline than me. That's really saying something. Dump that bacon stuff in there.
And then we got some real bacon.
Like the real shit, all you need to do is get a couple of different flavors of Idaho and potatoes, and you do like, 4 cheese and also like loaded baked potato. Boom. You don't need to add bacon seasoning to your... Well, I mean, the seasoning is the least of the problems. He adds a little bacon season. I mean, he added a ton. But if you add a little of that, that's fine. It's the shit like butter and sour cream that is not necessary. And I don't even know if he's... And I think he put milk in there. He did. He put a bunch of milk in. Icy, chunky milk, too. So, yeah, this is ruined. I mean, the way that you cook... Everyone probably knows this, but yeah, you boil water and you put it in there, and that... Like, the heated water makes the powder turn from powder to, like, mashed potato consistency. And if you're not going to do that, I don't think it's going to happen.
10 bits. You're not going to pre-cook them or nothing. Just throw it in there.
I don't think it's a dick on his arm.
Opened up.
I think it's a weird goth logo.
So I'm going to throw the whole thing in there.
Puffing duster, too? I mean, I don't even know about that. Oh, God. He just poured the whole thing out. He just put the whole thing... Yeah, let's put the whole goddamn thing in. He's got an entire jar of bacon bits in there.
Leave the,
or at least part of a jar.
The little packet on the inside.
Big
so
part.
that's to the side. And take our fork.
It's a magic
And
penis
kind of
sigil.
mix it around a little bit. By the time this all microwaves, it's just going to make some bomb-ass mashed taters.
Oh, boy.
And gravy.
Someone's stealing a car. Alright, they got it. There you go. Good for them.
Because it's garlic mashed potatoes, we're going to add some garlic powder.
Mm-hmm. Put the whole goddamn thing in. Oh, yeah. I think he learned from Iron Wrath. People are saying Iron Wrath would be proud. He learned from Iron Wrath. He's pouring the whole thing in. Look at all this garlic powder. Look at this. This is insane. Full-on Iron Wrath garlic powder consistency. That's going to be some powdery mash. I mean, they aren't even going to form into real mashed potatoes. It's just going to be a bowl of sloppy, milky powder.
And the cheese and the gravy are going to come towards the end. But I want to make this taters right. So we're going to start with
Gotta make them rise.
some bacon-flavored ranch.
Ah.
Now, I did use I would use Hidden Valley for this excursion. However, they were out of Hidden Valley Ranch.
Well,
So
that's a good point. I mean, he's adding ranch now to the concoction. I mean, it's all over. The beer might go in. Anything's possible. Yeah, we've talked before about how he probably has, like, no fucking taste buds, because he'll make stuff that's just... I mean, any normal person would be revolted, obviously. He'll put so much of a lot of things in, and then he'll just be like, "This is what's up, YouTubes!" And I mean, like, I guess it's just, he must have, it's possible all the duster and the fucking booze and everything has, like, ruined his taste buds. You know, apparently, when you smoke cigarettes, apparently that fucks up your taste buds, so maybe it's something like that. I don't know. But yeah, he just seems to have... I remember in the show Fringe, there was a scene where one of the Observer guys, the bald guys in the suits, he's at a restaurant and he orders like a sandwich or something, and he just dumps an entire bottle of Tabasco on top of the thing. And everybody around is like looking at him, like he's weird. Apparently the Observers just didn't have good taste buds or something. So maybe Cobra is just an observer from the future timeline. I don't know.
all they had was Signature Select.
Put the whole damn thing in. Yeah, get it in there.
So
Get it in there. Get it in there. Stir it around a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now, when I microwave this, all these ranches and sour creams and milks and butters is gonna melt into our spuds. And get
So you can see the powder here that was once the potatoes. You got garlic powder, you got bacon bits, whole bunch of it. I mean, this is like, I mean, it's a war crime in a bowl, but that's nothing new for this channel.
milks and butters is gonna melt into our spuds
Slow down.
and give us this really creamy, rich mashed potato consistency. That's what I'm hoping for anyways. Never made mashed potatoes, and I don't want to bother with doing it by scratch. So I can just pour it into a
I won't do it by scratch.
bowl and do it like this. That'll be just fine. Just fine, YouTube.
No, this is not something that even a dog would eat. Absolutely. The dog would turn away because it would be like, what? I mean, an animal might be attracted by the bacon bits, but they're probably artificial, so probably not even that. Maybe the milk, but it's been powdered down and ruined by all sorts of other shit. I don't think an animal would eat this. I think flies would be repelled by this shit.
Now the taste of the mashed potatoes is gonna taste pretty good. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna microwave them till they get nice and hot. And then we'll add other ingredients and I'll film that too. But I'm thinking this mashed potatoes needs one more ingredient.
This would be a hate crime against the Irish if the Irish were people.
Several ingredients because I'm going to be adding garlic cheese, brown gravy, even though I know they have beef gravy.
Oh, good. He got the jarred gravy. That's just gonna be. That's tops. You know, that's how you really do. That's how you really do this meal justice.
Substituted that.
Jar gravy,
cheddar cheese, all kinds of goodies. So this is a family-sized proportion of garlic mashed potatoes. So while I'm making these mashed taters,
of course there's beer, of course.
Pour some of that Guinness in there.
Of course.
I'm using a Guinness Extra Stout.
Good stuff, man.
And the reason why I'm pouring this into here is because that brown gravy is really going to complement, whether it's beef gravy or brown gravy, it's really going to complement the taste of...
This is really next level. I mean, I've never thought about fucking up mashed potatoes like this, but he's throwing in just like bacon bits. It's not going to have anything close to a mashed potato consistency. It's going to be like a powdery bacon bit soup. It's going to be closer to a cereal with ranch dressing and, oh god. I mean, this isn't even remotely what it said on the assignment, Cobra. You were told to make mashed potatoes and you just shit all over the paper. What the hell is this?
The Guinness.
Yeah, he thinks it. Well, he always
right
thinks
now
it's
it's
awesome.
kind of gross because I'm sitting here mixing all this mush together.
Don't forget the
But
icy
you
milk.
microwave it, heat it up in an oven.
I love the idea that he's going to add gravy to this, too. It's like it's not liquidy enough. He's pouring in beer and all this milk and shit. He's going to put gravy on top of it. Great. That's going to really complement it.
50 until it's golden fluffy. Then we can start mixing our next ingredients. And I want to keep you updated on the next processes. And so I'm
We should add
microwave
meat.
this.
That would really complement it, yeah.
Instant mashed potatoes. Don't gotta be Chef Gordon Ramsay to make this shit. I threw in my seasonings. I threw in my fucking flavorings. We got our base.
Oh. Yeah, there is an entire... There's like over half of this video and a full second video of him making potatoes. Or like finishing up these potatoes, I guess. Eating them, maybe? Maybe vomiting them? I'm not sure what happens, but it's a shorter video.
So now I'm gonna microwave those
He's microwaving the milky beer ranch dressing substance. That's it's gonna be great.
Mashed potatoes till they get nice and warm.
Yeah, it's not a balls. It's not a dick and balls. It's like cute. You know those. Remember Dr. Ho or whatever, that guy who sold the fucking chakra adjustment bracelets? It's those things, the bracelets, and then they're connected on a big line to that logo everyone drew in grade 7. So that's his like magic sigil. His he's gonna channel the gods through that, I guess, and his like Jo crystal ring here too.
You could bake them in the oven if you had a tray big enough. But I'm not trying to create a huge mess, man. And I think we'll see how them mashed taters do. Start for 4 minutes. And we'll come back at you and I'll let you know how many times I'm gone down.
That's incorrect. He's like babbling in Boomhauer speak. That's incorrect, Vapor. I've made Cobra recipes before and they haven't been that bad. I mean, I think Iron Wrath had some better ones a little bit, but like Cobra, the sushi bacon cheeseburger was surprisingly not that terrible. I know how crazy that is to say, but it's true. It wasn't that bad from what I remember of it. But I got weird sushi that was like more rice than anything, so maybe if it was like a straight up like California roll, it would have been more disgusting. But in my reckoning, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And then there was another one that he did that was also not that bad. That I forget. It was one of the ones on the cooking streams. I made it, and I forget which one it was, but it was pretty alright.
Microwave them sons of bitches until they're ready for the next step. So those mashed potatoes. I gave them a 4-minute burst 3 times. Then I let them cool off. And now they're looking extra fluffy, extra delicious. So
looks like stuffing.
Add some ingredients to it before we add the gravy to it.
Maybe cookie dough,
Add some cheese to it. We got some roasted garlic. Cheese.
Cheese?
Yeah, I want to take this cheese.
You put it in for 12 minutes in the microwave? Is that right?
Gonna open it up real quick. We got this roasted garlic cheese. And we're going to cut it up into pieces for our
gotta chop up that cheese.
Potatoes.
Yeah. He's gonna cut the cheese, everyone.
It's tearing chunks.
Yeah, that's all you need. You're good.
And stick it in there.
Nice cheesy slop, yeah.
You know, we're gonna get fancy with it because, quite honestly, a lot of you making this recipe are probably watching King Cobra going. I'm also a single person making food on the budget. Nah, jokes aside.
I didn't say that this recipe would be good. I said that he has made some in the past that weren't inedible. That doesn't mean that this would be edible.
Microwave.
This looks truly disgusting.
Potatoes for 4 minutes, and I did that 3 times. So some cryptic shit right here.
I don't know if he got rid of Methica. That's not certain
people
yet.
Are like, hey, I want to see Cobra make some like bomb-ass cooking foods. So you want to take the entire block of garlic, cheese, and want to stick it down into the mashed potatoes. These mashed potatoes have had time to cool off. Mashed potatoes.
Oh God.
I'm gonna add some cheese to that.
Did he say he
And
was
make it
single?
really super dank. I'm keeping track of how many times I microwave it. So the cheese we got is the roasted garlic to go with those garlic potato mashed
I
potatoes.
love the tricorn, dude.
This bowl is still pretty fucking hot, man. We're gonna add the gravy and the other things to it to make it fun and even more delicious. After these messages, folks, this is gonna be part 2. We're gonna grab, we have some Le Crème sharp cheddar cheese. And I want to put a healthy sprinkle on top. Yeah, that's enough cheese for these potatoes. Holy fucking crap. That's enough cheese.
More cheese in there. That's
All the
good.
cheese to the bowl here.
So good.
We're gonna microwave it. And we're gonna microwave the fuck out of it until it's all gooey, ooey, cheesy, easy. Please me, squeeze me, yes please. And when it's fresh out of the microwave and that cheese, if I could stir it around with this fork that I keep separate out of the microwave while I cook it. Microwave it. Cheese gets a little melty. Keep microwaving it. Cheese is perfectly
He's
melted.
gonna microwave it
between
more.
both chunks. Stir that around.
More.
And we'll get to our next step. Okay, we definitely got enough cheese in the bowl here. This is definitely enough to cheese our cheese palette. I mean, this is, you see that right there? That's ridiculous.
Amazing.
It's all tucked into the bowl, nice and neat.
You think it's enough?
Now we're gonna microwave it in 4-minute bursts.
How long?
And when it gets to the point of where I'd like it to be, I'll stir it around. All that cheesy goodness on top.
Cheesy goodness, everyone. The ugly girl makeup of food. That's right. You just pour... Well, that's true. No, it's true, because you just pour a bunch of fucking cheese on it. And look at this.
Cheese palette.
Now it just looks like a bowl of what? Like cheesy, you know, mac and cheese, or like nacho cheese sauce or something. Like, it just looks like something with a bunch of cheese on it. You don't see the horrors that lie underneath. This is the, like, fucking MySpace fat girl angle of food, at the very least. I don't know. I said it was like makeup? Maybe. Something. It's just, it's obfuscating the horrible Lovecraftian nightmares deep within.
Palette. I mean, this is, you see that right there? That's ridiculous. It's all tucked into the bowl, nice and neat.
I mean, we love cheese done.
Now I'm gonna microwave it in 4-minute bursts. And when it gets to the point of where I'd like it to be, I'll stir it around.
Loaded
cheesy
mash!
Goodness on top.
Yeah, 4-minute bursts, everyone.
Yeah, it's time to do our next step.
Come on, buddy. Jesus fucking Christ.
Look at all that cheesy mess right there. Let it cool off for a hot minute. Microwaved it for like 2 to 3 4-minute bursts. So you know how that goes. 4-minute burst. Stirred around. Now we got some Heinz brown gravy.
Oh, you need more liquid in this?
Mashed potatoes.
He did another 12 minutes. Great. Good for him.
And we're gonna take a bunch of this brown gravy and stir it around. Now the brown gravy I should have gotten was beef flavored, but I just wanted a brown gravy for my mashed taters and gravy kind of thing, so I just grabbed.
I just got a notification from YouTube. A stream that I did like 3 years ago can't be monetized. That's a real shame. I wasn't planning on doing that, and I think it was already demonetized, but thanks for giving me the heads up, YouTube. That's what's up.
I saw.
More gravy, more liquid. This is what we need.
Take and like stir that gravy all the way around.
Wait, why are there Cheetos? Wait, hang on. Why are there Cheetos?
The brown gravy action gonna get.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Why is there Cheetos? Is he gonna add the Cheetos? He better not add the Cheetos.
The recipe is gonna involve a bowl and like microwave technology.
Oh boy.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
So we're gonna stir this brown gravy around into our mashed potatoes. Just like that.
Oh dear.
Around. Goodness, we're gonna add.
Yeah, white boys can cook. Look at this. White people have a culture, okay? Put in more ranch dressing. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! With the gravy. Let's go! That's right!
That's enough of that ranch. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
The crucial part into like making it happen.
Huh?
Don't look like much now.
Oh, but it's gonna look amazing.
Stir that ranch around.
Yeah, the ranch with the gravy. You gotta stir it together. You gotta listen to the slop. You gotta hear the
Stir all
slop.
the goods around. It's been cooled off to a point, so like.
Oh, he's eating it. He's trying it. He loves it. He's
It's not
gonna
half
love
bad.
it.
The
Not
ranch
half
has
bad.
been stirred around with the gravy. So now we're gonna add a couple more things.
Oh, good. There's chips.
Cheddar sour cream Lay's.
Of course. You know, it's all potatoes. It's fine. We got fucking faked out by the Cheetos. It turned out it was chips he was gonna add. Yeah, at least now there's some more potato in this thing. You guys like some crunchy mash? Some crunchy, sloppy, wet mash? You guys down for that? Yeah, come on, do a fat roll away from the cheese.
Crushing up those potato chips. That's some good looking munch right there, man.
Delicious.
But we got just a little bit more to add to the top of it. Cheddar jalapeno Cheetos to the top of it.
You know, he turns out he's also adding. We thought he wouldn't also be. You know, why would the Cheetos? Okay. Why would the Cheetos have even been there? Honestly, if he wasn't gonna add, of course. Why not? Sure.
Just a couple of those garnish.
Get it in there. Just as garnish, everybody. You know, for presentation, this is like parsley. You add a little Cheeto just to make it look nice and classy.
Think we're out of room for our ingredients.
Someone just says, I think the bowl is full now. Yeah, do some more microwaving. That'll fix it.
Brown gravy all over the top of the chips.
Get it in there. Come on, you gotta get it in there. Oh, you get some more of the sloppy gravy beans in there. Yeah. Yeah, suck off that spoon, Cobra.
Need one more thing before
Make
we
love to
microwave
this
it a couple
food.
times.
You can fuck these potatoes.
This giant bowl of mashed potatoes.
Oh, we got more cheese. Done. More cheese. Done. We love
Hopefully
cheese.
people are here
Done.
for it. If not, that's cool too. I don't care if they're here for it, because I'm here for it.
He's here.
In the microwave it shall go for 4 minutes. Bursts until I am satisfied. The last batch was like 3 to 4. You know what I'm saying? Like the last microwave batch, I microwaved it for like 2 to 3 sessions. And this one we're gonna do 1 4-minute session at a time.
Yeah, how much do you think this
And
bowl
this should be
costs?
hopefully.
You know, all the cheese and stuff, this is not a cheap meal at this point.
And so we're gonna wash it like a hawk between sessions.
He ran this thing
I
through
mean,
the
this
whole
could
food
be fucking
bank.
delicious. I have no idea. Because I got like 1 more sauce to add to the top of it after it's all said and done and cooled off. And I want to make sure it's cooled off before I add the sauce. So I'm gonna microwave that for 4
Over
minutes.
an hour of microwaving?
I want to watch it
That's awesome.
after every 4-minute burst and make sure that it doesn't microwave
Hello, Chud. We're just about Chud viewers. Welcome, rejoice. We're about to watch what remains of Cobra's potatoes.
with the bowl.
The final nightmare. The final nightmare. Oh, why is there salmon dip? Come on now.
Seafood dip.
They're starring no further. Oh, goodness me.
Now when I pull this out in part 3, I only microwaved it for a small 4-minute burst. The cheese was melting all over the plate.
Salmon dip is on there. Good
Luckily,
stuff.
it did not go over the sides. I pulled it out of the microwave, let it cool off for a hot minute. Well, I got part 3 uploaded. And while I was getting part 3 uploaded, part 4 was...
Get some of those
Chicken
Cheetos
and fork.
mixed in there. For anybody who just joined, by the way, this is mashed potatoes. He's making mashed potatoes right now. I know it doesn't look like that, but they've been in the microwave for over an hour, so they're thoroughly cooked at this point. You know, it's fine.
taking 1 whole can of smoked salmon
It
seafood
was at
dip,
one point mashed potatoes.
sprinkling on top. Part 4.
Yo, someone in chat is named Weaselly Little Liar, dude. You're such a Weaselly Little Liar, dude.
I want to take some smoked salmon seafood dip. You'll plop it all over after part 3. Part 3 I
Part
did like
3.
a 4-minute burst just to melt the cheese on top of the gravy. And I took it out of the microwave and I had to let it cool off for a significant amount of time because that microwave is high-powered. A high-powered microwave gets the job done. You might be looking at these mashed potatoes like, oh, that's bloody disgusting.
Yeah.
An entire jar of smoked salmon, seafood dip.
Yeah, a little bit. A
See the
whole thing,
texture?
huh?
See the coloration?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, like, it's the part where even, like... Okay, so, like...
See the texture?
Yeah.
See the coloration?
You can see this is the dip on top, and then these are the potatoes and cheese and gravy over here, and ranch dressing and several pounds of garlic powder. So I mean, this is a consistency nightmare. There's also chips in there,
Yes.
and Cheetos.
It's not looking
Beautiful.
half bad. I
It's important to remember just everything that's in there.
definitely munch out on it. I'll let it cool off overnight though. You're thinking to yourself, that looks so fucking messed up, Cobra. Why would you do that? But you all seem to like the food hacks and the cooking videos. So I thought I'd take it out of the cooling stage and flash it for part 4.
See, he really is doing this for views. I mean, it's like you guys love it when I do these like food hacks or whatever. So it is genuinely that it's the fucking it's the viewers that have made him do this. He is killing himself with food for YouTube viewers. And frankly, I'm here for it.
I like seafood. And there's our fork to try it. Excellent. Now, I wasted an entire can on the potatoes, but I wouldn't say it's a waste.
No.
Because this is an unopened can.
Listen, a
and I
waste
want to
is-
show you the ingredients I used
That's all
to
subjective.
finish it.
Why is he calling this plastic container a can, by the way?
And I want to show you the ingredients I used to finish it. It's not a waste if it looks that good. To me, it looks a little funky. To me, it looks funky. But to be honest, do it taste good? It tastes good. You know what
To
I'm
me,
saying?
it looks funky too. It's starting to sound funky.
People are looking at all this stuff, and I would keep this in the fridge because when you have
Put it in the fridge, right?
that salmon smoky dip says keep refrigerated, so if I'm gonna put it on top of the taters, you definitely want to keep it refrigerated.
Absolutely, yeah. Try a little. Oh, yeah. He's gonna love it. I mean, this is what's up, YouTube. This is what's up. You love the sound? You love the smegma bowl? Almighty Loli says the potatoes are a rape threat. Implicitly, yes.
After a couple bites before sticking it back in the fridge,
The fridge will do it.
I'll be snacking on this
You know, the last ingredient it needs is the fridge.
for the next couple of days.
That's the last bit of the cooking process here. These are by the way, these are instant mashed potatoes.
It looks flashy enough on camera, but is it good?
Just throwing that out there.
Can you make instant potatoes into a snack?
This is some good instant potatoes that take fucking 2 hours,
There's a
like
big old
all
chunk
night
of it.
to make. Look at that shit. Yeah! Yeah!
Because as soon as I smeared the salmon sauce on top of it, I stuck it in the fridge for a couple of minutes. And now the bowl is just like cold to the touch.
Yeah.
I can handle it with ease and I'll burn the fuck out of myself. A little later to take. Oven mitts to lift it out of the microwave on step 3, but it is what it is.
Oh my god. Serenade of the
Flavor.
potato.
Is this combination of mashed potatoes weird? Yes.
A little bit.
Is it a big bowl of mush? Yes. It's absolutely tasty.
Obviously. Look at that. It's obviously delicious. With the Cheetos and everything. And the ranch.
Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah, it's decent.
I'm not just saying that.
It's not just saying that. It
I'll
never
keep
would.
that cold
I swear he has no taste buds.
and fresh.
His mouth
And
doesn't
watch out
work.
on it for the rest of... Until the bowl gets emptied, of course, because I'm not letting this go to the waste. Now, the smoky salmon dip is optional, but that's how I would
Is this
chop
worse
this
than the Fortune
greasy
Sunday ramen? I don't know.
monstrosity of good dastardly proportions of calories. Yeah, I let that son of a bitch cool off. I
Yeah.
slapped a whole can of that sauce,
It's like
the
the-
salmon sauce on
It's
there.
like the party cheese. You gotta let it sit overnight. You gotta let it cool.
Stuck it back in the fridge and let it cool off. In between those steps, look, my hands are like not having it, so I had to use my mitts to do it. But I honestly don't care because this made a really delicious food hack.
Food hack, everyone. That's a food hack. You know, if you ever need a good food hack, just go ahead and do that to your instant mash. I can't get over it's instant mashed potatoes. It takes him like all night. He microwaves them over the course of hours and puts it in the fridge for like a whole evening. That's good stuff. Instant mashed potatoes, everyone. Well, that's a little bit of a Cobra update. Thank you for joining me on the Cobra nightmare, but that was not the final nightmare. We've been going for a while here, and I think we'll keep going for a little bit longer. We had some Cobra goodness, and now let me see. What else do I have here? This guy. Who are you? Music channel. I'm good. Brian Beckett here. Who are you? Okay. So, you know what? I feel like this guy. I feel like we have an idea what this channel's all about. I don't know. I think I'm good on that one. Quantum of Conscience. What is this? I think this was. Oh yeah, I think this was a channel that I found randomly. Maybe? I'm not sure. I got some things here. Oh yeah, I had something in the weirdo playlist. Hang on. Where's my fucking weirdo play? Here we go.
Well, guys.
No, don't play. What video is this? Hang on.
We're around here and this.
Goji Fan 1993 and Rambo Raff for Life versus Nostalgia Critic and AVGN. What is this? Who the fuck? Oh, we're getting some. I see. We're getting some users. Well, I'm good. You know, this is not supposed to be a user stream necessarily. We don't need to watch this guy give his controversial opinions on Nostalgia Critic. What else do we have here? Let's see. Let me see. Why pop culture deities and spirits are viable to work with. Oh, this person looks like a thumb. A thumb with hair. Oh boy.
Hello, Taylor Allwood with
Pop Culture Deities
Experiments. And today I'm going to talk about why pop culture spirits and deities are actually viable spiritual beings to work with.
Oh, this is fucking stupid. I'm good. Okay, not that. Let me see here. Need some people being posted on the Discord. We get some kind of penis doll. Grave robber treated bodies like dolls. A lot of dolls. That's cool. There's a new channel from Patricia Taxon where she talks about being... Oh, there is this. How long is this video? Oh, it's only 2 minutes. It's a year old too. Yeah, Patricia Taxon, who loves dogs and dog accessories and wants to be a dog, and also a lot of other cool things. She has a new channel. It's exciting stuff. Video doesn't look that interesting though. Let's see. My friend has lost her mind. She is making false accusations. This is very ridiculous, and I am very, very angry and pissed off. Okay, this is like some random old guy. I got myself 2 emergency flashlights on Amazon. No, we're good on that guy. At least for now. Chinese foreigner. Hello to... Oh. This is hello to all the children of the world on YouTube Kids, everybody. Hell yeah, dude. You know, I mean, I don't know if I can play this song, but, you know, I can, just a little bit of this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get lost tonight! Yeah! Hello, all the children! Yeah, he loves kids. It's fine. Alright, well that's fine. That's that video. Oh, he's doing a little spin now. That's cool. Let's see here. The literary layer. Okay, we got a fake AVGN doing book reviews. That looks pretty cool. We got some Leo Convoy and the Senate. Awesome. Well, The milk barn is not providing today. We don't have a good selection of things, so I'm going to have to break out the I'm gonna have to break out the nuclear option. Let me see here. Where is it? Where is it? Was it 5 months ago? How old is this video? Was it a year ago? Hang on. I think the guy might have taken down the video. Yeah, I think this guy might have taken down this video. That's a shame. Somebody better have re-uploaded it. Uh-oh. I think he took it down. Let me see here. Let me try re-upload. See if someone's got it. No. No one is re-uploading. Oh, that sucks. That sucks ass. That sucks ass. Maybe it's still on his channel. Maybe I just missed it. So, we got this individual here who started some kind of a war with Turkey Tom over some like joke that he made or something. This is Clapped Seal, and they had a video about if furries are a minority, and they don't have that video. I'm not seeing it anymore. I think they took it down. But they do still have the terrible state of anti-furry journalism. So I mean that might be something. I don't know if somebody has the re-upload of this. But anyways, we watched a video about zoophilia earlier and why it's totally cool and should be accepted. It should be part of the alphabet people or whatever. And now we're looking at another. Also zoophiles and furries are closely intermingled. That's another thing we learned from that scientific video. And now we got Caro the Wolf here. Consequences of Caro the Wolf and furry representation. Zoo, DHC, minors. Yeah, so it's a furry channel. And yeah, the person made a video that was like, are furries a minority class? And I don't know if that video is still available. Let me try Clap Seal minority. Let's see if somebody has a re-upload. No. I think maybe he I think he renamed it. Let me take a look at chat here. Verlisfy is right there. Is that somebody? Lamau, the thumbnails. Yeah. I believe this is the one, maybe. I mean, it's from a few months ago. I think it was a few months old, the video, and it was a video about if furries are a minority. Now it's, what is the furry community? Is this the same? This might be the same video. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Danced around the idea of labeling furries as a minority group. It's a loaded term with a dated history of misuse and questioning, but it's also a label that I've been interested in determining.
This is the right. So
dated history of misuse and questioning, but it's also a label.
So this is the furry character
that
versus
I've been interested in determining.
Furry character. This is the real guy. So there's a bit of a difference there,
Misuse and questioning, but it's also a label that I've been interested.
Yeah, like this is what he presents himself as on the internet, and then the real guy.
Determining. We as humans.
This is what shows up to your house with a knife at night.
Appreciate simplicity. If we can define a term under strict definitions, it can allow us to clearly outline boundaries. I mean, if we're going to spend so much time talking about hate towards a particular group, we should at least be able to define what we're talking about. Are we talking about valid criticism, or are we talking about discrimination? If we cannot define these terms, then it is fruitless to
Apparently he's associates with other bad furries or something, which, I mean, hey, I believe it. But he's here to talk all about how we can label the furry community. Well, we already know how it can be labeled. It's a part of the zoophilia spectrum, apparently.
Even entertain a conversation on how to prevent it. For each alternative answer provides vastly different methods of...
Why does he have a sock on his head? Well, why would you want yourself to be seen in a video like this? This is just reasonable. This makes sense, really. But I mean, it makes me wonder why he has the furry character too. I mean, just do one or the other, really. I mean, if you don't want to be on camera, that's fair. Just do the furry thing. You are a furry, so it's like, why are you wearing a balaclava? This is very strange.
Convention. I understand.
Why do you have a baklava on your head?
That labels are annoying. Many people even swear off using them in a bid to rid themselves of its restrictions. And certain labels can be seen as unnecessary, even damaging to whatever or whoever the label defines. However, something being confusing, even to the point of frustrating, doesn't make it any less.
He crossfade from himself to himself. What the fuck?
Valid. Understanding where discrimination stems from and the position that it puts groups in makes the challenge of defeating it far more streamlined. Individually speaking, ridding one's makes
This is Conference 6, 1995. So apparently Nambla was a part of like the Pride Parade kind of thing. Up until like the mid 90s. So you can really only guess that it's a mid-90s furry convention probably was that was probably some real good shit. Oh, these people were probably some real saintly individuals. And, you know, I bet the furries basically invented the internet more or less, too, if you think about it. I mean, not really, but, like, the way that we now interact, the way that we now conference, you know, online, it's like these fucking weirdos wanted to talk about their like sexual drawings of Bugs Bunny, and they made it happen. They, you know, because furries are also all rich for some reason. There's a lot of overlap with rich people and pedophilia and furries, all kind of all together there.
Makes the challenge of defeating it far more streamlined. Individually speaking, ridding oneself of labels can be liberating. In a world that's amassed with horror and confusion, it is no fault of one's own to ignore the socially defined labels, the ones that they see as just unimportant. Gender, for example, can be seen as restricting to many people's identity and mental health. To combat gender, someone can internally ignore and reject.
So it's like, this is the stream of slippery slope bullshit. You get gender stuff, you get fur stuff, you get zoophile stuff, and it's all on an epic cool spectrum of everything is everything is like, I don't know, it's very loaded language. We've seen this all before.
The concept entirely, a feasible and understandable process for those whom it fits.
Some people don't identify as their gender, as their sex, so therefore, it's fine if you think you're a goat. It's fine. That's normal.
Although gender across cultures and society cannot be simply eradicated to the same extent, even for being a social concept that is.
There's a big difference between like the way that humans present themselves and the societal structures and norms of fucking whatever. Gender ambiguity, current day Californian shit, but there's a difference between that and, you know, wanting to be an animal. That's a very different. It's like this thing where they're trying to make it like somehow connected. I mean, if it's not zoophiles that are part of the LGBTQ in the next 10 years, it's gonna be furries. It's gonna be the LGBTQIAAF. It's gonna happen.
Is at least biologically non-existent. Social definitions sprout amongst cultures independently from one another. A common misconception is to class alternative genders to the Western male and female as new, thus giving way for a media-proposed panic and neophobia. Although this is woefully incorrect, as gender does exist in history.
I love this, I'm sorry, I mean, you know, I'm...
Neophobia. Although...
Whatever, I'm left-wing dark, it's fine, but, like, the fact that this whole, like, two-spirit thing that's just, like, you know, it's just some kind of wacky religious thing, I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't think that's really the same thing as being, like, gay. I just don't know if this should necessarily be, like, up there as part of the same... You know, broad spectrum of, like, liking dick or not liking dick is also, I have fucking multiple X-Men characters living in my fucking body. Like, I don't know about that. That's a reference, too, because there is a two-spirit character from the show Legion who is, which is an X-Men show, so...
Woefully incorrect, as gender does exist in history which diverges from this male and female narrative.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. When you have, like, wacky fucking, like, two-spirit... you know, the bear spirits give me fucking other personality, whatever, I don't know. I know I'm being racist right now, but when you incorporate that in, then you really are allowing for these people that are just like, well, I really feel like I'm a dog, though. And it's like, where you're gonna have to just draw the line somewhere, dude. I mean, this is so dumb.
In turn, labels of gender make sense.
Of course people like this are gonna show up with their fucking bullshit furry video.
So eradicating such a concept would not only go against history, but it would conflict with people's culture. Looking at it from an outsider's perspective, these definitions make it far easier for someone to identify a problem and minimize stigma on a societal level. If we know what a thing is, and we can differentiate it from another thing, then we can properly address the issue. Furthermore, the specificity of labels can create contradictions. A label could contradict the actual definition of that name, or
This is not a meme video, chat member. It's 45 minutes long.
the act of giving something a label could actually contradict the label itself. For example, agender, which refers to someone who does not identify with having a gender. So our label for this person's gender is to say that they don't have a label for their gender. Linguistically, it kind of creates a paradox. Perhaps it's implying that the label
Fuck does this have to do with people that like to jerk off to Lola Bunny, dude?
of agender is true,
This
yet
is so much like... I think it is. It's for midwit furries to watch this and then, like, you know, stroke their chin and go, ah, yes, words. Ah, intersectionality. I see. I am now informed about this subject. And it's like not really saying a lot. I mean, yeah, you're identifying some things that are kind of fucking irrelevant to the subject matter. Very good though.
poorly worded. Not that I can propose a better alternative. I like to see the label as a form of revolt, to act out against the unnecessary nature of gender and act as just a person on Earth. Putting it like that frankly sounds badass, transphobes be quivering. But in general, labels are a form of convenience. We use them to simplify other existing terms that may be too
This guy is the one who's gonna make the transphobes quiver.
complex or overly complicated into shorter, more concise definitions. In turn, to create another label, we should consider any possible contradictions that may arise for the sake of convenience.
Well, of course it's some breadtuber bullshit.
As one more example, which doesn't relate to gender this time, the Holocaust, which I'm now
You never see it come down.
You know, it's crazy. Where was the trigger warning for that? Come on, man.
convenience. As one more example, which doesn't relate to gender this time, the Holocaust, which I'm now realizing I'm doing the most clappy thing ever.
Someone in chat just goes, "I just got here." Well, welcome. You got here you just got here. No, sir. You got here just in time.
You know, making a video about furries and only 3 minutes in, immediately diverging into talking about a mass genocide. My ability to string
Yeah, the Jewish people really did never see that coming. So, I mean, that is a good use of that soundbite.
together loosely related topics is accidental and stupid. Anyway, the etymology of the word is derived from both Latin and Greek roots, forming the compound word holocaustum, which can be interpreted through English equivalent holocaust. Breaking the word down into its components, we have holo, meaning something whole or entire, then kostos, meaning burnt or red.
You're really giving us, like, Webster's Dictionary defines Holocaust as... You're doing that right now? Okay.
Hot, thus the combination
From
of the
within the fursuit and the balaclava underneath.
These terms can be interpreted as entirely burnt or something wholly burnt up. Essentially, Holocaust can be used as a suffix to describe a mass loss or
And by the way, this is the video I thought that it was. He changed the video title. It used to be like, "Are Furries a Minority Group?" or something. It was something like that, and now it's, "What is the furry community?" Because he knew that was getting him some negative attention, so he changed the video to seem like it's less stupid than it is.
total destruction of lives. By use of the phrase the Holocaust, we are often referring to the Jewish Holocaust, which we are distinguishing from other terms such as the Armenian Holocaust, a
Or the furry Holocaust, come on.
term which ran alongside the far more common Armenian genocide, which was used in news headlines around the time of World War I. At the time of these headlines, the word Holocaust had no connotation to the Jewish population. That was something attributed to the term in the decades after. What this means is that set
dickheads?
definitions to labels labels can nearly be ignored when added context to the word amplifies or minimizes the severity or
Well, I've so far learned more about the Holocaust in this video and the etymology of its word than the furries that the video is about and that I clicked on the video for, so that's good.
Magnitude of its implications.
Almost as far off topic as the bad conservative horror movies video.
For if you make the comparison to an event being an example of a Holocaust, then you are making a direct comparison to the genocide of Jewish populations, redefining the word under a new magnitude to how we interpret the phrase.
Yeah, what about the cannibal Holocaust? Come on.
Now, I'll note that I left out several other factors such as religious influences, just as so to not overcomplicate my example. Still, early intentions of this label were to make it give the genocide a particular distinctness, in order to highlight its importance. Religious undertones to the label are something that is frequently ignored in modern times, for many feel that it elevates the very human issue into one of divine importance, when in actuality it may be more fitting to view Nazi soldiers and Jewish victims for what they truly are, human.
So anyway, furries.
Thus grounding the event in reality and recognizing that people are actually capable of these types of things. In a
Right. So, you know, similar to Nazis, furries.
way this can be seen as reappropriating the label, something that we've seen by many minority groups when derogatory terms are worn as badges of honor.
Alright, so when we tell you guys to yiff in hell, you're like, oh, that sounds good, I'm gonna open up a hot spring. Something like that, you know.
Leave a link to two papers in the description, one on the reappropriation of stigmatizing labels, and the other to an Oxford University Press paper on the Holocaust, for which I cite
Thanks for teaching me so much about the Holocaust, dude.
a lot of the information I just said. This paper features a far more in-depth explanation of religious influences.
For next video, though, it would be a lot funnier if you spaced this out and made it like halfway through the video, and then also made it so that you're like a Holocaust denier or something. If you want to make it funnier, like there's a way that you could make this funnier, but you know, good job though. Good job.
I mainly brushed over. It outsets off this line: language is really a reciprocal tool. It reveals, and at the same time, it is revealing. We know through its use it has the capabilities of shaping cultures and societies as we know them. Hopefully my brief introduction provides some insight into all the intricacies which go into labels and their effects. Labels
Jesus fucking Christ.
aren't chosen hastily, but through precise, calculated decisions that consider possible effects and consequences. These laws of language will become useful as we progress through the—
You know, this is the way to make furries seem less annoying. You know, people don't like furries, and I don't understand why, but this'll do it. This'll make them generally, you know, make people watch this, have this guy, like, lecture you about the Holocaust or whatever. It'll be really, people will get on board for it, I think, yeah.
this video. Many of them will affect our judgment on how we label certain concepts. They tell us that any slight nuances in judgment lead to great consequences and therefore have to be made with increased caution. I've yet to even introduce a key social aspect to the labels which target the use of pre-existing labels themselves. A topic
God, shut up, cunt.
that we will arrive to later in the video. But hold on, how does this relate to furries? Well, quite simple really. For over 40 years, furries have established themselves as a subculture of society. For almost an equal amount of time, the fandom has made its way into ethics discussions and debates on whether they should be accepted, exiled, or changed.
Yeah, right in the early days, the earliest eras of the internet, I was right, these fucking people were entrenched. Why do you think it's so bad now? Because the furries got to it first. Why do you think the internet sucks? Why do you think we're rapidly heading towards zoophilia being an orientation? Because the furries got to it first. 1994, talking about fucking multi-user dungeons. Sex with the furry muckers.
This hatred has evolved and developed over time.
I really prefer the Murray fuckers. Just people that want to fuck Bill Murray.
Certainly given the decades of time to age, and its impacts on the community cannot go understated. The fandom would be unrecognizable if it weren't for the misinformative—
Claw, you're a furry. No, that's what they want you to think, retard. They want you to think that just because someone has like a cartoon bear, that makes them a furry. No, you need to be like you need to be a sick motherfucker that wants like a fursona and have like a fursuit and everything. You've got something wrong with you. Just something wrong with you.
news journalism and the negative public reception. If we were to take this misinformation and all this negative stereotyping, we should ask what position it puts the fandom in, and why would we have any incentive to add such a label onto it? Is this practice worth the effort, or is it a fruitless endeavor leading to a world indifferent to its conclusions?
I don't know, how about you fucking kill you... Never mind.
For the passing moment, I'll remove any personal connection to the story. I don't want my own personal experience as a furry to cloud my judgment. For now, I'll employ past studies. This local thesis by the
Holy shit, these local feces.
University of Waikato takes an exploratory analysis of the suicidality, anxiety, and depression amongst furry populations.
It's almost like the universe is trying to tell them something.
It has a sample population consisting of 1,249 self-identified furries. Thus, I believe I'm borrowing from an adequately sized sample population. The topical focus centers around the Maya minority model of stress, whereby the mental health of a minority group is defined by key factors of risk and protective processes, something which has gone seldom addressed in previous and even future studies. For this thesis was published back in 2018. Mental health is a historically under-addressed topic, and that theme is all too present in furry culture.
Oh, you don't fucking say.
That is apparent when
Not a lot of well-adjusted furries out there. I didn't know.
considering the overall lack of studies.
Moses Simpson took care of this one.
And action of prevention despite decades of known issues. The Maya minority model of stress, or as I will call it for the rest of the video, the Maya model, targets stresses such as isolation, rejection, concealment of identity, stigma, and other processes which inhibit one's ability to exude happiness.
Oh my god. We're in a section called furry risk factors, by the way. Are they at risk of being holocausted?
All of these processes
Penis?
combined create the total
Sorry, what?
which inhibit one's ability to exude happiness.
Oh, I really did just cut it off right where it... Okay, good.
All of these processes combined create the total risk towards a particular group. That is then compared to any protective factors such as a sense of community and support group, or any processes that counteract any apparent risk factors. It should be noted that this method doesn't recognize much individuality. Access to support is one example. It shouldn't be said that all furries are treated equally, as all furries have distinct social environments. A furry living in one area may have access to the support group whilst another furry may not. With that out of the way, we can analyze the first factor, risk. Just one
support group
example of risk would
for being a furry?
be assault or public harassment. Say for example being verbally assaulted on the street or even stoned on the street, which can cause paranoia.
Being stoned in the street. Having people hurl fucking stones at your face because you're a furry. I mean, I'd never even considered doing that, but now that you mention it...
Paranoia to walk the same street again, in the same clothes, towards the similar people. This can be interpreted as almost internalized stigma. You have experienced...
No, chat members, some people... expirence risk. Some people, you know, they claim that they've been a furry since, you know, their youth. They recognize that they were intrinsically tied with, you know, being a fucking fox or whatever. So I mean, some people, you claim it's a choice and not a, you know, not like a sexuality or something. Some people, apparently this is just what makes them comfortable in life. I don't know. You know, the claim is made that it's like, it's not about sexuality, it's just, this makes me feel right. I feel comfortable this way. I just don't know. You know, I just don't know.
Just a form of risk and internalized your view on safety and your place in society. Mass examples could be...
It's like, it's a, again, with the slippery slope, with the furry to fursuiter to therian to zoophile eventually pipeline. You know, it's like, it's tough to say where one begins and ends, you know?
Bomb threats and marches outside furry conventions, which is a place supposed to resemble community and safety. Take for example the 2014 Midwest Fur Fest gas.
What?
Mass examples could be bomb threats and marches outside furry conventions, which is a place supposed to resemble community and safety.
A convention is supposed to resemble safety. Is it? People have a really weird fucking mindset with these conventions. This is what I'm learning. Is that there's some people that treat these conventions like it's the only place they can feel themselves, and they... Like Herbie Hops, whenever he has to go home from one and he's breaking into fucking tears like 6 different times on the plane ride back. These are some people that get fucked up at conventions, and not even in the fun way.
Take for example the 2014 Midwest Fur Fest gas attacks. This purposeful chlorine gas leak led to the hospitalization of 19 furries. No one is presently certain on the exact culprit of this attack, although a few theories have surfaced on who may be responsible.
See, you don't want to make it sound like it's easy to get away with attacks against furries en masse. That's because that's the takeaway. I feel like some people are gonna have that. Depending, the way you've given us this information has been, I would say, irresponsible on your behalf.
Either way, for an event like this to occur, it proves at least someone is
It's just like going like, wow, a lot of people are able to get away with robbing banks, Just go in with a note and they just walk out with money. I'm not saying you should. It's crazy. It's bad, actually, but yeah, they're really into it, though.
On the general safety of furries as they collectively meet at one of the largest conventions. Thus, paranoia can instill itself into anxiety on further attendance for attacks or threats towards public safety.
Apparently the guy who did the furry gas attack was a furry, too. I mean, I believe it.
Very famous clip sporting over 6 million views on YouTube, reporter Mika Brzezinski for MSNBC's weekday morning broadcast struggles to understand the concept of furries after reporting on the MFF gas leak, essentially turning the event into a comedy, which under most circumstances would be funny. However, the irony is not lost when one reporter is directly telling the camera the police are treating the event as a criminal investigation, whilst the other two are laughing and treating the situation as a joke. As
who knew that MSNBC was so based?
host Joe Scarborough says, she just learned something we all wish we didn't know. One can picture the effects on furries when confronted with
I love that this is just basically him like, yeah, even when we get like gas attacked and there's like if this was any other community, this would be like a hate crime. People would be like, hashtag pray for whoever, they would be covering this like it was, like it was a real story, but because it's furries and they're inherently fucking stupid and laughable, you even have these, like, this is MSNBC too. This is the lefty news network. They're like the reverse Fox News, basically. So, like, if anybody is gonna be sympathetic to furries, it's gonna be these fuckers. But no, it's just a joke to them, which is pretty funny.
Apparent purposeful gas attack in a comedic level event by famous reporters on live television, only to be told that they wish they had never learned of furries, which calls to another aspect of risk: isolation. When general populations are unwilling to even consider furries or provide any trace amount of sympathy, not being recognized.
Not even general populations, dude. This is the news network that should be on your side. This is like one step removed from Young Turks or Hassan. You're at MSNBC and they're not able to fucking take you seriously. That's a problem. That's a problem. It's not even just like op-ed on furries and they find it silly. It's like people are hospitalized. This is potentially a terrorist attack or some shit, Under any other circumstances, it would be incel terror or something. It's furries though, so they're just laughing at you. That's a problem for you guys. Not a problem for me, though. Very funny for me, but it's a problem for you guys.
Can exhibit isolation and ostracization. According to Fur Science, ostracism is a fairly common experience, which is then compounded upon by the failure to recognize furries as a general subgroup of human beings and the problems that they face. This isolation can lead to a form of concealment, to hide one's identity in a bid to avoid such ostracism or isolation. Refusal to
See, but that's almost worse. It's like it's like going on the bus with the 30% of humanity that are apparently zoophiles, according to that video. Like, if you go on a bus and there's like 30% of the other people on the bus are going to be zoophiles. Some of them are probably also going to be secret furries, too, so that's even worse, really.
Disclose the furry side of yourself to peers, family, or even loved ones. Participants in the Waikato study only reported comfort in disclosing their furriness to non-furry friends 71.8% of the time. 57.6% feel somewhat comfortable disclosing this information to loved ones, and 51.5% for family, 36% for non-furry work colleagues, and 25% for non-furry bosses and supervisors. Internalizing this is
the fact that 25% feel like they're willing to tell their boss about that, frankly, too high a number.
example of a
You should not be willing to tell your boss that necessarily. What the fuck?
mental stressor. Incidentally, opening up about this furry trait can cause significant damage in perceived social.
Like, who's asking? Why would the boss need to know that? Under what circumstances would that literally ever come up? Other than you just shoving that into your boss's face because you're a furry and everybody needs to fucking know it. And you show up with the butt plug foxtail to fucking work and they're just like, dude, this is the fucking, this is Interpol. What are you doing, Johnson? I'm just proud of being a furry! You know, I don't know about that. Maybe just keep that fucking shit to yourself. At least don't involve your boss in it or your colleagues. Come on now.
Status, and in certain environments opens one up to the possibility of bullying. Exactly how prevalent this problem is, for lack of a better term, grim. There is significantly higher rates of bullying amongst furries than general populations. Fur Science claims that 61.7% of furries reported being bullied from the
Oh, that's a shame. I really feel badly about that.
ages of 11 to 18. Waikato saw a decrease to 50.4% of furries surveyed experiencing some form of bullying.
Team building? No. Team bullying.
Normal populations provide a range of estimates anywhere from between 19 to 30 plus, but typically estimates I found fall somewhere along the line of 20 to 25% of general students experiencing bullying. This means statistically the rate in which furries experience—
It's almost like if you stand out and make yourself act like a bigger loser when you're in like school age, like you're gonna wind up with more people bullying you. So much of this shit with stuff like this, it always comes down to just like, let's just change human nature. You know, it's every person has for thousands of years felt the inclination to bully other children. Some children, that's just the way it is. It's unfortunate. You know, we can try our best to reduce, really violent bullying and stuff, but like, there's gonna be name calling. It's just the way it is. And it's the way it fucking should be. It's worked for us for thousands of years. But all of a sudden now, we just need to like, oh, you can't make fun of him, he's a furry. That's wrong. Why do you think everything sucks now? I don't know.
Some form of bullying is 2 to 3 times higher than the expected level. Worse more, the frequency and severity of this bullying is also distinctly increased.
Let's get those
Waikato
numbers up.
suggests that 16.5% report being physically bullied a great deal.
These are just jokes. I would never ever endorse such a thing.
Whilst typical students
Make sure that you please do not report the channel Zooier Than Thou for sexual abuse of animals, by the way. Whatever you do, God, I'm begging my community to not be... I'm begging them to not do anything against my wishes. Please, God. Oh.
somewhere at about 6%. It's important to make a distinction between general bullying and specifically targeting the furry community. Thankfully, the Waikato study also makes this distinction. 37.9% reported being harassed specifically about being a furry. And
yeah, there was, I think it was Harmful Opinions watched this video, and there was a point that he raised there that was like, well, okay, but so the people that are being bullied that are furries, are these people who are just happen to be very bullyable individuals? And now we're getting into this, like, yeah, maybe they're a furry and they're quiet about it and don't annoy people about it, but if they're acting like a fucking, you know, if they're acting like a word I can't say on YouTube because people will get mad at me, if they're acting like that, you know, I mean, like, people are going to probably make fun of them, especially if they're, like, in school or something. Like, that's just gonna happen, whether they're a furry or not. You know, you'd have to look into sort of, like, what's causing people like that to want to be furries, or what's causing people that also want to be furries to also happen to be bullyable individuals. What's the overlap with... Is it they're being bullied because they're furries, or is it a lot of furries are fucking losers who are worth bullying? You know, historically, there's been a bunch that have been, like, sex rapists and all sorts of other cool things. And, like, maybe at this point, furries have, like, a pretty bad reputation, you know? Like, maybe that's the reason. Like, furries have generally sucked for a long time, so, like, maybe it's not... I don't know, there's other... I feel like this is a sort of... It's like addressing the symptom and not the cause or something. I don't know.
10.1% reported being harassed a great deal. From these statistics, we've created a game of cat and mouse, whereby not opening up creates internalized anguish and isolation. Opening up results in physical endangerment. Systematically, furries haven't yet established their presence in order to sustain a notable quantity of systematic oppression. Largely, I'm referencing politicians and policies that affect furries either directly.
Well, yeah, it's like if you're just a person who likes the furry art or whatever, there's no problem. You're not a weirdo. I mean, maybe you are, but like if you're not, it's all about how other people interact with you and how you like whatever, how you what fucking footprint you leave on the world or some shit. So it's like if you're just minding your own business with your weirdo furry porn and it's all like inflation furry assholes or whatever, like I guess fine. But the moment you start shoving that in your boss's face and your whole fucking family and everything, it's like, maybe you can fucking stop with that. Maybe you can just fucking cool it right there, I mean, but it's never that. It's always like, why are we being bullied? I just wanted to talk about how I like fucking dogs, It's, why did I get bullied for that? That's the other thing. You're getting this quote of bullying. What? I hate to be that guy. What did they do to deserve it? As someone who was bullied in school, I did a lot to deserve it. I was an ass clown. And you know what? Being kicked in the nuts that one time helped me to realize over the course of time, not immediately, but over the course of time, I recognized, you know what? I probably deserved that kick to the groin. I did. Probably did. So, I'm just saying, like, for me, it helped me to recognize, like, certain behaviors to not do, but, like, legitimately, what are these furries that are getting bullied doing to deserve it other than just being a furry? They're probably being, like, annoying and showing up with the fucking ears and the foxtail and shit. And yeah, you're at, like, grade 7. Some kids are not going to be happy with that. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Just change all of society and the way everybody interacts at a fucking fundamental, like, DNA level. Make everybody just think differently. And that's fine. That'll work out. That's no problem. Everybody, just stop bullying, bro. Smiley face. Why don't people just stop dying? That's cringe.
Or collaterally. Let's examine a politician who made a direct point in her distaste for furries. The all too infamous name...
By the way, can we get a big, I don't know, clapping emoji or something in chat for, not for Clapped Seal, which is this individual, but for Big Ron. Fucking Big Ron 1995. Who gave us Sonic Sega Gamer. Thank you very much, by the way. Just a very, very... the next video is also going to start with, I think with, No, wait, no, hang on. No, that was the second stream. That was, no, because first time it was $5 from Big Ron 1995, and he told us about Sonic Sega Gamer. You know something? We never watched his fucking Rare rant that you told us to watch. We got like 5 minutes in. And then we just moved on. And I think that was the end of the stream at that point. I still gotta watch his Rare rant. It's available somewhere. I'm gonna watch it on stream, but maybe not today.
Candace Taylor. In the afternoon of May 14th, 2022, in the city of Buffalo, New York, shooter Peyton Gendron would fire upon a crowded supermarket in a predominantly black neighborhood, injuring 3 people and fatally wounding 10. The target was African Americans. Gendron was a self-described white supremacist and held many neo-Nazi opinions. The shooting was a tragic story and yet another instance of black discrimination on the streets of America. In the days following the shooting, Republican candidate Candace Taylor would call attention to the furry art displayed on the shooter's phone, which can...
Hey, buddy, I don't know if you want to put this in your video that's supposed to exonerate furries from being creepy degenerates. It's like, listen, guys, there was that time when they persecuted all furries because there was just one furry mass shooter who wanted to kill black people. Just one! Come on, white people get like hundreds of them and nobody talks shit about them!
Be seen during a live stream the shooter held. With this information, Candace would assert that it was not for white supremacy that caused this shooting, but mentally ill furries.
Yeah, Martha freaks.
Alt-right personality and ex-rapper and bounty hunter Stuart Peters would tag onto this debacle, stating, "A gun didn't do it."
I like how they're gonna make it like a politics thing. I mean, this didn't need to be a politics video, but I guess it is now. We're now making this a politics thing because he's decided to bring into this a mass shooter as his example. For some reason, this is meant to, like, again, this isn't a video that's supposed to be digested by people, and you know, maybe people that aren't furries are gonna want to watch this, and it's like, man, you're just, I mean, this is like it's like the opposite of the zoophilia video where they provided no counter opinion, no opposition to be like, this shit is wrong. This is like, you're nuking your own point. Anything about, like, furry acceptance is just like, yeah, there was also a crazy furry mass shooter, too. Wow, it sounds like there's a lot of you guys that have some fucking problems then. Wild.
White supremacists didn't do it. A sick and demented furry did it. When Candace Taylor is elected governor, Georgia will be furry-free. Furthermore, in
Is
the
this why there's like a right-wing push against furries? You know what? I mean, this is why I'm proudly willing to be a left-leaning centrist, because you know what? Not all furries, but yeah, we gotta crack down on that shit a little bit. Yeah, I'm with them. I'm with them on that one. Yeah.
up to her campaign, she would tweet an extreme
Jesus, guns, babies, and no more furries! Let's go!
powerful and motivating tweet that's really personal to me. I quoted in the Mirror every morning. The furry days are over when I'm governor. Public school is for academics, not fairy tales.
Well, okay, this is from the lady that's preaching Jesus. I don't know how much... I don't... Let's not get any fairy tales in school! So let me tell you all about Jonah and the whale, kids. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, let's try to keep it somewhere, I mean, I'm with it in principle. I'm with the tweet in principle, but...
That last excerpt on public schools stems from a compounding series of rumors in the last few years, claiming that schools have been accommodating the needs of furries.
Yeah, her slogan is Jesus, guns, babies. Like, she's probably also crazy. Let's be real here.
I know that I said previously that I was going to
a stopped clock is right twice a day. There you
remove
go.
any personal connection to these stories, but I actually have a fairly interesting account of some of these rumors. My mother is a marketing consultant, so therefore she meets and converses with a lot of people over our area as a marketing tactic, but also because my mother has a heart of gold. Sometimes she will attempt to get to know her clients
I really hope your mother doesn't watch your channel, dude.
fairly well as people. And despite never bringing up furries and her job having nothing to do with public schooling, on multiple occasions by people who probably have a brain, have brought up to my mother if she's heard about the kitty litter box in schools. Apparently that rumor must be going around again.
Yeah, apparently this is like a fake rumor about kitty litter boxes in schools for furry identifying children. That's like not real. I mean, I've heard it's not real, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything to prove it necessarily, so I mean, like, I guess it could be. I don't know. But, supposedly it's not true.
Thought we snuffed that one out years ago, but no. This is just a repeating instance that pops up in conversation with some people here. Every time my mum comes home and she's like, I heard that one rumor about the kitty litter box again, and it's so fucking funny. And that rumor made itself into politics as well. Just listen to Republican State Senator Bruce Bosselman explain it for me.
I'm a little shocked, I guess is what I would put it.
This is just like various examples of like Republicans being dumb, I guess. All right.
It's called something called furries. If you don't know what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark, and they interact with their...
Okay, but is this wrong? Like, maybe they aren't meowing and barking necessarily, but there is there might not be a kitty litter box in school classrooms, but like, yeah, you're gonna be... there's like probably kids that are going to school with fucking furry ears and shit, and there's just this push to be like, whatever you do, fucking, just be yourself, everybody. Do your cat ears. Walk around like you're an MMO character in real life. It's fine.
School with the teachers and that in this fashion. And now schools are wanting to put litter
Many
boxes
such cases.
in the schools for these children to use. How is this sanitary?
You go after the sanitary argument. That's what's funny about it, too. It's not even like, this is stupid, this is morally weird, we need to stop. No, this is gonna make... Guys, they're gonna be shitting in the litter box. This is no good. This is not sanitary. Think about all of the bologna sandwiches they're gonna get in contact with that. Like, that's no good. They're gonna be the kids are gonna be flinging it at each other. You know, that one school class clown kid is gonna be just pelting it at the teacher's head, and nobody wants that.
Humor and comedy aside, calling a spade, this is misinformation. Obviously, it is misinformation out of the mouths of politicians, but it's also calling to attack an environment of a school that is largely supposed to be a safe space for children, a safe space where they should have the freedom to education without fear of discrimination. If misinformation can be so plentiful that it can occur in our politicians, what does that mean for the general public and schooling? Thus asks a general question.
If people who run for office are people who can sometimes get things wrong, I mean, it's crazy. That shouldn't be allowed.
On
We should elect robots who, you know, are always 100% logically correct about every issue. That's what we need.
Information about
Well, maybe we do need that. I mean, maybe we should put a YouTube AI in charge of the United States. Just have the election be decided. It'll wind up being the manatees that write Family Guy episodes. You know, it'll be great.
Where did it come from? Why does it happen? What is furry hate? Why would this community in particular get hate?
He's not even American. I don't know why he's like focusing necessarily on American politics. I mean, I'm Canadian, so at least when I talk about American politics, I'm American passing enough. You know, I could just say I'm from like Minnesota or something. You know, if the abouts come out at all, you know, they won't throw me out of the parties if I show up. They're not gonna know. But like this guy,
but others are spared.
Why are you talking about American politics, dude? It's weird.
Look at furries today and identify many sources of misinformation and negative stereotypes about furries. But there has to be a point of origin or initial motivation for why these attacks happen. The answer may just be with the creation and the formation of the fandom itself. The first ideas of this fandom were conceived during the late 1970s, coming out of a small offshoot from the underground comic and science fiction scene. Back then, diverse cultural animations such as anime were existent, but far less abundant than
anime is also responsible.
What we know today. You couldn't simply Google your favorite anime. I mean, you couldn't Google anything at all. With this need to fill a gap in the Western market, people began trading for these Japanese animations on tape. Then people started to realize, hey,
we're getting the full entire history of the furry story. Yeah. Modern furry hate, right? Okay. Graphic violence. What? Come on, furry.
Apophenia is a form of cognitive bias whereby a connection is formed between two mostly unrelated things. Stereotyping is a common example of this. The perception that one bad person must imply a connection between the rest of the group.
That's not what it is, though. It's that there's something rotten to the core with furries, and I've talked about it before, like the fact that when you go on Fur Affinity, what do you get? You go on any of the furry websites, you know, the big, like, furry porn websites in particular, and you frequently get these characters that are, like, these cartoonish depictions of furries. That's the thing. It's these, like, family-friendly fucking Tony the Tiger mascot characters that are then just engaged in... Usually, it's, like, insane, ridiculous fucking sex acts. It's just, like, insane, like, inflation, muscle vor bullshit or whatever. It's disproportionately shit like that, it seems. So, you know, I don't know. It's this thing where it's like outwardly very friendly and everybody come join, and then it's some of the most like depraved shit that you've ever fucking seen. Like, there's reasons beyond just like, oh, you know, Caro the Wolf did this or that. There's reasons for why at a fundamental level, people have issues with furries. I mean, it goes back to the fact that a lot of these fucking people that were, like, fundamental in the furry thing people act as if being a furry isn't inherently sexual in some way. And, I mean, I'm happy for you if it isn't for you, you know, individual human, but, like... Yeah, the origins of the thing go back to, like, sex comics from the fucking 70s. We jumped over it, but that was what to summarize what we jumped over. The origins of furries are, like, weirdo fucking sex comics with, like, furry cartoon characters and shit. And so, I don't know. I mean, it's been there right from the start, and, you know, it's been like an alternative weirdo lifestyle right back from then. So, like... It's really only spiraled out of control since then, and outwardly, you know, children might stumble upon, like, Fur Affinity or something. Some person who doesn't know any better, they're gonna see friendly cartoon mascots, and, You know, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of reasons. There's a layered thicket of reasons why people don't so much care for the furries, and it isn't just because of zoo sadists or something. That's a big part of it. That hasn't made it any better. But neither has a video like this.
Furry is represented by their worst attributes, or a community is represented by the worst of its people, then there must be a connection there. Rather than chalking up furries like Lucky Coyote or Kira the Wolf to mere coincidence, rare cases amongst literal millions of
just coincidence, guys.
people, it is finding a correlation where there is none. In a YouTube sphere, which
yeah, there's no correlation. There's not any correlation. You know, you've got people like Kara the Wolf, and they're in a group with other furries who all talk with other furries who are all, you know, they've all got weirdo Telegram groups and shit. It's not like there's frequently scandals like this happening in the furry community. It's not like the majority of people on that website of rad queer pedophiles were furries. No, not at all. No, it's once in a while, once in a blue moon. It definitely doesn't speak to any kind of wider issue with the community. Not in the slightest. Not at all, sir. No.
constantly
Keep on sweeping. Just keep on sweeping.
regurgitates the same stories and notions, repeated exposure serves to strengthen this effect. The solution would be to break the chain. Rather than simply regurgitating the story, I would encourage all creators to...
not only has there been multiple AIDS scandals, there's an overarching AIDS scandal, which is the, it's the, Cepheus Rivendare is part of it. Furry, European folk who are all fucking each other and giving each other AIDS. And it's like a bunch of people that go to conventions have all fucked each other and given each other AIDS and there's like a tree that catalogs it of all of the connections of different people that now have AIDS because they fucked other people, and it's like a whole diagram. It's wild. So yeah, no, it's just ignoring truth. It's just ignoring what's happening to act like, oh, it's just a couple of people, random, isolated instances. No, it's not. It's not just a few. I mean, I guess ultimately it's, you know, probably still a minority, but there's something going on there that's, you know, leading to this happening. I don't know.
Include the lead-on effects into the fandom. A brief summary on how these stories don't represent furries as a whole, and to cease rhetoric on how furry is an inherently wrong community. That is discrimination and untruthful storytelling of events. If you're gonna call yourself a video essayist, I expect the full story, not a perverted version for you to conform to your bigoted audience. Unfortunately, I don't yet have a study to confirm whether exposure of the fandom and its popularity have led to more negative stereotypes. I cannot say without some doubt that furries are more or less negatively received. According to Fur Science, the vast majority of furries do believe that furry hate has
You can't help being black. You can help being a furry.
decreased in the last 5 years.
Like, people, you know, it's unreasonable for someone to hate someone for the fact that they're gay. It's pretty reasonable for someone to be like, you're choosing to have... You bought the fursuit, retard. Like, at this point... The fursuits cost a lot of money too. Like, if you got a fursuit, if you're commissioning furry porn, I don't know.
However, need I remind you that these studies often have to have adults answer the surveys for them. Surveying minors is strictly controlled and oftentimes infeasible. Therefore, a substantial population of the world to those susceptible to the media's attacks, the bullying in school and the places which we would see furry hate the most, they do not have a say in these forms of studies. And so too does the framing of the question. More favourable does not mean less negative. As an extreme example, say in population 1 we have 10 broadcasts from the year 2010. Each of these broadcasts are in some way negative. In the second population of modern broadcasts, we would see more, let's say 100 broadcasts. This is to mimic the population increase of furries and in turn the attention to the fandom. 10 of these 100 broadcasts are positive whilst 90 are negative. Take the averages and we have a better ratio of broadcasts in this.
And it's like, it's demanding people to look at things a different way than they do. Like, I'm sorry, dude, the public perception of furries is bad. Why is that? I don't know, it's probably because most of the time that anyone hears about them, it's like in a bad context. It's like some insane sex creep, some fucking nest of sex creeps, you know, like it's usually something bad. It's not they're not usually in the fucking news because they like built a house for some people that like their house burned down in a fire. Furries built them a house. Wow, that doesn't happen. Usually if normies are hearing about furries and if there's a reason to report on them, it's gonna be something fucking negative. And why is that? I don't know. Maybe there's problems. Maybe the community's got some problems there. I don't know.
Second population, however, a substantially higher number of negative broadcasts. In the real world, media is less black.
Don't listen, it's racist of you to suggest that he's saying negative in a way that sounds... That's on you. This is just his Kiwi accent, okay? That's on you.
And white, so labels of strictly negative and positive don't exist.
Like, that is pretty pronounced, though, actually. There is not an E in that word. That's an I. That's a straight up, yep, N-I, yep, yeah,
Exactly work. It also depends on the size and demographic of each broadcast. In general, an adult furry who was bullied in high school that consumes more sophisticated media would perceive less furry hate than a child in high school today who is surrounded by kids raised on YouTube shorts. Thus, your perception of how furry hate is developed is monumentally influenced by your age, your consumed media, and your past experiences. No matter which way you cut this cake, furry hate is an apparent issue. And compounding
No, it isn't.
all of these stresses, we finally have an estimated risk factor for furries, of which paints a very...
I mean, it's not an issue. If you're a furry, don't tell people you're a furry because it's cringe. Not an issue. I mean, you can still be a furry, but it's objectively cringe to be a furry. I'm sorry. I feel like you're never going to be able to beat the stigma of people looking at you dressing up like animals and thinking it's a bit fucking stupid. You know, they might be okay with it being stupid. They might not hate you. But they're probably gonna look at it as you're basically LARPers. But much more annoying. At least the LARPers know what they are. At the end of the day, they stop the LARP. You know, and they go home and they live their lives. Some of them are probably normal people. Some of them live with mommy, but some of them are probably, accountants or whatever. They're just normal people. And same with furries, I guess, but the furries with the suit, and it's like, we need to be accepted. No, you fucking don't. You don't. You don't need to be accepted any more than Lightning Bolt needs to be accepted. Come on, man.
Grim picture of furries and
do it with your friends, whatever, it's fine. You can, as long as they're not hurting anybody, fine. But it's a little bit fucking silly, dude.
Health. Returning to the Waikato study another time, we have an inference on the effect that these risk factors have. I heed caution for viewers who may have trouble with topics such as depression and suicide. In this section of the video, I will read the core studies of this paper, which for some viewers may be disturbing. It was found that 38.4% of participants had attempted suicide once in their lifetime.
Let's go! No, I'm just kidding.
With 23.5% attempting at least twice.
Did we get a trigger warning for this, but not for the Holocaust, by the way? Was there a trigger? I must have missed it. He probably had a trigger, but, this is the sad effect of furry hate. And, it's probably not in isolation, though, to act like it's just furry hate. Let's be honest here. These people probably already have some fucking mental problems. And they're probably already bullyable for some other reasons. I doubt that it's just being a furry that made them get bullied into suicide or whatever, because as we know, bullying leads to suicide.
Also found that 31.3% of participants had contemplated suicide in the past year. 46.7% of participants scored in the clinical range for anxiety, whilst 41.3% in the clinical range for depression, with 27.5 and 18.4 in the severe range respectively. This should not be the norm. This is not okay.
Let's get those numbers up, people.
I would like to include that this is after considering any support factors that furries may have. Anything that could have prevented such high of a result. More so, it is incredibly disturbing to acknowledge the preventability of these results. The severe amount of people,
all they had to do was not be a fucking annoying, cringy furry.
Beings whose lives could have been saved, changed, or improved simply by avoiding such discrimination. Estimates do
yeah, so they shouldn't have been a furry.
Range on the exact number of furries in the world, and none are really well sourced either. A commonly sourced estimate by a number of publications is 1.4 to...
I'm sorry, it's like you've chosen to be on the side of Drake in the beef, it's your choice. You're choosing to be a furry. You're choosing to buy the stupid fucking fursuit. You're choosing to have the art drawn and you make your fucking character and everything. You're choosing to do all those things. You don't need to, That's not like a necessity of being a fucking being alive. You've chosen to. At this point, it's fair for people to clown on you for your choices. Like, wow, really? Push-ups? Really?
2.8 million. However, this number is based on a Fur Science study asking furries how many they think exists. It is impossibly hard to predict accurate numbers, especially considering the subjectivity of the term furry. Let's play with the rounded number of 2 million, as that makes for a reasonable amount
I'm
of...
not going mask off. I've always been mask off. I've never liked furries that much. I mean, there's some that are fine, but it is very truly an extreme minority of furries that I've encountered or dealt with that are not in some way fairly fucking insufferable. Like literally like under 10 in my life probably that I've met that are cool people that are not annoying. You know? I'm just saying, like, in my experience, I've dealt with furries. There's some that are fine. Some, I assume, are good people. It's just that the vast majority of them are annoying, and their art is annoying, and the way they fucking talk to each other is annoying, and it all snowballs downhill into zoophilia and other things. So we already saw that video. There might be a reason why I'm pointed against this video to some extent, because as we already know from the video we watched earlier, if you were here earlier, scientifically speaking, furries are part of the zoophilia spectrum. So we know that. So there's a reason why I'm not super down for this. Scientifically, it's very scientific.
Sense in my eyes. In 2015, one of the largest furry art sites, Fur Affinity, reported having 1.2 million active users. As one of the only furries in my entire friend group to even have an inactive account on
That's a lot of users.
there, I can say with certainty 1.2 million does not account for the entire population. Add on to that, in recent times, Fur Affinity has largely fallen out of favor with general audiences. This comes after obscure moderation choices and poor ethical guidelines. Moreover, 8 years...
Obscure moderation choices. See, this is the problem with you fucking people, too. It's like, you're never willing to address it. You have, like, a whole part in here about the furry shooter or whatever, which, like, you didn't even need to bring up, but then you bring something up that you should be bringing up, and you know, you just like, it's weird moderation choices. Yeah, people don't like... No, I've talked about that. The reason people don't like Fur Affinity is because, again, the moderators and admins of one of the biggest furry websites in the world, yeah, a bunch of sex freaks. Yeah, whole bunch of just a den of sex freaks, allegedly. So, yeah, I mean, it's one way to put it, I guess. Yeah, some obscure moderation choices, you know. No, it's because they're sex freaks. Which, to the credit of the general furry populace, I guess, if they're moving away from the site run by the sex freak, I guess that's good. But I don't know. That's the real reason, I think. At least I would hope so. I would hope that's it and not some other shit where they're like, you know, you guys being a bunch of creepy sex weirdos that touch dogs is like, that's one thing, but I don't know. You guys changed the pricing structure at the con. It's a bridge too far.
Given for this number to increase. To put that in perspective, Midwest Fur Fest has gone from 5,606 attendees in 2015 to over 15,000 in 2023.
Oh wait, no, okay, hang on, so it's even worse actually. I'm actually incorrect. Thank you, person in chat, who tells me, oh yeah, it's the opposite. Fur Affinity got rid of cub porn and stuff, so people got pissy. So in fact, I'm wrong, actually. Not credit to the furries. The furries started leaving Fur Affinity because they were cracking down on the sex freak porn. There you go. There's your real reason. Yay, furries! Why do people hate furries? Why are they all suicidal? I have no idea.
Counts 2 million is likely underestimating the real statistic. I would personally place the fandom at over 5 million, however many may class such a figure as generous. So for those skeptics out there, we will have to meet at the middle at 2 million. That would equate to 768,000 furries having contemplated suicide in the last year. According to Save.org, roughly 1 in 25 of these suicide attempts were successful. That equates to 30,000.
Wow, how bad are they?
720 lives.
That's the consequence of making it that phrasing of like a successful suicide attempt. It's like, wow, you must be really bad at this. So 1 in 25? Damn, how hard is it?
Whether that number is accurate or at all close to realistic, I cannot say. What I can say is that there is an issue that does not come without consequence, and a drastic consequence that is. An estimated over 700,000 people die from suicide each year, roughly 3 since
that's
I've
like 10 9/11s worth of furries.
started this video. 30,000
That's a lot of 9/11s!
over the course of decades does not seem implausible, however grim that might sound. It may even be more. Of those 38.4% of participants that attempted suicide in their lifetime, 23.5 had tried again, increasing the likelihood of successful attempts. Arguably the darkest.
So, I mean, but this is another thing where it's like, this is just so... I mean, all jokes aside about, like, let's get those numbers up. It's like, this is not addressing the point of the matter of, like, why are they suicidal? Well, because they're, like, depressed, miserable, like, people with mental health issues. Why are they furries? Probably because they're, like, depressed, miserable people with mental health issues. And, like, it's sort of like a weird cope thing. Like, it's not because they're furries that they want to kill themselves. They probably want to kill themselves for the same reason that they're furries, you know? Which is that there's something wrong with them. You know? Again, if you're just somebody who likes the art or whatever, yeah, that's fine. But we're talking about the con goers and the people that want to fucking... You know, they want to graze like a fucking fox in the meadows or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. There might be something going on there. And I mean, hey, you know, people still deserve respect and everything, you know, just because you're a furry or something, you know, it's not like, I mean, realistically, I don't think these people should be, you know, killing themselves. But I think that if you were to properly address their problems, they might not necessarily need to be furries anymore. And there's a whole fucking cottage industry of these people that are basically, you know, they like, this guy's channel is all furry based. If people stopped being furries because they stopped being, like, they stopped having issues and being suicidal, well, yeah, I don't know. You might not have as many people watching your videos. I don't know.
This part is who couldn't answer this survey. Those who succeeded in their attempts. This data only accounts for those alive to answer, those who weren't successful. When I'm asked why I care so much about this fandom, I often answer with, how are you content? I don't come here to simply commentate on furries and I leave. I wake up with the day staring me down. A world so often unresponsive and indifferent to my struggles.
Oh my god. It's like if you're not oppressed and you just need to develop a new class for yourself. Like, oh shit, I don't have anything that I can use for, like, victim points. You know what? Furry. There you go. I'm oppressed, guys. You know, when's the furry Rodney King riots gonna happen? I'm all here for that.
Today, that issue is often placed upon me, and it just so happens that thousands of people cannot cope with that burden. That's how I know that there is something to cherish. What is furry hate? This is furry hate. This percentage, these lives. Bigotry can stab a person in the heart.
It's fucking stupid and you're presenting this info in a dumb way. I mean, I know the chat is being silly and everybody's like, yeah, it's good, you should kill... Yeah, all jokes aside, this is a bad video that's not presenting this properly, though, because, like, I get it. You want people to not kill themselves. That's fair. It's understandable. You're not addressing the real issue here, though, and you're acting as if it's because people are getting furry hate. No. They are probably just separately weird, bullyable individuals who, you know, a lot of people are gonna make fun of, who are gonna struggle in life, whether they're furries or not. There's a reason why maybe those types of people are attracted to being furries. Why is it that there are fewer furries who seem to be, like, you know, really put together individuals who have their lives on track? Why does it always seem like it's people who are kind of, I don't know, you know, younger people, unsure of themselves, not fully fucking grounded in life yet? It's like, it seems like it's immature is the thing. It's like a lack of, like, maturity. Even if you're like if like 50 years old and you're still a furry, it's like this weird kind of like, dude, I don't know, man. It's a little bit childish and fucking weird. So, like, there's a lot there. There's a lot of psychology that can be unpacked with the furry thing. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're like a horrible person if you're a furry, obviously. But it's just that there's probably reasons why the type of person who is prone to getting bullied is also the type of person who's prone to being a furry. I don't think the fact that they're a furry makes them get bullied. I think they would be bullied to, you know, and maybe wind up contemplating suicide or committing suicide just on their own, whether or not they're a furry. It's trying to attribute this to some kind of furry fucking social change, but it's incorrect in doing so, in my estimation. Perhaps there's a disproportionate amount of people that are shitty to furry people. And again, I mean, like, hey, if you're just a normal person that just likes the art and you're not like some weirdo that's trying to fucking bounce around with balloons at a convention with a bunch of other freaks. Yeah, you know, maybe you just, you know, you're one of the good ones, I guess. But like if you're I don't know, if you're one of these people and it's like no one deserves to hate themselves and everything, yada yada, if they didn't like actually hurt anybody, right? It's like, you know, all joking aside, if you are somebody who's just going through some shit, my point ultimately is just that, yeah, there's gonna be some people, there's an overlap there, and not in the way that he thinks it is. It's not bullying victims equal, like, furry, whatever. No, it's people who are kind of losers and wind up getting bullied and wind up having a lot of problems in their life, more prone to being furries. Why is that? I don't know. I guess it's uncomfortable to ask that question. Basically going, why are we all a bunch of losers? You know? But, like, hey, the anime people have been asking themselves that question for a while, so you guys might as well. Oh.
Being a furry just rubs salt into the wound. I would hesitate calling furries a sub-minority of queer culture. They share similarities.
Oh, here we fucking go.
But they are distinct in many ways. Calling them identical would be ignoring any other factors that make furries distinct. So far we've investigated where furry hate comes from, the forms in which discrimination shows, and the effects on the mental health of furries. We have identified that the problem exists further than just a simple...
He's using all these big fucking academic words. He wants to be all smart. This is the midwits. This is the curse of the fucking midwits. That's what it is. They hear these big cool buzzwords. We have identified. Guys, I sound so smart, but you aren't even able to conceptualize the actual problem that you're facing. You're completely ignoring that. It's if you were smarter than you are acting like you are. If you are as smart as you're acting like you are, you wouldn't be making this video, and you would have recognized that there's a bigger issue at play here than, like, some nebulous furry hate.
Definition of subminority. So before we consider more extreme labels and progress any further, we should ask one fundamental question. Why even put a label to the fandom in the first place? We understand furry hate is there, and we recognize its effects. Surely we can tackle it without identifying where furries place as a group. I disagree, and that relates back to what I discussed earlier, how an outsider's perspective is clouded when presented with a lack of definitions. As furries, we can already differentiate between groups of people within the fandom. A third party or a powerful figure that could benefit from
a third party
furries may not see the situation so clearly. If a third party were to ask, what is a furry, how would we be able to answer their question? It is integral that we are able to provide understanding on the issues at hand.
The general answer would be it's a person who has an It's a person who is enthusiastic about anthropomorphized cartoon animal characters, is sort of the general, way to sum that up, which I don't think is inherently stupid. I don't think people would inherently find that dumb. This is also, it's miscategorizing this, like you're gonna tell someone what a furry is and they're gonna start laughing at you. No, it's that people have seen stuff from furries that have been bad. People see videos like this that are annoying and bad, and they wind up not liking you guys. I don't know.
A definition can be misleading when juxtaposed to a heavy scrutiny in the mass level of terrible stories that are perpetuated online. Take the 2018 Zoosatus leaks as an
Oh, now we're getting this part.
example. When furries look at this story, we see a tragic situation involving several non-furries, but more importantly, furries who we trusted, friends, acquaintances, whatever. Now put on your outsider goggles and look again. An outsider could distinguish two primary groups, furries and zoophiles, the latter being more common than the former.
That's a very specious claim, sir. I don't believe that's true. That people would watch that video and come away from it. People with no knowledge of furries or any of this, just some random Midwest housewife finds out about the Zoosatus leaks. Yeah, you're not gonna walk away from that being able to easily differentiate the furries from the zoophiles. I think you would wind up just being like a whole nest. It's a bunch of weirdo animal freaks! I don't know! That's what it kind of looks like. That's what the average normie perspective would be, is that it's a bunch of freaky animal people. They're not looking a whole lot deeper than that.
As an outsider, it is understandable how one could be left uninformed on the differences between furries and zoophiles, or they may leave with a tainted view on the furry population. Of course, as most furries would likely explain, the differences between furries and zoophiles are vast, without their added context definitions forming distinctions.
They're vast, except also very blurry. There's a lot of these fucking people that are interested in stuff that's, you know, should be a red flag. That's the biggest thing. It's just like the fucking, it's like the trans community with this, like, you know, bathtub HRT shit. Where it's like, you're gonna have to have some people just put their foot down in the community and go, nope, bad, stop doing that. You know? But there's so many people where it's like, why was this guy allowed to be, like, a famous person in this community for years, even though he was having, like, feral cub dog porn made or whatever the fuck? You know, and everyone knew it and everybody saw it. It's because everybody was okay with it, right? That's the real reason. It's because everybody in this, it's tons of these people in this community are just steeped up to their fucking ears in like extremely, not just, you know, adult consenting furries, but like it's always the feral shit. It's always the actual images of real animals and stuff like that, and it winds up being accepted because it's all just part of it, you know? I don't know, man. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you're not talking about here.
Between the two groups is less likely to be made, causing possibly dangerous conclusions. Of course, we know that no such preventions were ever made. Instead, the much more marketable anti-furry clickbait was abused, resulting in copious misinformation. Labels are necessary, and they are fundamental in prevention of further discrimination.
Yeah, so that's why we call you guys losers, creeps, and freaks, you know, like one of those Turkey Tom thumbnails. These labels are important, sir.
All of which brings me to one last social factor in considering further labels. Who would I be affecting through the wording of my conclusion? This is a question of ethics, and a question I asked in a community post if it was insensitive or wrong to label the furry fandom as a minority group. People
Everyone said it was a context thing. But generally speaking, they say no. Or context, which basically means no, it's not insensitive. So, yeah, the people that follow this guy, and maybe that's a subsector of, you know, demented weirdos, but they seem to be they're more with the idea of furries being a minority group than they are opposed to it.
were mixed on the question. Admittingly, the wording of my question was as vague as possible, so it depends on the context. Being the most popular response makes sense. But all of that isn't exactly necessary. I was only testing for one thing. My concern comes from the 19% of people who either answered yes or a little bit. That was a whole 19% of the entire vote, or about 450 people. What risk would I be playing in answering the question to that amount of people? It is a genuine concern that I must take into account when analyzing what the term means. Chances are that a few of these answers came from people of color or some already established minority group.
This is the problem people have with the intersectionality thing. You know? Because it's like, yeah, there is an intersection between whatever, like being a woman and being a black woman, and like, yeah, there's probably different stuff. There's some validity to it, but then you take it to this extent and it's like, now we're intersectionalizing furries into this like minority subclass of being like I'm black and furry and gay, and these all three are minority groups that I am a part of.
If I were to lump furries into a similar category, I may cause an issue by undermining what their minority went through. I may be ignoring any historical context which allowed these groups to constitute the term minority. I can rationalize that thinking, I'm queer myself, and it's going to take a bit of effort to move around that and come to a conclusion that satisfies all parties. When I asked my community what they thought about labeling furries as a minority group, nearly all of the comments identified the term was insensitive to already established minority groups. Why is this? What exclusivity comes from the label minority that separates it from other conventional definitions? Through my comments and my own rationality, I determined 3 possible causes: severity, innateness, and choice. Let's address those in reverse order as they significantly affect our conclusion. Choice. Does
Jesus Christ.
the label minority allow fluctuation
Why does this video need to be 45 minutes? Why can't these people fucking speak? Brevity is the soul of wit, retard. Get it fucking shorter. You know, the TikTok people at least have that going for them. They're gonna make every goddamn word count. What is this, fucking nearly an hour long? Just trim like some of the words from the script. You can do it. I believe in you.
between identifying and not. This is a tricky one, and before we even question the fluidity about the term minority, what about furries? Do you choose to be a furry, or is the choice influenced by external factors? My personal belief puts furries into a sort of grey area when it comes to choice. Let me explain it this way: if being a furry was a choice, people choose to be here with the freedom to decide otherwise, why do we exist? Why would we willingly sign ourselves up for this? Why is anthropomorphism so prominent in human history? Why does it feel like a requirement for some people's expression and to just function? Should furries even experience a feeling of—
Because over the course of the last like 30-40 years, it's become a thing that people are aware of, so now they look at it and they go, that sounds about right. And before that they probably wouldn't have ever considered being a fucking animal and pretending to be a like a cartoon fox or whatever. They probably wouldn't have ever considered that, but now because of you people, now they think that that's an option, basically. You know, why for thousands of years? Well, because anthropomorphic animal is not an extremely crazy idea, like a bird man or something. You know, it's not hard to put 2 and 2 together like that. But the sort of sexualization of it in relation to like a Looney Tunes-esque style, you know, that's all more recent, you know, and that seems to be that's a choice.
true self if furry was just a choice? I'm not saying that there isn't any fluidity in how you choose to identify as a furry or not. What I'm saying is that social influences may play more of a role than we think. LGBT as a safe space is one example for sure, but more significantly, I would turn to cognitive factors such as autism and anxiety, which use anthropomorphism as a sort of tool for compensation. Creating an anthropomorph—
it's an hour-long video to basically say it's the same thing. It's the same reason why people used to say autistic people loved Sonic, because Sonic is like a simple character design, and Sonic characters, you can easily make your own original Sonic character who looks like, you know, customizable in a way, and it has like bright colors and, you know, simple shapes and stuff, a lot of like simple geometry of like triangular spikes and stuff. Yeah, so I mean, it's basically that. It's easy for a person with autism to like represent themselves, I guess, as a furry.
Identity allows one to easily express themselves through a furry character, something that is incredibly beneficial to both autistic and anxious communities. This could be why the furry fandom is often utilized to identify one's true self. It is a vessel for human expression and a tool for social behavior. To get all pretentious and quote poet Oscar Wilde, man is least himself when he talks in his own person. Give him a mask and he will tell you the truth. One can choose to drop the mask, but in turn sacrifice a piece of what makes them whole, a part of their true self. Choice shares many parallels with innateness. The clause that you have to be born into a minority to constitute it. Many would argue that you're not born into what makes a furry, but you're born into the factors that influence that decision. On the other hand, you could look at—
God, I mean, I get what he's going for. It's just so fucking This is so annoying. I can't imagine somebody watching this. I mean, I watch videos that are like this. You gotta understand. I will watch a video that somebody's spouting statistics at me. I'm subscribed to Aiden Paladin, for God's sake. I mean, this is basically the worst Aiden Paladin video ever, is what this is. And, you know, it's like I'll watch that sometimes, but this is not... This is just so fucking boring, and he's just... His voice is monotonous, and there's, like, no... And I feel like a lot of the points that he's making are just not even the right points. He's not addressing things that are the real cause of the things he's talking about. And as a furry, it's like, I don't know if I necessarily trust you to, like, look into the eyeball like that, you know? Are you really going to be able to self-actualize? Or are you going to just suppress it and whatever things you find just, well, you know, nah, that's not, Like, if you look into yourself as a furry and you're like, no, you're probably gonna want a certain outcome. You're biased in this scenario, you know? So, like, yeah, of course you're gonna have a certain viewpoint on this that's gonna be a little different. I mean, I guess it's a valid one, but it is very biased for this guy to come out here with this video, and I mean, like, it's just so dull too. Jesus Christ.
Anthropomorphism through history and society. We tell our stories from the perspective of anthro-animals. We give toys of anthro-animals.
He's just giving himself every opportunity to be right. Like, he's presenting his own argument in favor of it. I guess that's fair. You know, it's what you do, right? But it's just like, I just don't trust this guy. He seems compromised. He seems like, I mean, you look at this stupid... I'll be real. You look at this stupid... guy with this stupid balaclava. No, you look at this fucking cartoon creature that he has, whatever this thing is. He's supposed to be a seal, but this thing's like some kind of... generic furry shit hodgepodge. They all look like this, right? I mean, they're all... It doesn't matter what animal they try to go for. It's always like some dog, fox, fucking hyena hybrid. It's always the same. It always looks the same. It's like, it's got the fucking ears, and it's all floofy and fucking... a bunch of stupid fucking colors, and it looks like the trans flag. Yeah, I mean, like, if I were to see somebody like this and I didn't have any context, I would assume that this fursona implies that they're into some freaky shit. This is, like, it's very cutesy and very, like, I would assume that they're into, like, cub porn or something. Some kind of rags type shit. I don't know.
History and society. We tell our stories from the perspective of anthro-animals. We give toys of anthro-animals to children. And we use these anthro-animals as a vessel for human emotion. Just looking at history in a weird term of phrase, it may be more human to be part animal. Historically speaking, cultures individually developed their own interpretations of anthropomorphism. Egyptians revered the lion as a god. Their god Death was half human, half...
All of this is unrelated to the question of if it's a minority group, though. He's just... trying to lend more credibility to his statements that it, you know, I guess he's probably going to say that it is.
Canine. Ancient Indian deity Ganesha is attributed with the head of an elephant. The Hebrew text Haggadah features iconography.
It's been around for years, so therefore, minority? I mean, it's not even like it should be accepted or anything, but specifically, is it a minority group? I feel like this appeal to, like, ancient religious texts and shit, that's not really even relevant.
Of bird-headed Jewish men, women, and children. You may even turn to these ancient Japanese scrolls of frolicking animals featuring as described. What's going on here? Why is there a reoccurring pattern? And what does it tell us about anthropomorphism? I can't say for sure. I only understand what is displayed in front of me, which is a history of behavior too common to be coincidence.
Yeah, except these people are all just, like, you see these and it's like people who want to be like a Birdman or something, probably because they, like, wanted to fly or something. Maybe they even liked birds. Nowadays, it's people who want to fuck these things. It's intrinsically tied with a community of sex freaks. This is the problem that he's not getting at, is, like, yeah, I mean, he talks a little bit about zoo sadists, whatever. No. To its core, the furry community is tied in with sex freaks. That's the problem. Yeah, sure, there's some that aren't sex freaks. Absolutely. There's some good ones. Some, I assume, are good people. But, you know, many such cases, though. Many such cases.
Conclusively, this is not significant enough to ignore choice factors in furry self-identification. Thus, the clause of innate and choice cannot be determined with 100% satisfaction. At its current stage, I have no conclusive defense against comments which argue either position. I understand that can result in a heated debate. Some furries may feel as though they were born with this furry trait, and others may think that's ludicrous. It's all part of a conversation that just may be saved for a better day. In a future where there's more information, there is, however, one final clause that can be more easily determined. Severity. Does the label of minority constitute a severity of discrimination or historical context? Whilst anthropomorphism has existed for tens of thousands of years, the community of furry has only existed since early 1980.
Look at these fucking bug-eyed ass fucking, look at this. Like, you look at this avatar and tell me that this guy doesn't have, like, a secret DeviantArt filled with, like, diaper porn or whatever featuring this character. I'm fucking certain.
80, a fraction of the time. Therefore, we lack the history found in other minority groups. Those groups have already established themselves as a minority far before furries came to exist. Even though furries have existed for longer than many of its inhabitants, and hilariously many of its antagonists as well, this pales in comparison to other established groups. Clause 1. Minority is a special term granted to emphasize severity. I ask you to recall one of the first examples I gave in this video, that of the Holocaust and reappropriation of certain labels. I believe that this case provides—
No, chat member. The poll saying no was that it was agreeing with him. We're back to the Auschwitz, by the way. We're back to Holocaust, by the way. Trigger warning.
Insight into why furries aren't classed as a minority group. The Holocaust was granted a certain speciality to it, signifying its importance. So too does the term minority. It is a stature of hate and oppression. It is a
real bad look, dude. I mean, I don't know. Just a bad look trying to use the Holocaust in your video talking about furries being a minority group. Don't do that, I'd say. Don't do that.
badge of honor to signify your persistence. Calling furries the same as to call any other genocide a Holocaust. It fits the definition, sure, but it runs a direct comparison to the harsher equivalent, an undermining severity that was set during the reappropriation of the word minority. Whether there actually is some innate psychological force which play a role in anthropomorphic expression, the exclusivity of minority group doesn't ever seem to fit furries. This dilemma is a catch-22. No matter how we cut this metaphorical cake, it doesn't feel right to class furries as a minority group. It could fit any definition for minority which you throw at it, but can never beat this final clause. Even though the sources from which I derive a lot of this information from use the term minority onto furries. The Waikato study fixates about furries being a minority group. The tool that they use to identify the support and risk factors is called the Mayer-Minority Model of Stress. It is beneficial to look at this community through a minority lens, but it can be unethical to title it as such.
I mean, can we just call, like, people with mental problems a minority at this point? You know, like, at that point, it's like, I want to pretend I'm a cartoon fucking rabbit. Okay, well, Chris Chan wants to pretend he's Jesus, you know? Is that a minority? I don't know. I guess technically Chris Chan's part of a minority. But, I don't know, it just seems like it's not... It's so close to just being like a minority. Yeah, I'm a big fan of SimCity 3000 instead of 4000. Or instead of SimCity 4. You know? That's a minority. I'm a minority class. You know what? I love Sonic R. I'm a minority. You know? Minority of opinion is now minority, I guess. Because it's like, it's within my power to not tell you that I like Sonic R. And to not like it, also, you know, I could also have chosen not to like Sonic R, but is it a choice? Am I choosing to like Sonic R? No, I happen to. I just happen to. That's just a consequence of who I am. This is who I am! So, you know, like as a person, as a minority subclass of individual who likes the game Sonic R for the Sega Saturn, that makes me equal and equivalent to furries, I think.
What does this mean for our label? Is there a method of labeling which allows for models such as Mayer's to be utilized regardless of the strict minority label? In other words, can we label furries as something other than minority but still look at them through the same lens? Through all that I've examined, I have a conclusive answer according to myself.
Yeah, that's true. I am disabled too. I forgot. Well, I mean, I'm also a fan of Sonic R, so that's disabled enough.
I would like to emphasize that I am not a professional, and therefore my words should not be taken as the complete truth.
Yeah, no shit. You have no idea what you're talking about in this video. It's fucking nonsense.
I interpret the situation will be different from other people, as this is based on my own belief. I believe a well-inclusive label for the furry community is an emergent minority with sub-minority characteristics.
Yeah, it's an emergent minority, everybody. They're emerging out of their fucking pants. I can't believe he decided at the end of this that they were a minority, basically. In other words, like, at the end of all of this, it's like some insane minority DLC thing. It's basically... He even recognizes and has said in this video, like, there's pretty much no way we can officially call it a minority. It doesn't hit up all the subclasses or whatever. So now we're making just a new term to basically make it a minority. Like, it's an emergent minority. You know, let's just call it a minority for short, right? That's the thing. Let's slap 15 words onto this fucking thing, and you know what? That's wordy. Let's just call it a minority and just call it. At the end of the day, it's a minority. Yeah, that's one of the words. It's fine. People know the difference. They know the difference. But it's a minority. Put a little asterisk on the end of that. You know, that's what we do. Furries are a minority. It's like a little asterisk. Yeah, it's perfect.
The etymology of this breaks down into two categories. We have sub-minority, which considers...
Did you guys grab yourself the minority season pass? I hope you did.
The LGBT roots and the issues, as well as the population statistics within the fandom. It also considers ableism by the restrictions...
Yeah, they're talking about it. He's talking about it as a fandom. Is it a fandom, or is it an orientation, or is it a subgroup minority, or is it a fucking subclass of a spectrum of zoophiles? What is it? I don't know. Sounds like we still don't fucking know.
...of tools vital in the benefit of mentally impaired communities. Thus, there is a primary and a secondary minority...
Is being a fan of, like, Yakuza 2 a minority, you know, because it's less popular than the other ones? Is that a minority?
...system that makes up the sub-minority label. Primary LGBT, secondary ableism. Furthermore, the emergent minority considers differences and discrimination that separate the furry fandom from these other minority groups, in particular those which comprise the sub-minority section. I chose the word emergent because of the rising population of furries and the recency of the fandom. If history is an important factor in what considers a minority, then emergent symbolizes a lack of history that is currently in its youth. The term does its job at communicating a form...
So in other words... We're amidst the origins of the furry holocaust. At what point are we going to be able to enslave furries and put them to work? I mean, I think I'm down for that.
Form of minority, thus allowing for examinations through a minority lens, whilst also conveying where furries place in relation to these other groups.
No, Yakuza 2 is one of the popular ones. Yakuza 3 fans are the real emergent minority with sub-minority characteristics. I'll have you know. Nobody gives that game enough respect, okay? You know, that's the real emergent minority with sub-minority characteristics.
To reiterate that this term is not perfect. It is made to simplify a problem and create a more generic understanding of a social group which does require some degree of assistance. In part, this term is meant to progress my own understanding of this fandom, to rationalize our place in the world and to envision a progressive future that accommodates furries into society. I spent a considerable amount of time conveying my reasoning.
Yes, chat member, my character is a bear. That doesn't mean I'm one of these fucking freaks that wants to, you know, inflate their ass cheeks with fart gases or whatever the fuck. That's the problem. Is that you just have, like, you're a fan of Sonic? Oh, you must really be a furry or something, aren't you? They shove it in your face. They force you to feel... You know, if you're like a weak-willed individual and you just happen to kind of like the art, that's what happens. You're like, I'm, you know, I like this picture of this banjo that's... It's Winnie the Pooh, but it's banjo. Oh, I vibe with that. That's kind of cool. I like Banjo-Kazooie, and also this depressed Winnie the Pooh is kind of how I feel. That's, you know, everyone tells me, oh, you look just like your avatar. Yeah, and so if you're like if you're like a teenager or something and you have that kind of mindset, they're gonna shove you straight down the path into having weird, insane fetishes and getting fucking groomed by some 48-year-old named Kent, you know? Like, it just starts with, oh, this character looks kind of cool, and then it becomes these fucking people. Yes, no, I have the bear character. And the fact that that is argued to be a furry thing in and of itself is part of why I don't like furries. is that, oh, I just have a fucking anthropomorphic character that I think is kind of a funny meme that I like. And that, therefore, makes me a furry, apparently. No, eat shit and die. Get to work mowing my lawn. Fuck you.
For this term.
Fuck
the
you.
effects that discrimination has on this community.
Yes,
and
defensive, because I've been dealing with these retards calling me a furry for like 5 years. I'm fucking sick of it. I am so done with being lumped in with these fucking people because I like having a fucking bear cartoon. God damn it. These fucking people, they want to have an exclusive dominion over any animal-related thing. Oh, you must really like having sex with dogs, don't you? No!
consequences.
I don't even like pets! I have never had a pet!
Face. If you believe that there isn't an issue, then I don't have anything to say to you. What I hope mostly is to incorporate these terms.
That's good. I don't have any desire to speak to you.
And definitions into how we market this fandom, how we address any issues, and how we progress moving forward. That is why I highlight defining such concepts under key importance, because it is important that we understand who we are, and this isn't happening in all the key places where it needs to.
And this is who I am!
B. Schools are supposed to provide safety, but equally they should supply education. Education that I feel is not being met. During a sociology class, an interesting instance of furries was brought up, and the reaction from both my teacher and the students signified to me where the weak points in our system lay. Furries appeared in a presentation about social groups.
This person is young. I think he's adult. I think he's an adult, but he was probably, maybe he was either at university or it was... This might have been a high school experience, but this is a personal anecdote from him in a sociology class, I see.
Students signified to me where the weak points in our system lay. Furries appeared in a presentation about social groups. The teacher presenting it was struck with confusion and asked the entire class, are furries those people who dress like animals? Who then promptly erupted into laughter. Not by the teacher's word was anything wrong, but the lack thereof. The inability to recognize a prominent social group which I know catered to several kids in that class.
So, I'm sorry, hang on.
Groups. The teacher presenting it was struck with confusion and asked the entire class, are furries those people who dress like animals? Who then promptly erupted into laughter.
So the teacher was confused by these people and the class was like, yeah, I mean, a lot of this video can be chalked up to older people don't understand newer things. Yeah, and furry is like it's like a brand, it's like not new, but like, yeah, I mean, it's new in the mainstream, you know? You know, they're only just beginning to shove it into people's faces the way that they, yeah, I mean, it's been around for a while, but only now are your grandparents finding out about it.
Not by the teacher's word was anything wrong, but the lack thereof. The inability to recognize a prominent social group which I know catered to several kids in that class.
Oh, okay, so in other words, the problem here was the teacher was unaware of how the class filled with students was, like, entirely a bunch of fucking creepy furries. And, like, that, they were supposed to know that the children... They're, okay, I'm trying to figure this out, but I'm having some trouble.
Including me.
They need to be able to more accurately respond to the furries' wishes and their desires and demands.
She left herself to the whim of high school students, a blank canvas for them to paint their perceptions on. I hear their Instagram feeds out loud during break. I know the content which many of them consume, and I know how...
Yeah, also, it's assuming a lot. So the anecdote was a furry thing came up in a presentation. The teacher was like, "Are these the people that dress as animals?" And then everyone in class started laughing. His assertion is that that's because the teacher didn't understand that they were furries. I think it's pretty likely that they might have been laughing at the furries, dude. Like, I think it's possible that they might find furries cringe. It's possible that your classmates found furries cringe. Maybe not all of them, but probably like some of them, you know? In fact, they were probably like, oh, it's just like that Clap Seal loser. Oh, dude, it's him. It's totally him. Oh, he likes like cartoon dogs and stuff. That's so gay. That's probably what they were thinking when they were laughing.
That content perceives me. I am blessed with the fortune to be happy with my identity. I have an audience of encouraging subscribers and an online group of friends that
I'm blessed to be part of this echo chamber of people that tells me that it's okay to think that it's okay to be who I am and blah 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 and all of this stuff. I mean, again, this is what I'm saying. Why are zoophiles a thing now? Because over the course of the last 30 years, we've had a bunch of fucking you know, websites and forums and various communities that are all meant to pat people on the back and go, it's okay, it's good that you feel this way, it's natural, it's natural. It's natural that you're a furry, you know, and it is this sliding slope. It is this thing where people can swoop in and they can realize, like, oh, you know, there's young furries. Oh, there's furries that are unsure of themselves. I can get them quickly on the pipeline into, like, you know, porn of just real life pigeons. You know, just real life pigeons going at it. And they're gonna get into that because they're, like, impressionable, you know. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why people have a fucking problem with this community, dude, and this video did not help. And this thing, like, I'm so blessed to be part of a community of other people, like-minded individuals who all pat me in the back and tell me that being a wacky weirdo in a fucking fursuit is a normal thing.
Me. And I can accept myself on many fronts. Yet I can also rationalize that others are burdened with far, far worse. And I know the comfort that can be made when an authoritative figure shows their support. Education essentially tells your story without—
Chat member, it wasn't because they were playing Sonic and Pokemon that they got bullied to death. It's because they were very bullyable, weird individuals who did not understand the social cues that were presented before them to stop being bullied. I was one such individual. I tried to get into a fist fight with a kid, and I told him, I've played Morrowind, I know how to fight! So, like, yeah, like, you either get with the fucking picture or you don't, you know? And some of these people, I'm sorry, if you get bullied to suicide, it's like, well, that's ultimately a choice that you made, that you know, it's very sad, it's unfortunate that you made that decision, but it's like, it's not like it's really the bully's fault that this is the way that you reacted to it, necessarily. Depends on the severity of the bullying, sure. There's types of bullying that go entirely beyond the pale, where it's like full-on, you know, physical beatdowns and shit, and, you know, pummeling the fucking kid or whatever. There's no call for that, but when it is ultimately just, like, name-calling and shit, and it's like, oh, my son killed himself because people were calling him a cringe furry. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's a shame. It's a shame, ultimately, you know. But, you know, that was the choice that that this individual made in the face of people, you know, telling him that he was not passing the vibe check, so to speak. Yeah, bullies are sometimes cruel people. Sometimes they bully you for reasons that they shouldn't. And if you're a kid in the 2000s who's being bullied for fucking playing Pokemon and Sonic and whatever, well, like, yeah, I mean, if you're being bullied for that, that's one thing. It's sure, there's gonna be people that just bully you because, what are you doing? You're playing Pokemon? That's gay. You know, that kind of thing. Sure, but it's then how you respond to it that is ultimately what leads to the bullying, like, continuing. Like, they see... What it is they identify, even at a young age, it's kind of interesting, right? It's like, even at a young age, if you're in school, and you're, like, a stupid idiot bully, like, you're usually, like, if you're a bully in school, like, the typical idea of a bully is not, like, the smart kid, right? Like, sometimes that happens. There's every type of person exists, sure. But, like, the typical stereotype is, like, the boneheaded, meathead kid. Oh, you're fucking stupid, you're gay, you know, that kind of kid. And so for that kind of kid to, hypothetically, like the stereotypical bully, to be able to cotton on to, you know, the specifics of, it's like, Pokemon is an identifiable trait of people that like Pokemon tend to be cringe losers that are easily bullied. That's what they're recognizing. It's not necessarily that there's anything about Pokemon that's cringe or gay. It's not that. It's that they know that the people that like Pokemon, by and large, happen to also be people that are easily bullied. And it's interesting that from a young age, even people that are, you know, against the stereotypical bully, not exactly a smart guy, he's able to wise up to the fact that, oh, Sonic, furries, oh, these are elements of someone's personality that can make them easy to bully. And it's like, this video could have answered that question, but it's incorrectly assuming that it's just because they're furries that they're getting bullied. No, they are furries because they are people that tend to be bullyable. And there's some connection there that you could make, and you could analyze the fucking science there, right? But like that's not what's happening.
Without you having to say anything. You avoid any risk of danger and vicariously speak through the institution. I am okay, but others could benefit. This is just one way which I envision a progressive society. Of course, it is far from the only method. I find education to be our most...
The progressive society where everybody's supposed to hold hands and be, you know, kumbaya-ing with each other in the fucking field. I gotta be honest. I'm like a weirdo hippie. I've got incense, you know. I like progressive rock. I mean, like, I'm a weirdo hippie, right? Like, I like the idea of kumbaya, everybody fucking joining hands. Not really picturing furries in that circle, you know? Yeah, everybody's going around, and there's trans people, and there's black people, and there's a wheelchair guy, and there's a black trans wheelchair guy, and there's, you know what isn't in that circle in my head when I imagine that is a furry? I don't see a furry there. At least not a fursuiter. Maybe someone who likes furry art, but I'm not picturing a fursuiter in that circle. I mean, there's even an Italian there, but no fursuiter.
Powerful resource, but this can be provided through many different mediums. Hey, it would be almost poetic to have the media help fix the issue, when they were the one who have large stakes in creating it. Media can be broken down into two main categories, traditional and social media. Traditional would tackle those pesky news broadcasts, TV shows, radio, newspaper, and media typically directed towards older populations. Since there are far less of these media...
It's also like, it's just, I don't know if there's a term for this sort of thing, but this is what this video is doing, is where it's just isolating it to furries. But it's talking about behavior that's generalizable in a way beyond furries. I mean, the first thing that I thought when he talked about, like, classic news media, those pesky news... immediately I thought internet hate machine. What is this 4chan? Like, it's just news people don't understand things. Yeah, it's boomer news media doesn't fucking get the internet or whatever. They haven't for, like, the last 15 years or more. And it's not related to just furries, it's a whole bunch of shit. It's silly to suggest that this is merely a furry phenomenon. No, it's an internet scary and complicated phenomenon, you know?
In categories, traditional and social media. Traditional would tackle those pesky news broadcasts, TV shows, radio, newspaper, and media typically
a hacker known as 4chan.
Directed towards older populations. Since there are far less of these media conglomerates than, say, people on the internet, you can target these stories, you can request specific information and get better information to these broadcasts a lot easier. Or at least the target to direct your request towards is a lot more clear and specific. Social media is strange, because there is a lot of it, and usually I would say the treatment for social media comes as a
that's right, blame the media, that's always the answer.
Product to everything else, because the people on social media are just that, people.
It's people's response to things, that's the problem, not the people, it's the response people have looking at those people. I mean, okay, yeah, mainstream media, bad, generally speaking, not the best, you know, not a fan. All things considered, not particularly fond of any news station or whatever, but you know, I mean, if that's the public perception of you guys, I don't know what to tell you. This is something where you need to analyze your own community. You can't point outward, you need to point inward. You need to look within yourselves and ask yourselves why people, by and large, have come to the conclusion. Why are bullies coming to the conclusion? Why are news stations? Why has everybody come to the conclusion that furries are cringe and embarrassing? Why? I don't know, ask yourselves that. But you can see the avatar that he's got here, so it's unlikely that's going to be something that dawns on him. I don't know.
If they are educated through school and traditional media to be accepting towards furries, their statement should echo that. The only other way I feel you could tackle the problem of misinformation is to control those alt-right rabbit holes that have caused events like Pizzagate or Andrew Tate. A sort of crackdown on those echo chambers and online hate speech. Otherwise, to tackle furry...
I love the concept of furries talking about echo chambers. Yeah. Just everything I've said so far, like the entire existence of furries wouldn't be a thing at all without echo chambers making them happen. But sure, Andrew Tate. Yeah, he's the biggest threat. Absolutely, sure.
hate, you could be doing
he's
what
not
furries
great.
are already doing, existing. You are providing that alternative to the negative. I briefly touched on this in a previous video, and I feel like I need to emphasize this statement further. I think a lot of people need to hear this. You are doing enough just by existing. You have complete freedom to metaphorically...
Yeah, Andrew Tate needs to be censored. You can't have the right wing. You can't do that. I mean, I don't like Andrew Tate. He's a loser. He's a cringe. He's a cringe. He's one single cringe. However, I mean, if you're gonna be all gung-ho about furries having the right to fucking speak, it really is just rules for me, but not for thee. Can't have those right-wing echo chambers. That's bad. Have any of you guys heard about cub porn? It's
hang up your
totally
hat
normal.
and fucking retire. The world already appreciates your existence. The legacy that you form simply by waking up in the morning, showing the world that despite all of this bullshit, you just don't care. Waking up and choosing to exist is a revolt against discrimination, and that is powerful enough to make you worth it, a net positive, even when it may not feel like it. My message should not be misconstrued as apathy. Apathy is just what they want from us, to be nothing and to be miserable. But waking up is something, and throwing up a middle finger's one more. Despite everything, the statistics, the discrimination, the hate, the most optimistic thing to know is that we're moving in a positive direction. And if you're anything like me, learning about the world that you live in makes it feel a lot more like home. So...
Yeah, I don't know if you've learned anything. You've reinforced your own... He went into this video thinking that furries were a minority, and he came away from it thinking that furries were a minority. Good for him. I mean, I don't think he's really, it's not like he's really challenged his fucking perceptions here. That guy has another video where I guess he got upset with Turkey Tom and some other people. The terrible state of anti-furry journalism. Not gonna watch that now, though. It's getting late. I gotta make dinner and stuff, that's fine. We've been going all day. I'm gonna put on some music here, and we're gonna party all night. We're gonna do some super chats here. Let me oh yeah, all caps. That's good. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we'll just get a little bit of this. There you go. So, let's see here. Party rockers in the house tonight. 2 pounds from Niall Scott. That's right. Mark Gormley is dead. Unfortunate. Plus, Doctor Who was the user basher. Did they bash a user? I don't. Which user was it? Lindy Pepperbean? I guess they bashed that user a little bit. $5 from Muds33. A little behind in the stream currently. But Cobra recently made a video where he made his own special version of mashed potatoes. Highly recommend. Oh, I recommend it too. Thank you. We watched it. $5 from Theme Parkive. This dude sounds like the mentally deficient police officer from Family Guy. You mean Joe Swanson? Is there another one? I don't think he's mentally deficient. I don't know if there's another police officer in Family Guy who's mentally deficient. I'm not sure about that. $5 from the Cat Warrior. The range of facial expressions I have made listening to this first guy. Listen, those 12-year-olds really wanted it, though. $10 from your friend Zippity telling us about the Rainbow Gathering. This whole stream was a banger. I think this one might need to stay public. I don't know, because each part of the stream was something. $2 from Seth McWeeb. This guy just looks insane. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, apparently he was renting apartments with people. With families and children and yada yada. Not good. Roll back to the start of the stream if you want to see some horrifying shit. $5 from Reverent Cudgel. Currently fighting Thizbald Thorm from BG3, and this guy is infinitely more repulsive. I think I remember that guy. I think if I remember correctly, I believe I fought him from like a rooftop. There's one of the Thorms. There's in the shadow area. There's one that you can fight, just basically completely cheese him from the rooftop, and I did it solo. It was great. It was a great experience. Definitely this guy more repulsive, though. $2 from Casually Catholic. The internet was a mistake. Absolutely. That's what we've learned today. Unequivocally. $10 from Wiggly Fungus. I agree, you should listen to all people's arguments. Heck, you can even see Adolf had one or two good points, you know, like animal welfare and getting rid of pedos from the population. Yeah, you know, the classic, they made the trains run on time, right? You know? I mean, you gotta listen to everybody. 300 ISK from Baneblade. White woman, sitting here. $5 from Clem. Just tell white woman your dog is gay and they'll leave your dog alone. Yeah, no, they'll try to friend it on Instagram. They'll make your dog their gay best friend. It'll be great. $2 from 27 Flops. Something nice to listen to while I finish packing. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope that the packing went well. It's been a while now. $10 from Wiggly Fungus. Sorry, I'm using my 2 cents again. Well, no, it's $10. That's more than 2 cents. It's fine. I need to say this. This pedo zoo BS is more akin to sadism. There is a history behind people having it. Still harmful and not okay. Not an orientation. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you could classify it, and none of it really necessarily makes it okay. It's all just kind of some semantic bullshit. $2 from Bogey Fan 101. Bogey. White woman don't fuck dogs challenge. Impossible. Absolutely. Never gonna happen. $5 from Jitters XP. Trans guy here. Can zoo/pedo users not try to use our movement for equality as a Trojan horse for their insidious, their heinous criminal inclinations? Well, I mean, again, supposedly the origins of queer theory date back to people who wanna make boy love an acceptable thing, right? So, like, I don't know. That's very concerning stuff. I don't think it is necessarily. I don't think it reflects on all gay people or trans or anything like that types of people. But yeah, there's some through line of that in the community. You need to analyze it and address it head on. You can't. People can't keep hiding behind, oh, that's a small, that's nobody really believes in that. Oh, those people aren't serious. No, because it's one thing after another, like slow encroachment of everything being acceptable, you know? And so, yeah, it's unfortunate for all of the normal fucking people that don't want to have themselves associated with that shit. Very unfortunate. It does seem to, but I mean, yeah, I mean, like, people like Keffels or whatever, they don't just come out of nowhere, right? It's like, you know, we can't seem to go like 2 streams without this shit being relevant. $5 from Squirt Adams. This is like if Watch Mojo made a video about zoophilia. Yes. $5 from Reverend Cudgel. Degenerate scum was always degenerate scum? You don't say. Yeah, no, I mean, the video was trying to make the point about how zoophilia used to be more accepted or something. And then it just goes off on how for thousands of years we've been killing people for touching dogs, you know? £2 from James Smith. Adam from YMS runs this channel. No. I maintain his arguments were, you know, misrepresented. He was making kind of a Voshian debate bro kind of fucking argument, but it was something of a misrepresentation. However, he is also a gay furry. I'm just saying, you know, you know, it's a little, I don't know, it's a little worrying. Yeah, it's like, what was it that insane piece of shit said about white guys from the Appalachian region? You have to assume they're racist unless they prove otherwise? Something like that, I don't know, maybe. No, nothing like that, because the thing is, if you start thinking like insane piece of shit, you have to be logically better. You have to not succumb to, oh, well, they think this, so it's okay for me to make this generalization. No. It's wrong to make over generalizations to begin with. We have to be above that. We have to do better, ladies and gentlemen. You know, these like BreadTube people or the debate people or anybody like Nick Fuentes, you know, anybody out here that's trying to, you know, make these arguments, and a lot of the time it just winds up coming down to just like, man, you really do think you're a lot smarter than you really are. And that creates an unfortunate situation for you to be in. The famous Sargon clip. Alex Dumnik with the 5 months membership. I'm not playing any skibbity sounds on the soundboard right now because this synth solo is crazy enough. We're listening to the Black Mages right now, by the way. If you like Final Fantasy music, that's what we got. This is the actual Nobuo Uematsu and some of the other FF composers and like Square composers actually together in this band performing this music. It's really special stuff. It's not even just like a tribute thing. It's the real people that made it. It's great. $5 from 5 months member from Alex Dumnik. To understand and to empathize are completely different things. This reeks of unwarranted empathy. Not once has she been, like, this is wrong to do. Yeah, there's a difference between, giving them, like, some understanding, giving them the ability to speak for themselves and represent themselves in the scenario. Whoop. Oh, God. Oh, something just happened. Okay, I went full screen. I just accidentally went full screen on the super chats. I got scared for a second. There's a difference. You can give them the opportunity to speak for themselves and that kind of thing. But no, I mean, yeah, that video was mostly just, it felt very supportive of them. It felt, generally speaking, like the worst pushback that it had was some of their arguments aren't that convincing. Like, she's convinced generally, but she's basically just like, yeah, some other people won't be convinced. So that's like her only pushback, really. $5 from Lou Castile. The thing about people picking horses and dogs is because it's not just it's not about the love to animals. It's for the ease of fucking. The love is cope for lust. Yeah, quote unquote love. Yeah, it's usually pretty easy to identify, like. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're loving animals, if that's really what it is, well, wouldn't it come to something like, oh, I love rhinos, and, like, unfortunately I live in New York, and I'm not gonna be able to fucking, like, have sex with a rhino, right? So, but no, it is ultimately the ease of, it's very convenient for these people that they happen to all love dogs so much, It's weird, because, like, you'd think, like, if it is a sexuality, if it's, like, an orientation, you'd think that there would be more people who are like, oh, well, I'm exclusively attracted to tardigrades, I'm exclusively attracted to even something normal, like, a fox, right? And so why are they willing to slum it and have sex with dogs then? And horses and shit? Because it's, like, harder to have sex with a fox, I guess. Harder to find one, I don't know. Well, yeah, it is the ease of access. It's a paraphilia, and I don't know. It can be that. I mean, I have the radical stance of, like, accept these people as human beings, flawed human beings, people worth criticizing for their actions. But you're not necessarily a horrible person just for being born with a thing in your head that's wrong. Objectively, I think we can agree. Like, objectively is a word that's loaded, right? And a lot of people talk about, like, can you objectively criticize something? Is there an objective is there objective qualities for a movie or something? Well, I feel like, by and large, in terms of societal standards, we can say that, more or less, for the purposes of argument, objectively, society views certain things as being wrong, right? I don't know. It gets very complicated, but, like, there's a lot of arguments you can make about it, and not many of them make it better. $2 from Lou Castile. Get him up against the wall. Against the wall! That's right. $5 from Reverend Cudgel. There are thousands of them. Can they all be wrong? Yes! Yeah, there's thousands of Nazis, too. I don't know what to tell you. £2 from James Smith. Statistically, there are 32 to 160 zoos watching this. Yeah, I just find that very hard to believe. Like, even 32 of them, that sounds unlikely. $5 from Big Willie Jim. Some things don't need to be looked at from a neutral perspective. These monsters shouldn't have any opportunity to humanize themselves. Well, neutral is fine. I think it's important to be neutral, at least. But it's that she wasn't being neutral. She was being more than anything, she was being supportive of them. And, couching a lot of what she was saying in very supportive language and trying to make them seem, as positive as she could. She tried to spin it. And that's the problem. It's not really about not being neutral, it's that she wasn't neutral. If she was neutral, it would have been less of a problem. She wasn't being neutral. She was being positive, basically. £5, £5 from James Smith. Please do a tier list video of all the kinks you've covered in your streams. That could be something. That could be something to maybe do with Magic Mush and Club Doom or something, you know? I've been wanting to do a horror cow tier list. That might be a good thing to do with some guests. I've been thinking about doing that with guests. In fact, I've been thinking about it for a while. I'm just lazy, and so I never get these things together. But $2 from Lou Castile. If a human can revoke consent, so can a dog. Yeah, but the dog is not... You have to believe that that's the problem, is you have to believe the human in that scenario. The dog... What are you gonna do, like, after the fact, interview the dog and be like, did he rape you? The dog is not gonna give you an answer. It comes down to believing, oh, I was not abusive to the dog, I swear it wanted it. And that's not a good enough answer. You have to just, even if you believe that the dog is able to consent, animal able to consent, whatever, first of all, that still can harm the animal or the human. Second of all, doesn't really matter. We can't we can't take the people's word for it that they totally won't hurt the animal. They totally did want it, I promise. You know, it didn't run away, I promise. No, like, we just have to, like, take their word for it, and that's just not good enough. $5 from Edgelord Leon. She was asleep, but I heard her mumble, That's how I knew I had to go ahead. That's what this logic is. Yeah, something like that, you know. I mean, it is essentially very close to that sort of, like, voyeurism is okay kind of thing. Which, I mean, voyeurism is better than this shit. It's like, what, just looking at people in public kind of thing? Well, no, voyeurism implies, like, spying in private, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, it's not the same, but it's, yeah, similar type of, like, it's fine. She was asleep. She didn't even know. Ah, whatever. The dog doesn't know. It's fine. Yeah, bad logic, bad arguments. Voshian debate bro bullshit. $2 from Jitters XP as a furry toggle for Meat Grinder 2024. Yeah, well, apparently a lot of people... I found it funny when the science lady with the problem glasses was like, people were emailing me photographs of wood chippers. That's kind of funny. Disavow, but that's kind of funny. £2 from Louise Ogden. Late to this one, Claudaddy, but have a drink on me. I'm very dehydrated at this point. I need to turn my air conditioner on. I need to have some food. You know, this is some bullshit. $10 for Wiggly Fungus. Wish I can give you some of the fancy sodas I know, but that would involve me knowing your address and in your line of work. I very understandably know why you wouldn't do that. Have money to get some. Well, I am thinking of opening a P.O. box. That might still happen. I might still do that. And if people want to send me a whole case of Cheerwine or something, I'm super down for that. Like, I mean, ultimately, if I open that, I'll let you know. And the number one thing I request from people when and if I open a P.O. box, send me some interesting local sodas that you have. Some cool stuff, like local brew root beer, or just like a weird local, like they only sell this flavor of Coke in Thailand or something. Send it my way. That's what you send to me. If and when I open the P.O. box, send me the wacky sodas. That's absolutely got the right idea. If that does happen, you're already on the right track. Save some sodas. I mean, make sure they're like in date and stuff, but save some sodas aside for me. If you're thinking of doing that. $5 from the Kestrel. I watched a video about King Cobra JFS while hungover once, and a part about his dental hygiene was so gross, I uncontrollably vomited it everywhere. 1 out of 10. Not a perfect 5 out of 7 on that one. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. I believe that. $5 from Winter 1205. Traditionally, mead is made with honey, water, and yeast. Some recipes use fruit or spices. Cherry and hibiscus is common, as is apple and cinnamon. Okay, so mead and honey, honey, water, and yeast are all things that he puts in those meads. So technically, it is a mead. It's just a very bad mead. $5 from Edgelord Leon. Viking mead was made by fermenting milk and honey with yeast. Wine is made by fermenting raw sugar, typically by using fruit, water, and yeast. So it's a bit of a mead-wine cross, yeah. $2 from Dr. Marvin Maurice Munchies II. Does Deadwing Dork also have a Launchpad McQuack? Yeah, but I'm Deadwing Dork instead of like Darkwing Duck, so for me it's Launchpad McCuck. That's his name. $2 from Clem. Cobes has never shat solid. Probably not, no. $5 from Edgelord Leon. Yeah, apparently you're never supposed to add carbonation to something that might ferment. There's a very good chance it might explode. You're about equal on the chance that it might just explode. Peacemaker fan 2888, member for 1 month. Claw, you gotta look at James Cage White. Also, thanks for helping me get through some hard times with your streams. No problem, no problem. I'm glad to be there for you at all the darkest moments of your life. That's what I'm here for, because remember, it will never be as bad as Cobra making the mead. It can never be that bad. So there you go. It's a feel-good stream all the way around. $2 from Aguman T1, poop water, indeed. $10 from the Mac and Moz show, watching your content for the last year. Thanks for the amazing content. All hail the Clawfather. Oh, hail! Yeah, my voice is too dead for that, but thank you. Hail me, indeed. That's right, I'm very special. I appreciate it. I appreciate you recognizing and identifying that. You know, much like the bullies can identify that Undertale is a bullyable thing that people are into that makes, you know, it's a trait. It's like you recognize that I'm awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I hope you continue to enjoy. $5 from Free Willy Nilly. Happy Pride Month, Clawfather. Also, that is not mead. That is a witch's brew. I believe it. I believe it. I mean, we had the grunty music playing and everything. $10 from Joe Buff II. Thank you for the infinite entertainment, Claw. Well, you could probably train an AI on my voice now. I mean, I would be down to see somebody make an AI-generated Deadwing Dork stream, where it's like it brings up AI-generated... Like, through AI, it would have to find content that it watches, and then have things to say based on AI. That would be very interesting. I endorse that if somebody wants to make that. Try your best to replace me with AI. It would be very funny. I'm all down for it. But I don't know if it's infinite necessarily, but it's a lot of it. I got a lot of streams and stuff. $2 from Ghost of Myrna, worst Dairy Queen blizzard ever. Yeah, something went wrong. $5 from Glarn Budin. Hey, Claw. Hey, yo, Claw. Would you give the channel Home Design a look? It's very much the kind of trash that's perfect for you. I like that the super chats have, they have a like bar now. They have thumbs up and thumbs down. Well, not thumbs down, but they have a thumbs up. So, like, if it's a particularly good super chat, it gets a whole bunch of thumbs. This one got like 7. So 7 people agreed with this. Home Design. So it's a channel called Home Design? This might be a little hard to find. That's a pretty generic name. Home Design. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're after. Alright, yeah. Another time. Thank you for the suggestion. A lot of subs on this, so it's not exactly a new thing. People have probably seen it before, but thank you for the suggestion. Let me see here. $5 from Mr. Midnight 1448. We went from sex weirdos to Cobra to the Holocaust and furries. Just an average day in Dorkville. Oh yeah. No, this was an excellent return to tradition for Dorkstream. This was a return to the things you expect and anticipate. You know, no users, no drama, just me screaming about King Cobra's mead and various sex offenders, you know? Good stuff. $2 from Niall. Don't bully sex perverts. Never do that. Listen. I am responsible for my audience, okay? And I would be remiss if I would just hurt me so badly. I would feel so bad if anybody was to ever bully a sex weirdo. Yeah, that's the problem that people have been identifying too with all of these, like, the apparent thing that we're all supposed to do now when we go, oh my god, don't leave any mean comments, please don't! It just sounds really fake. Like, it sounds really, like, sarcastic and ironic. It doesn't sound like I'm genuine. Obviously, it doesn't sound like I'm genuine. But, you know, even when, like, In Praise of Shadows does it, it doesn't sound like he's genuine. Ray with the certified sicko, thank you very much. $5 from Wiggly Fungus. My perspective is one side, it's like role-playing, like IRL LARPing or D&D. The other role-play in worse way. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I don't really know what the fuck you just said. It kind of reads like the back of a pop station box, but you know, I vaguely get what you're going for. Retrieval Mankind's Batman, yeah. The Great Pisquaddle with the certified sicko. Welcome to the group. $2 from Gabuko Mitsukiva. Love you, Claw. Sorry I'm broke. I'd give you more. It's okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Soapy, member for 11 months. Has been a hotel looking OC, indeed. Boy, is it has been? I don't know if it looks, like, edgy enough. I mean, it's just generic furry, like, cub porn adjacent furry kind of thing. $2 from Niall. Are you a scaly then? No! 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 Never! If I was anything, it would be a scaly, though. That seems cooler than furry. I mean, like, that does seem cooler. $5 from Big Ron, 1995. Wouldn't be surprised if Nick Regatta had a fursuit, to be honest. Well, we know that he fisted his ass with the Baldo, so, like, you know, the fursuit, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility, really. 300 ISK from Baneblade. I bet Jim doesn't even own a fursuit. Just pretend I was muted when I chuckled there. So that'll bring us to the end. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching the stream. We've been live for a long time. It's been a long stream. I guess it's not been that long. It's just very hot in my room, so I feel like I'm dying. But, yeah. Thank you, everybody, once again. And take it easy, folks. Penis. I'll see you another time.